毕竟是少人啊。兰博要被3包1，但是伤害好高，头像一波闪现，要杀死 Feather 了，直接一波单杀1v3。旁边卡纳维也帮他吸引住了 Z-Type 的目光。
哇，又一个大招，
撒下了恒温灼烧，再接一个反击风暴，几乎3杀。 这是布隆在了，布隆想先挂寒冬之咬，没挂上被动，但是排除被动了，而且坚定风采也成功的开出来。哎呀，龙泉鬼步是最怕这个的，冲飞过来，先顶下金克斯，金克斯塔下要被拉姆给带走，一个空拍主形直接帮他位移，顺势还带走金克斯，身体炸弹炸起了波比，这波红双反弹打得非常的漂亮，又是一推在空中将小虎给击落，他但一丝血，拉姆给了他最后一击，斩获了 double kill。
Q 先来，大兵想开，
闪现直接壁咚，这里锤起来了阿 K 非常的危险，自己也是向后先拉开一波身位。与此同时，这里直接偷来的钳子钳到了3个人，这一波控制直接拉满，再配上队友输出跟上 ，W1好像落入
偷来的大招
圈套了，
是很好，关键的 C 字草是没有视野的。反而凯瑞斯找机会了，凯瑞斯没有闪现。 这位置被利弗直接单杀了。另一边山鸡卡在前面都不怎么掉血。
哎 ，Monkey 在后面也是想要找机会绕的 ，Monkey 的大招也被打了出来，但没有队友能够跟伤害啊。
MP 的双 C 先处理完 pair，
阿 K 交出闪现之后 ，Monkey 穷追不舍，将其给击杀掉了。
Q 开大，但发现这个 Q 也打不动，太肉了。利弗在被追，一箭没有射到。
利弗还在风筝跟拉扯，再交一个精准弹幕。
但苦马只能做到布隆，
波比也没有锤飞人。
哎，这个岩雀的强慢隔的是不错啊，把这2个人是隔在了之外，但是现在还是跟队友去汇合了。
小龙拼车了，
想过来先拼成，波比坚定风采，这个锤子，哎呀，再配上法师阵，确实很克制威胁，布隆直接举起了防盗门，这时候想推过了3个，小虎这波沙皇也立功，再配合队友的伤害，要将蓝什么一点点的融化。Light 这波输出位置要被圣城哥在屏幕的下方影响到，圣城哥需要了波闪现的，恐怕这个死亡闪现，正好打了波1v1，2倍的 ADC 皇城这个最后金克斯给了个远程的炮弹，收获了锤。
That's right. Let's go. Eat it up. Ow. I ate that, yeah, I slayed that. Keep shining, big fat paycheck. What you gonna do when I come through? Woke up feeling fresh, brand new. Insta up a new pick. I ate that. Moving through with my click. I ate that. Looking fine, looking thick. I ate that. All my girls looking sick. We ate that. Watching how I talk. Watching how I walk. Watching how I walk. Watching how I talk. Make it look easy. Please wanna be me. Come and eat it up. Come and eat it. Come and eat it. Come and eat it up. Come and eat it. Come and eat it. Come and eat it up. Dum da dee da dum da da dee da dum da dee da. Dum da dee da dum da da dee da dum da dee da. I like it, yeah, I like it. 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 That's right. Insta up a new pick. I hate that. Moving through with my click. I hate that. Looking fine, looking thick. I hate that. All my girls looking sick. Watching how I talk. Watching how I talk. Watching how I walk. Watching how I talk. Make it look easy. Please wanna be me. Come and eat it up. Come and eat it. Come and eat it. Come and eat it up. Yeah. Come and eat it. Come and eat it. Come and eat it up. Come and eat it. Come and eat it. Come and eat it up. Eat it up. Come and eat it. Come and eat it. Come and eat it up.
The fire burns right through. Your weakness is my fuel, and this time your demise is my first prize. And I've not forgotten all the pain
好的，各位，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 RNG 的中单选手汤圆，欢迎汤圆来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 RNG 中单汤圆。
欢迎汤圆。那今天要交手的对手 UP， 其实你们在之前的小组赛就遇到过，今天再一次遇到啊，对这场比赛的信心是怎样的？
应该是很有信心吧，因为之前在加赛的时候也是输给了 UP 嘛，然后今天也是我们BO3的第一场比赛，所以说一定要拿下来吧。
看能不能复仇成功啊。那今天因为也是这个组内赛的第一场比赛，对于整个这次的组内赛 ，RNG 包括汤圆，你们的目标是什么？
就冲出涅槃组吧。
也期待 RNG 在今天比赛有出色的表现。各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 UP 的君豪选手，欢迎君豪来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 UP 君豪。
欢迎君豪。那小组赛结束之后，到今天的组内赛，大家应该也经历了一个比较充沛的准备时间哈。那这段时间大家准备的怎么样？
因为训练时间比较多嘛，然后大家训练比较认真，我们觉得自己准备还是比较充分。
也期待一下今天的表现了。那君豪其实是今年刚刚登上 LPL 的，算是新人的选手了。你希望在所有的观众眼里，让大家看到一个怎样的自己呢？
就是把自己原本的水平给发挥出来吧。没什么。
也期待君豪包括 UP 在今天比赛当中的表现。
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。微信搜索李宁官方小程序，即可定制队员专属 ID 队服，买酷睿 Ultra HX 新品上京东，领国家补贴立省20%。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶一口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。澳丰电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1。开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
哇，这鳄鱼有点太高了，还来，准备上跳舞了。
Cause I'm getting too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody wants this. Always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先欢迎 Royal Never Give Up， 上单小徐，打野 Milky Way， 中单汤圆，下路佳琪，辅助 Naked。欢迎 Ultra Prime。上单一剑，打野君豪，中单 Saber， 下路 Wako， 辅助小夏。LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第3周第1日的第1场比赛 ，RNG 对阵 UP 即将开始。LPL 5位进巅峰。
军出击。呀！烈尽空突。 看这儿。
我选择了你。
如此
Well, would you look at that, it's time to cast some League of Legends. Hello everyone, I'm back, and Sam will be joining me soon. I did catch most of the game on my second screen, but I had to learn German at the same time as well. Most of this game been pretty scrappy, been impressed by Tangyuan's Ahri. Champion which, of course, I have a lot of time on. I love the way that he's been ulting to choose his angles, stacking that Dark Seal nicely. And we'll get back into things, won't we? You know what? I might just do something cheeky first. Very, very cheeky. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. And we'll have ourselves the clean feed without actually needing to do that thing where I have a browser up at the same time. It should actually be just a little bit smoother. Let's get into this then, shall we? Sorry for leaving you out in the cold without a cast for this one. So, actually great flash away in that last team fight, going for, as someone highlighted in Twitch chat. Sorry if you're in the other chats. Highlighted that this is kind of going for the Gumayushi build. The Ghost Blade first, although it's a little bit weirder than that because they do have the rapid fire cannon as well. I think the fire cannon makes a lot of sense here for Jachi, because you're going to have to walk up and deal with a lot of people who, if you're in auto attack range, can jump onto you. Galio, Shinzao, Ral, all like that. Rapid fire cannon gives you a bit of movement speed off the base item from the Zeal component, and then also, yeah, allows you to play from a bit longer range. Tangyuan, really interested to see what he can do. I want to see him, again, putting his body on the line with this build. Xiaoxia does have ult, potentially could just run forwards, and yeah, Tangyuan has to ult backwards, of course, doesn't have cooldown items, so losing that ult is big because the dragon is alive. So that's a good win there for Ultra Prime. This is the problem with the Ahri build. You can't have to full send it when you use your ult. If you end up just using it defensively, it feels like a big loss. Okay, right, shall we, yeah, let's have a think about what we do in the background. So, of course, this is Group Nirvana. Very important for both of these teams in their first games in Group Nirvana to get up to a good start. Game volume is low. I can sort that out, can't I? In fact, it is. Sorry, my bad. My bad. I've been dipping things around. Sorry, this should be a lot better now. This should be a lot better. Turn it down. Okay, sorry, I was messing around a little bit with the volumes there. Hopefully this is now okay. You let me know what it's like there in the background, and hopefully this is fine. Alright, okay, we'll work with that. So, 2 dragons over to Ultra Prime, managed to fight back against that last one, force the ult out of Tangyuan. In terms of these compositions, I mean, Ultra Prime have a pretty damn good wombo combo, don't they? It's kind of reliant on Xiaoxia to get a good engage on the Ral, but you know, we can work with that. On the other side, though, RNG kind of only have to pay attention to that Rel in some cases, unless Shinzao gets a very good ult. Not a good ult, but, you know, a good engage. RNG, on the other side, good individual matchups. Ahri will eventually be a big issue to both the Rumble and... Hang on a second, this is the ult we were potentially looking for, but that's not a great Galio ult, is it? And the bullet time used kind of poorly too. Tangyuan not getting that much done with his ult either, though, so it looks like it's a bit of a wash. Go back to even. Tangyuan not able to land that charm. And both teams back off. Why is my favorite champion Ahri? Because I saw Faker play it at Season 3 Worlds, and I thought, hey, I'll give that champion a try. I mean, that too, because I think she's hot. Yeah, hey Sam, how's it going? Sam will join us in just a second. Oh, ult pulled out by Jachi here. Has a good amount of damage, but can he hit the shots? No! 4th one goes into Wacko instead. And we are left with a living Rumble. Atacon started up. So, RNG heavily on this objective for now. Trying to hold this Tri-Brush. Niket has that ultimate to be a tank in that front line. If you just stand in that area just outside of Tri-Brush with your ult running as Alice, there's not a great deal that the enemy team can do about that. Sean goes wide. We'll go into potentially a big fight for this game. Very even. Next big fight could really pull ahead, particularly with both teams having such good go buttons, well, such good follow-up to their go buttons. That gold makes a lot of difference.
Issue though is because Milky Way less than half HP as the jungler in not a great position, can't get anywhere near the Atacon, jumps over the wall, can look to smite, has got that Counter-Strike running, but still the secure is there for Ultra Prime with the withdrawals to work with. RNG winning out a couple kills here, but they don't mean as much when it's only the withdrawals. Still trying to get a fair number off, and in fact, Junhao trying to get this win becomes lightning down to the audacious charge. Jachi will barrier it, and RNG, despite losing the fight, or rather the smite, win the fight, as I get my articles correct.
The only annoyance here, well, I say the only annoyance, one of the annoyances here for RNG, though, is the fact that they don't get something like Alt Hunter stacks. They don't get stuff like the Dark Seal stacks for the Aria. Tango's had a good game here, but sadly, you know, those kills don't actually count as kills. You don't get Dark Seal stacks. You don't get Ultimate Hunter or whatever Hunter stacks you do have. If you take those and anything else which scales off of champion kills, RNG at least deny that being a big takeaway. Although, I think from what we just saw, there was a replay in there for how EGN lost his flash.
Yeah, Xiaosha at least has got theirs. We'll be trying to get some value out of that one on the Rel. Make some very aggressive plays. We'll look at the replay here because it was a pretty scrappy one. Milky Way had to find a way into the pit. Kind of out from off to the side. They do blow up the Rel, but that means they're dead and therefore get to keep the withdrawals, which everyone else does not.
No, well, I was highlighting this before you came to the room, Sam. The way I look at Ultra Prime's composition is they have a lot of follow-up, only one engage. So the Rel, if they land a good engage, everyone pops. Right there, though, as you can see, if you just focus down the Rel, or you just pay attention to the Rel, very hard for Ultra Prime to get a good combo off. So a lot of this game is banking on Xiaosha. A little bit hard from the draft to have that extra engage come through.
You got sort of conditional engage from a Shinzao with the Audacious Charge and a Talon Strike, but that really does feel like it sometimes, as Milky Way will hop away. Members in his jungle, that's the back on out of that. The Shinzao in a pretty good spot here, all things said and done. Problem is, TP out, flash for the taunt, means Tang Yuan's now in danger. Needs to start running away, has a flash and an ult. Yijang there as well, looking to get some slows on down. Tang Yuan still got another ult charge, should be just fine here. So the flash from Saber for just the ult, but the teleport, of course, from Tang Yuan was also cancelled. So in the end, rough trade of Samus.
Yeah, so the thing here is that Tang Yuan, we were saying this again before, it is a win condition to play around this Ahri build's ult cooldown. Yes, you are at level 16, so it is a shorter cooldown now, but still, you're still lacking a lot of cooldown reduction, so at this point in the game, you can still find windows. Much less important than it was later on. That's a catch on chaps. Xiaoshu, man, caught out.
Just picked up that tier 2, had a load of friends around in the river, tries to get Xiaoshu off there, can't quite do it, and will fall down there.
But why is he pushed up that far? Why is he pushed up that far? Feels like it is very disrespectful to be playing that far up. He gets cornered by 4 people.
Gets to tier 2 at the very least, I suppose, but it means he's not going to be around for this dragon. It would be Soul Fight, teleport in 35, so if RNG can hold on.
And I hope you enjoy your tier 2 turret, because now you're not going to be there for a really important fight. This dragon, Ultra Prime, onto you already. It's a good pick off from them, punishing RNG in both side lanes, taking the Ariel and then taking the life of the Gwen. Dragon's going to go up to them now, no contest.
Baron is up. I wonder whether RNG just say, well, look, we'll go play for that instead, because while that Gwen was on the tier 2, they were all in the river. They weren't, however, in the Tribrush where the Rel was. That caused a bit of problem. Get some wards down and set themselves up, but have not started it as yet. Looking to see whether they can catch someone overstepping to get in here.
Tower goes down. Ultra Prime in a good spot. I mean, the fun... Look, I have to say, look, this is Group Nirvana. I'm glad we're still seeing teams of a similar level face off against each other in tense matchups. I'm someone who's, you know, obviously many people followed RNG for a great number of years at this point, right? You know, RNG, one of the most storied organizations within League of Legends, and we have another fight to see if they can come out on top. The Rel doesn't get a good ult down, though. Doesn't have the ult.
So will likely just die. Jachi picks that one up.
What is he doing?
Gwen?
Xiaoshu!
Teleports in and dies a horrible death. Landed charm, though, onto Xiaoshu. They're going to try and get some damage back. As Junhao does just about survive, they'll lose the Alistair as Niket left out to dry. The 4th shot not enough to bring Junhao down and get some healing off the wave. Milky Way looking for an angle on in as Tang Yuan and Jachi also look to pick people up. But RNG get the initial kill and then fumble the rest of the fight.
Give me a replay of that. I have some things to say to Xiaoshu. Give me a replay. What the hell was that? Dies on the side lane, teleports in immediately, and completely gets blown apart. I mean, again, it's a bit of a wash in terms of the actual... Napoleon blown apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great, Sam. I swear. Sam, what a wonderful joke, Sam. I think we've learned an important thing about Xiaoshu's Gwen. Gwen is not immune.
Oh, no.
He just teleports into 4 people and just immediately gets gutted. I mean, they turn a kill around, don't get me wrong.
Okay.
I mean, there's some good plays out of here. They get the kill onto the Rel. I mean, yeah, but I was about to say, they were trying to turn a kill around. Ends up being a 2-for-1 because Niket doesn't quite get the angle there. The Shinzai ultimate, very, very popular, but not popular, valuable. Maybe it is popular too. Who am I to judge? Maybe we should run a popularity poll on ultimates of champions. Niket doesn't have flash. That's actually a bit of an issue there if these guys get caught out. And the game slows down a little bit now. even-ish in gold. Dragon up in 3 minutes, Baron up now. Those will be our next big fights.
Mecca's not a fan of my joke, Alex.
Yeah?
No, he's putting a wares in chat.
Oh, damn.
So,
yeah, no, I'm actually trying to condition our audience into laughing in chat because it gives us dopamine.
That's true.
Great joke you say in chat. Baron's gonna get started down. We'll see where the punchline of that one lies. You are now going into an objective pit against a wombo combo pit. The wall's at your back. This could be so dangerous for RNG.
RNG walk into a pit, find themselves a Baron, as Xiao Shu, looking for a bit of an angle, throws some needles out. It's got the Hallowed Mist up and running. Milky Way with the counter strike, and it's left Niket out to dry a little bit. The needles have to come on flying as the bullet time will finish off the cow. Wait out the ultimate. Now Ultra Prime into that Baron. There is a GA on Junhao as well, makes it tricky. Curtain now called. Milky Way looking for a flank angle. Can be pretty scary here on the Jax.
Tongyuan has that ult as well, lands the charm. He will get one killer if he wants to commit the ults. Jin not quite able to finish that off, and it ends up being a disengage again so far.
No one takes the Baron. Niket dies again with some resets happening, though. Charm lands on the resetting Galio into the Deadly Frost. Can't get any kills, though. But they're going to turn back around and start this up, I wonder.
I don't think you should. I think you just lost a lot of cooldowns. The enemy team have teleports. Milky Way, of course, and that Jax sets up for a stun, but that blows some important tools. That one's an actual win. Blowing that Galio ultimate, still on cooldown, even at the level 17.
Cost yourself the Ari ult. Still got 2 charges remaining. Sees people walking up. Will throw a charm into a Q and likely just ult away.
He's actually quite worried there for Torier because his ult was like a second away from timing out. So that was a chance for a flash up. To play that. That's one thing which catches out a lot of Ari players, by the way. Because when you get when you press ult, you get your ult for 15 seconds running. After that, every kill resets it to 10 seconds if you're below it. Baron started up again. No Galio. RNG blew that cooldown. Summoner economy, cooldown economy, maybe in favor of RNG now.
Milky Way down to half HP is trying to tank up that Baron unsuccessfully. Xiao Shu, though, with a full stack Q, lets it time out. Looking for an angle here on the needlework. Could look for someone. Needs to back away as the rest of Ultra Prime look to invade into RNG's jungle. And now the Baron is Ultra Prime's to start.
I swear to God, we are ping-ponging here. Niket's going to get some damage onto him. He is not happy as an Alistair. Half HP, no ultimate, no flash. He does not want to play this fight. It has to be on Xiao Shu. Milky Way gets himself a good play onto the side too.
Gets headbutted back over the wall into Milky Way's hands, but it's left Niket out to dry a bit as well. Milky Way needs to back away. They've killed off Niket. What looked like a play onto the Rel doesn't get her killed. Now there's a curtain call as well as Tongyuan looking for the ultimate angle. The equalizer slows down the Ari, and Milky Way ends up split up. The fourth shot goes wide. And Jachi can't finish that one. Flash out from Yijang, who gets to stay alive. The bullet time, not fantastic. Xiao Shu goes golden. They've killed off the Misfortune. Tongyuan looking for an angle. Needs to flash on him for a charm. It is good. Into the Crypt Bloom healing. Xiao Shu not stepping on forwards, but the GA allows the Shinzao to come back up and play the fight. It's a bloodbath, and we've got 3 kills on both sides.
Jachi and Tongyuan try their very best to pick up the pieces of some really bad mistakes from Xiao Shu and from Milky Way. You know what? I'm not gonna rag on Niket for this one. He headbutts away the comboing Rel from his team. That is a worthy death for the Alistair at half HP with no ultimate. But on the other side, Ultra Prime, they do manage to pick up a lot of pieces because really, this Shinzao is doing some mad work. Milky Way picks in this Jax to be a Shinzao counter. It is an LPL specialty. We love playing that here. And he is down 2,200 gold at this point. Junhao has been such a major carry for Ultra Prime after we'd been ragging on him for a whole split at this point. Dragon's going to get started up by RNG to at least try and stop that Ocean Soul coming through from Ultra Prime. So in the grand scheme of things, even though the Baron's not finished, they do stop the Soul. Teleport to the top side of the map though. Jiang comes back into play.
Look to find their way into the pit. They've got a control ward in that top pixel brush, but that is it. It is a dark, barren pit right now for RNG, and it is started up, as we can see. What HP is that Baron at? Half. Can look to play this. Milky Way is around. Has flash. Has an arm gun to get into the pit. Are you ready to flip? I can smell the burgers! Can't quite secure it. The smite is secured. Ultra Prime now in danger, though, as Tongyuan looks for an angle on the side, and they blow up the rest of the team as Niket finds a 4-man pulverize. In goes Junhao to try and escape with the audacious charge. The Galio ult trying to get out to safety. Won't quite manage as Tongyuan kills off the Rumble. Golden is the Galio, but dead he is nonetheless. They get rid of everyone but Junhao.
Ultra Prime, good start on the Baron, terrible fight afterwards. I don't know whether it was just getting panicked in the retreat, but they gave a massive clump up to Niket. He managed to get a 4-man pull without using his flash. That shouldn't be possible on the Alistair, but he picks up the pieces, of course. And Niket playing against his old team here too. Need we mention that? Niket debuted in Ultra Prime last year, last summer, had a great start, and you know, sadly couldn't quite keep up the level of form which he displayed before. Oh my god, Junhao's gone deep.
Tries to find something. Flash over the headbutt. Tries to get to nice. Jachi's going to go down. Milky Way now coming back on across. Audacious charge out of the counter strike. Junhao breaking some angles. Nicket's in danger. Pulverized. Headbutt away. Second audacious charge into the crescent strike to knock Milky Way out. He's just better.
Junhao takes RNG to the arena. Jachi and Niket have just been schooled by Junhao.
That was beautiful.
That's ridiculous! Now, folks, I want you to think back to this time last year. Everyone was singing the praises of Milky Way, this debutant coming in from the jungle role. Gets the knockout with the ultimate to stop Milky Way from getting into the play. Yeah, the disengage gets a bit bad after this point from RNG as they, you know, give the 4-man pulve over. Junhao massively saves his play with a great smite, and then afterwards managing to get those 2 kills in the mid lane as well. Junhao is absolute carry mode.
See whether he can take it over the edge, because of course you've still got to deal with the fact that Jachi is nominally pretty strong, but that Whimper comes lightning comes on in. Niket goes to defend him, flash on over for the 3 Talon strike, gets that kill, and then is going to audacious charge out of the counter strike.
Ridiculous.
Kill Niket, and then crescent guard Milky Way away because he's not touched him.
I can't believe this, man. That is one of the best Shinzao plays individually I've seen in a long time. Now he has a 3 cap. That is the solo kill, solo queue Shinzao of your nightmares.
So much mobility, so much target access, so little you get to do. They'll look for something more as Niket goes on. The crescent guard rather is now used. Milky Way also off on the flank counter. The equalizer is mediocre, but Niket burned out for it. Junhao now left in a 1v1 with this Shinzao though, and not having a lot of fun. Will crescent, 3 Talon strike one more, but it's left him away as the rest of the fight keeps on going. Rel dead again. Another crescent strike. Counter strike, as I will get the names of these abilities right one of these days. Milky Way gets that one into the misfortune.
Oh,
Jachi! For the 4th shot, and vengeance is the Jin's after Junhao gets him in the mid lane not so long ago. RNG in the 5v5s suddenly well and truly online.
But give Junhao a team. He just had an ultimate which denied thousands of damage from RNG. He did his job. He held up his end of the bargain, but Ultra Prime just haven't been able to get their wombo combo. They haven't been able to stand and fight. The bullet time's still available, for God's sake. And on the other side, Jachi picks up the pieces. This Jin has been absolutely phenomenal to watch. From another young player coming up into the LPL, Jachi really holding his own.
3 of my absolute favourites from the LDL in Niket, Jachi and Milky Way looking to make this team work. There's a lot of learning to be done. It's not been perfect. Milky Way will go golden, and Xiaoxiu won't secure the kill on that one. A hop on forward with the leap strike will still secure a game 1 win for RNG. But my days was a messy one.
Clean is not a word I would use to describe the League of Legends, which we just saw. No matter. It's a fun one, and we will definitely take that. Folks, of course, we were muted for the grand majority of that game, but need we introduce ourselves again as I got to go reactivate my camera, which I deactivated to learn German, because that's what we were doing.
Ready?
While we were...
3, 2, 1.
Yay! Hello.
Hi, guys.
I don't know why you had to count that down, but
I
still.
just wanted to.
Hi,
Have some fun with it.
My name's Nymaera. This is Initialise. We are Flesh and Blood brothers, and we are professional League of Legends casters, and we cast League of Legends
together
for a living. Of course, on weekdays, on Monday through Thursday, a lot of the time, we will not be able to cast the first game of the day, but I stream it in the background, so at least you have something to watch, and you can tune into us later when we start talking again. Games like this, yeah, we missed a bit of a scrappy one, and I'm a little bit sad that I missed some of the big plays there. I saw them on the second screen, and I was really enjoying Tongaman's Ari, Jachi's Jin, and of course, Junhao's Shinzao. On the losing side of things, but he really gave himself something to be proud of, though.
Yeah, and again, we have started to see Junhao and some of these AD skirmishes with the target axis, your Neferis, your Shinzaos, your Lee Sins as well. He's got an iron on those champions, and yes, he's on a team that's not succeeding that much, but I do think this player has certainly got hands, and he's not like he is without caliber, without that or the correct caliber to be at an LPL team. I'm hoping that converts into something a bit more meaningful as time goes on. Here down in Nirvana, of course, you got a bit of time to hone yourself against opponents at your similar level.
Sorry, I just saw a wonderful comment in YouTube chat on not on the interview one, but on the other one. Alexander is saying, it was as clean as a wild hog. I am stealing that. Alexandru, that is wonderful.
Fabulous.
As clean as a wild hog. That is what I will use in everyday life.
There we go. And hey over obviously to Anivius chat. Hello over to the YouTube chat, of course. Hello to Twitch chat as ever again, guys. It's a pleasure to have you all in here. If you can, guys, consider liking, commenting, subscribing, all those things. If you are on Twitch, consider throwing a subscription out, as it does make a huge deal in terms of our ability to keep doing this. Just hit 8,400 followers on Twitch as well, which is really cool. It's a nice round number coming on through. Not miles off 9k, which would be awesome. So for those of you who can hit that follow button even, it does make a huge deal. And similarly, obviously, growing the YouTube, growing Anivius YouTube makes a huge deal to us as well. And if you have got that £5, €5, $5, whatever it is to spare, there's a great place to spend it, namely on the Twitch channel, to get yourself avoiding ads and supporting us.
But speaking of that, well, there was a bit of a delay getting into Champion Select, which means it was a little bit slow. We should be okay for now. Leave it on for a little bit. We'll get the highlights.
I'm going to run and get us some coffee because we don't have any, so
please,
I'll run and get
please,
some.
Dear God, get me some coffee.
Right. Do you have a preference on what kind of coffee and from where?
A latte from anywhere of your choice.
I'll go black.
As long as I can get like a kind of pastry or cookie or something like that.
Oh yeah, I'll do that as well. Back in a second.
As well. Yes. So, wie geht's dir? Oh, wie geht's ihr? How is everyone? Get alles? Get hydrated, I will do. I have some tea here. Oh. Greetings from Romania. Well, greetings from Berlin as well. Good talk? Nice. Good. See, the way... thing is that the way you spell that, Andrew, which is E-U-C-H, that reminds me of the way my Welsh grandma would say, like, things of disgust. Ach, wie. So that's a Welshism, that is. Live hydration. I have some. I have some. I have some Lapsang Souchong here. I don't know why I went into a tea conversation on LEC the other day. You know what? At some point in my life, I'd like to pick up some Welsh because it's a bit of my heritage, which I haven't dipped into too much. Most people in Wales don't really speak that much of it either. It'd be a fun thing to speak, but. How's the volume in the break, by the way? So if I've put volume like this, is it too loud? Is it not? Tango and Zari was really good. Learn from the Teach Welsh to Your Dog book. Yeah, apparently it's a really easy way to learn a different language, is to actually speak it to your pet. Volume seems fine. Okay, right. Well, let me know if it needs to go up or down. ADC diff? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Now, I don't... Misfortune doesn't have that much room to maneuver in this kind of game. I'm not going to put it all on Wacko, but Jachi was far better, so that's still true. Cool, thank you, Andrew, as well. Since we're in a break, did you see the Vitality game where the mid played Ari? I believe it's one of the roughest points on the champ. So I saw the early game was good with the Malignant Dark Seal stacking, so I liked that. And then I didn't see the late game because I was having a nap, I think. Did I? I don't know. I think I maybe had a sleep. I think I maybe went to sleep for a bit because I needed to catch up and sleep. But the early game was good. Jachi didn't need to get that close to most of the fights, but I don't know what MF does here other than... Yeah, I mean, like... Oh, what a play from Junhao. That's, like, the best play of the game. Junhao is so elo held, actually. That's ridiculous. Yeah, maybe Blade. Maybe. Okay, so media source at minus 11 decibels. When I go live, I put it to, like, 3, maybe. Minus 3. You know something I need to do as well is I need to put some filters on our mic. Properties? That's not it. Hello. So I need to figure out what I want to actually do on the actual microphone. Maybe I should do that at some point, because there's like, I don't want to put gain on it. Compressor is probably worth having on it. Can I get a clip of that Shin doubled on Twitter later? Yeah, I can. I might actually just do that now while I'm on my phone. I can do that. Let me go find it. And also, by the way, and I know I keep saying this, and I know it's like, even if it's just one person that does it, if you end up taking a clip and posting it somewhere, that actually does more marketing for our channel than almost anything else. And like, obviously no pressure to. However, if there is a clip that you actually like and you post it on Twitter, just like tag us or something, or on Reddit, of course. Tango gets the MVP. He was really good, actually. I really liked him this game. Are there teams in LPL that have interesting similarities to those in LEC? Same picks playstyle? Oh, I haven't thought about that. Fnatic is the most LPL-like team. Maybe Weibo Fnatic are quite similar. Yeah, maybe Weibo... No, but then Hung is really bad. Oh no, Weibo of last year were closer to Fnatic. Now they're not. Because Mickey is just better than Hung. Hung is actually just playing like a criminal right now. Anyone's Legend maybe have some similarities to MKOI because they have the Cook in the sharp top lane. Like, Flandre is a Cook. Elioy is like a super solid strategist jungler. I think their similarity falls apart a little bit beyond that. But I think MKOI AL maybe have some similarities. For Vitality, very AD carry centric, rookie topside. No one that really comes to mind with that. That's an interesting thought experiment though. Some splits between mid lane and bot lane. I mean, like, that was really, really good from Tongan. Let me go find this 1v3. Alright, let me get this clip. Let me get this clip. This clip is so good, actually. Okay, I need to run some adverts now, just so we don't get adverts. This is on Twitch. I need to run some Twitch adverts right now. This doesn't affect you from YouTube. So we don't get pre-roll going into our next games and stuff. I'm just gonna turn the camera off while I do this thing. Oh, what a ridiculous clip, actually. Oh, that's an insane clip.
把生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界，让远在天边。
How did Ultra Prime lose that last time they saw us? It was a hard composition to play for Ultra Prime. They had a single engage and basically nothing else. Alex, if you put G2 in LPL right now, where do you think they will be placed or be at? And what do you think about 2019 G2? 2019 G2 going in... Well, you have to place into 2019 LPL, right? And I think that it's very hard to take them out of context and put them to now, right? The game is so different in the way that you play around Baron, the way you play around early games. Early game has changed a massive amount, by the way, folks. If you change things away from, you know, before 2021, we didn't have Herald, right? And like the double Herald. Double Herald. The way that Herald changed the game in 21 and 22 was, it completely changed everything. Wait, was that the first Gwen Gwen win over Rumble in the Rumble stage? Yes, but it wasn't due to the Gwen. let me just give you that one for free. Okay, I have the clip. I'll post it to I'll post the thing to what's it call it. Okay, in terms of G2 going into the LPL right now, I think it would be a good matchup against the top. I think they're better than Weibo. I think they'd slot in amongst the top 4. I actually don't think that... I think they might be... It depends how well... Laning... Yeah, I suppose BB's actually... Yeah, BB might get a little bit decked by some of the LPL top laners. Because they're... Like, some of the laning phase top laners are ridiculous. I think G2 are pretty good at choosing fights and their macro is pretty clean. I think, you know, give them enough time. I think they'd be in amongst our circle of everyone beating everyone at the top. I don't know who they'd win and lose to. Like, they might lose to IG just because IG are a very good brawl with you team, and I think that G2 might fall down to that. But, like, I think they could be... I don't know, I think that maybe JDG could be beatable. I don't know, their macro is really good. Maybe I'm underselling JDG though. We'll see them later. JDG might actually be our best team. But no, I think that G2 are a legit team. We'll see how, and we'll, you know, we can see how Osmogola fits in as well. KC. Okay, right, close towards the second game. I'm just gonna be looking at my phone. Whatever, I could, no, whatever. I'll put my camera on just so you know I'm here. Let me go find this stuff. We'll eat your what? What? Hey, Amber, good to see you, by the way. Okay, back on stage and we'll get into our second game soon. Hopefully Sam will be back with coffee at some point. You ask, where is the draft? And the draft shall deliver. Well, well, well. It's the usual suspects. Wait, they're not the usual suspects. They've not even played games in our Nirvana stage just yet. Ultra Prime and RNG, first series for them both in this stage. Nikat used to be over on Ultra Prime. Many new players coming into both these organizations over the last year or two. Milky joining RNG after being their LDL player. And then went up to FPX, made a real mess of the league by debuting so strongly. Both of these teams fighting for survival in some way. If you finished bottom 2 in the Nirvana group, you are done for this year. Your year ends in July. It is absolutely something you need to avoid. Ultra Prime are now down 1 game against RNG. They do not want to be starting off with a losing series. Faris first pick him. Kind of wins your lane for free. Allows you to pick whatever the hell you want in support role if you really want. You can pick maybe someone like Ezreal Karma on the other side to really bully out lane. That's one. Oh, Nico's different though. Kalista Nico. Also a possibility. Nicat is one of those creative, aggressive engage players. Ezreal Nico locked him, so it's not going to be the Kalista Nico. Oh, of course, yeah, of course it can't be that. The Kalista's banned. Look, I just was learning German. Mein League of Legends ist nicht so gut, as they say. Well, that's your engage option. Ultra Prime. Thinking about what they want to do at the next part of their draft. It's a very generic thing to say, isn't it? Sion locked in for Ultra Prime. So they can go towards a front to back. Maybe they can lock in Talia or Azir. Xiao hovering over some very fun support picks. I mean, you see double squishies. Hook champion, pretty good against both of them, actually. I mean, Ezreal's okay versus Blitzcrank, because you can buffer out of it. And the Nautilus is locked in, so it's not the more fun hook champions of the Pyke or the Blitzcrank, but the Nautilus still pretty good against those ranged archetypal champions where you can stop them from poking you from over yonder and bring them a little bit closer. Get over here, Scorpion style. I'm gonna pretend I know what verwirrt is. Verwirrt. Thank you for typing German in my chat. It will definitely help me learn League of Legends. Wait, that's not what I want to learn. I want to learn German. I already know League of Legends, I think. I'm best locked in for RNG. So they have follow-up now to their engage. Not always the best matchup into the Sion. I think the Sion eventually gets to the point where it's too tanky for you to do that much in. Confused! Right. Yeah, that's me. Yep. I'm always confused. Yeah, we'll leave that there. Scouted banned away from Junhao. Front to back from Ultra Prime looks to be the piece of the puzzle. I wonder whether Ultra Prime ban Talia, pick Azir, but Saber's Azir is not great, and also Saber's not really a long-range mage player, but he wants to be a long-range mage here in this game. Maybe Victor's better, but then Victor's still a little bit dangerous to get. Hang on, do they think that Ambessa is going mid lane? I mean, Tonga has played it. Oh, Ultra Prime, I think they're trying to second guess the fact that this Ambessa is going top lane and say, alright, no, there is a chance that... Oh, unless it's the Milky Way, the Yorick Jungle, that's the other thing. Yorick Jungle was a big thing, maybe he's been playing that. Will Ultra Prime win this map? Well, by the way, it is games, not maps. We do not say maps in League of Legends, because we only play on the one. I mean, technically play on the Howling Abyss now too for the 1v1, but... Ultra Prime were very close to winning that last game. This is the kind of series which can flip off of a couple of key skirmishes. Zyra Skarner banned away from Junhao. Neferi's gone. Lilia's gone. Sejuani's gone. Vi's gone. Of course, the Shinzao and the Jax from the first game. Junhao really targeted. I mean, I think if Ultra Prime are going to win, you go through Junhao, right? So they do ban away that Talia, and maybe that opens up for an Azir pick for Saber. And we did say that that was a possibility. I think pro teams are not really respecting the Talia value into the Azir as much. Which is crazy, considering how good it is worldwide into that. Viego for Milky Way. Alright. Wanting to get some resets in. And I do like Viego when Nautilus is in play on either side. If Viego has a Nautilus on his team, you can set up a play onto that first champion. Trade the Nautilus for that kill, if you need to. On the other side, if Nautilus ever hooks into you, Nautilus dies and gives you a reset. And then Viego loves having the Nautilus basic abilities to throw through. Saber goes towards that Rise. Instead of something like that Azir, I do think that Rise for Saber is much more comfort. And Junhao goes for the Lee Sin. That's good. I think if Ultra Prime are to win League of Legends games, it is through Junhao having agency. Lee Sin can beat out the Viego in a 1v1. Actually, I even think Lee Sin can beat out an Ambessa in a 1v1 if you get fed enough too. The Ambessa can sometimes really struggle there. And Tongyuan goes towards the Orianna. I have to say, I think RNG might fall into the lack of engaged trap. You have a Nico to engage and occasionally a pinpoint Ambessa ult, but that's, you know, a single target pick. I think RNG are really going to be leveraging off of either superb Nico plays or a Shockwave to catch out Ultra Prime when they feel a little bit too good about themselves. Ultra Prime, a brawlier, tankier team. They don't lack damage either. Lee Sin can bring it in. I think against this kind of comp, I think Lee Sin can actually be a carry. Can separate out the fight, get a Q onto a Nico, and the Nico just dies. Can kick out the Nico from her ult combos as well. Thank you, Levitate, by the way, for the donation towards the Onivia chat. Means an awful lot. Okay, let's get ourselves into some more goddamn League of Legends. Thank you for joining us here on this Monday day. Evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are. It's all good to us. RNG don't have a single tank. No, they don't. And that's what Lee Sin likes, isn't it? Thank you for the map thingy they need to learn. Well, you know what? I'm not going to begrudge people for coming in here and wanting to learn a little bit more about League of Legends. Even if you do come in because you put money on something, I'm here to... You want to ask questions? You ask those questions. Ultra Prime and RNG. They've been asked some questions here in this first series. It was a truly LPL gold graph, ping-ponging between the place. Game 2 coming right up. Both teams fighting their first series in Group Nirvana. You know what? I have such an appreciation. Hang on a second. That's a lot of people found with that one ball. The Scion Q, of course, so strong at level 1. You need to be very careful walking up towards brushes. Comment in Twitch chat saying, isn't it very difficult to make Lee Sin work? It's going to be difficult if the game goes very long. It could be a problem. Now, normally I would agree with you. However, you look over RNG, 0 tanks, and it is Junhao playing the Lee Sin. I like this pick because Junhao, if he is feeling very skillful right now and good form, I think this is the kind of draft where actually Lee Sin can solo out almost anyone on the other team from RNG. This is the kind of game I think Lee Sin is actually very valuable in. How are the German courses going? I'm a native speaker, so I can't really judge it actually, but is it that hard? I mean, the difficulty is that I'm streaming every day, obviously restreaming over to Onivia as well. Oh, just barely misses that. The difficulty is just doing it every day, and I'm basically getting up at, 8 o'clock to get ready, class at 9, doing LPL until the early hours of the afternoon afterwards, and then occasionally I've got LEC work to do as well. It's a lot of work. Well, all of that, I've got to manage tax stuff and life stuff too. Turns out I've also got to do the washing and cook and stuff like that. It's a lot of work, that's the thing. Anyway, that's enough about my life, I guess, for people who actually want to watch the League of Legends game. Whatever, you can ask me about my life. You can do that too. Shashi doing well against the Scion in the early lane. I have some worries about this Ambessa, The Ambessa is going to be... I think this Ambessa is going to really struggle. You don't deal that well with the Scion in the side lane. Scion just ends up wave clearing eventually. Lee Sin has lots of setup too. Looks like a great game for him. That's actually something I hadn't considered as well. Very true. You have the Rise Rune Prison. You have the Nautilus Hook. You have Scion going in. Varusol. Every single member of this team can set up for a point-and-click Lee Sin Q. That's a very good point. It's a very good point. Sounds like you need a housekeeper. God, oh man, I need Hilfe. I need help. Learn that one. Thank you, Scout. This chat will be Deutsch soon, perhaps. Hey, you know what? If you want to talk some German in here, as long as we can moderate it, that's the problem, isn't it? Okay. Nico used to spot out that bot side. Of course, there is a worry that with that setup from bot side, I know we're pinging between different topics here. Junhao's double buffs. He's about to hit level 4, right? and now is level 4 with setup in bot lane with double bust. Milky Way also knows this is an issue. If a hook lands now, I think there's some big problems coming up for Jachi and Niket, and they have to flash away immediately. Niket does land that roots. The heal's blown. Jachi's actually gone for the teleport, worth noting. Doesn't have a combat summoner. This does open up the opportunity now for Milky Way to double scuttle. So, that'll be seen there. But you can't die here on bot side now. If that happens, that's a problem. Clone used. Junhao not getting that much of a inroad in here. And now Junhao knows he's lost that double scuttle. And that's a problem, because the Lee Sin can't afford to fall too far behind. Milky Way gets a quick double scuttle. We'll get a recall for, well, we'll see what they end up going towards. In this kind of game, I actually think you need to go towards the Sundered Sky and go a little bit tankier. You have 0 tanks on your team. Is he going to go towards the Triforce anyway? Triforce and... yeah, I don't know. We'll see. You've been practicing a lot though? Thank you, Andrew. Yes, Andrew's very much been helping me practice. Just... I need Andrew to say, this is something you should know in German. It's useful. Normally tends to help. One of the best way to learn another language, folks, is just by speaking. And being forced to speak it, you know, try your best even if you're getting it wrong. You can be corrected. Better than being silent. You know, at some point it'd be really helpful to learn some Mandarin as well. Obviously, great love for the LPL. It's a very different language, though. Half of the names in the game, and this is more relevant to the game, right? Half of the names you see in the LPL have some kind of language pun or joke to them, or deeper meaning. If you see things like YCX or numbers like 369, that one's a little bit different, or 957 or something like that. Often they will refer to like an acronym of a word. XLB is Xiaolong Bao, which is kind of dumpling, for instance. He was a player in the LPL. The numbers will often correspond to Chinese characters written on an English keyboard. Stuff like that. Niket's going to walk over a ward, and they should know that's Niket, not Milky Way, because of the times of camp spawning on the top side. Wako and Xiaoxia. Good lane prio early on. Speak up, can't hear you. Shut up, Tio. Thank you. Man, Vasu with a 22-month resub. Hook landing up in this top side. Niket going to get ignited. I don't think that's going to land to a kill because he does have that flash. But still, Niket forced out of lane. Xiaoxia. Key part of this composition for Ultra Prime. He does have setup for a lot of the damage coming through from Ultra Prime, whether that's a hook or anything else. Junhao, ooh, he sees the... He's going to go for a Q steal. One of the best stealers in the game. Lee Sin, Prince of Thieves. Q's going to come over the wall. Oh, there we go. Junhao finds Milky Way as well. He's been tanking the dragon. This is why the Lee Sin works. Shockwave comes through. Is it enough? No, it's not. Milky Way is a starless sky. And RNG lose the dragon and lose their jungler. Junhao. I mean, Milky Way, move over. There's a new kid on the block. Oh, that's just so classy, isn't it? And this is why we said, hey, maybe there's some value to this whole Lee Sin shtick. Tongyuan and Jachi both losing their flashes. Sorry, I missed something there. I had to go close the door. My bad. Oopsies. What happened top lane? Did we actually see that? Did we actually get a replay of that? Can we get the replay of that? Ah, this is what happened. So I didn't miss it. I was thinking, damn, I missed something while I was closing the door. So Wako loses a lot of HP, slow onto Jachi, dodges out in that Q. Is it a Q flash attempt? I don't think it... Oh, maybe it would kill here. Oh, he gets the kill there too. I just completely missed that. Jachi, this is been such a big AD carry diff series too. Jachi, incredible game in that first one with the Jin. And Wako, just flash early, buddy. Just flash early. Junhao is just butter. Milky Way is churned, I swear. I want to see how much Junhao can do in this Lee Sin. This is the kind of game, this is the kind of montage Lee Sin game. Hook, eat out of by Jachi. Does take the damage, of course. I've heard it's harder for Chinese people to learn Mandarin than for a German to learn Mandarin. Really? Huh. Oh wait, hang on, is that meant to be a joke? I mean, I know that there's so many different regional dialects of Chinese as well, which makes it very hard to figure out, you know, particularly if you live in different cities, different regions. So one of the reasons why Knight is apparently very hard to understand for a lot of Chinese speakers, because he has such a rural accent. Kind of surprising to me that Yagao doesn't have that as much. Because, of course, they come from the same city. That's the big thing. It was the Pingxie and... oh, Niket, have you been counting minions? I think he has. Yeah, they've been counting minions. They've been counting minions. Tongyuan refers to a glutinous. Yes, I do. And I know that the Tongyuan thing, pretty sure that's also used... You eat them in a certain certain festivals and stuff, certain holidays, right? I'm pretty sure. So for a while we had like 3 different people with names after dumplings and stuff. So there's Xiaolongbao, fairly common one, you'll get them in a lot of places. And then there's a Tongyuan, which I'm pretty sure is kind of like a sticky rice ball kind of thing as well. This is the kind of thing which I really want to learn more about, because I feel like, yeah. When are you guys coming to China to watch some games? I would love to come to China to watch some games some point. I went to China in the summer of 2023 to cast the LPL finals. That was my first LPL finals. I've cast 3 of them in terms of the official broadcast. Technically 4, I guess, if you count this spring as well. First split. But I'd love to come to China to watch some League of Legends games. And honestly, I want to go back to China to have some goddamn hot pot. Chinese hot pot is one of the great miracles of modern food. If you ever go out to Xi'an, which is WE's home arena, wonderful hot pot in that city. Had a great time out there. Also the barbecued meats and stuff they do there, absolutely superb. We'll say it's a landlocked city. Maybe don't get the seafood there. That was a running joke that we had. It's like, we've gone out for barbecued meat. Why would you buy fish? It's a different thing. Dialect, not an accent. Okay, dialect. Good to know. Good to know. Not an accent. Okay. I believe Sam's come back bearing coffee. It might be time to see some blood on the top side. Maybe there's a hook there. Oh, Niket does have level 6 and does have the ultimate. He doesn't get to use it. Junhao absolutely slaps him down. And this is why I was excited for this Lee Sin pick. Junhao is the best player on Ultra Prime right now. And they gave him a skill-intensive pick against a 0-tank team as an AD assassin fighter. He goes back, gets a 10-minute eclipse. Junhao, I want to see how many montage plays he can pull off.
I warned you all last game saying, look, this guy on things like the Fury, on things like the Shinzao, and things like the Lee Sin, this guy knows exactly his limits. He's so good at these styles of champions. And in a game like this, Al calls it perfectly. So many... It's a target-rich environment. There we go. That's how we'll phrase that. Everyone here is going to have a bad time into the Lee Sin if you've got good hands. Of course, there's outplayability for a lot of those RNG members, so not always going to be simple, but you can always threaten pretty much anyone on the Rift if you get ahead of the curve.
Yeah, and against this kind of team, you don't have Leona to instantly stun you. You don't have Poppy or Talia to stop your dashes. I think this is a Lee Sin montage game. Okay. I mean, if he doesn't do it, well, sucks to be him. But I think on his form, I think he can do it. On the other side, though, you do have potential of Milky Way resets. If you slip up, or a teammate of Ultra Prime slips up, what happens if Varus dies and you get a reset there and suddenly an arrow flies into your back as well? It's actually more of a problem if the Nautilus dies. If the Nautilus dies, you get a reset. People forget that on Viego, on the other side of the coin of the Lee Sin kind of hype carry, whatever. Oh, not hype carry, you know, the assassin kind of plays. If you kill someone with very good basic abilities, Viego immediately gets to use them, then reset back into his basic form. Junhao's going to take the dragon there. I think this jungle matchup is so exciting to watch here in this series.
Should be very, very entertaining. I think Milky Way on the Viego, certainly a champion had a lot of success on in the past, as Xiaoxia lands a good hook there on Xiaoxia mid-trade counter-step, but doesn't really get all that much out of it, just forces a delayed reset. Niket is faking being an Ezreal right now.
Yeah.
Better auto attack range, don't blame him.
You can't get maximum auto attack range, I will say. There's some stuff.
Attack speed?
No, it doesn't. In fact, it stays the same. In fact, one of the most broken things you could do. This is a very sneaky thing to do. You can hide as a cannon minion and then just go full crit AD Nico, and you'll just attack. People are like, why is this cannon completely one-shotting me? And you're like, oh, hang on, and the cannon minion just does despicable things to you. Also, you can deny tank tower shots with cannons as well, which is really nice for dives.
I think it was Caps who showed us we could do that, or at least the most famous. I remember him doing that and going, oh, that's kind of cool.
Yes.
When the rework first came on through.
Although a lot of that was actually done by, I know APA was a big kind of big person who was innovating, well, learning and then innovating and kind of spreading that as well in terms of if you turn into a minion, runes don't apply to you. So, for instance, if you land a Nautilus hook onto a minion Nico, it doesn't apply Aftershock in this laning phase. Or if you're against the Varus, it won't trigger the Comet, it won't trigger Scorch. So if you do hold on to that, you can kind of reactively click onto the minion icon if you know you're not going to dodge it or whatever, and you can end up playing around that. It's one of the ways that you could use Nico to beat Akali in a 1v1 laning phase, because Akali would try and use, you know, stuff like fleet footwork. He could deny that as well. And also, if you threw out your Q and then turned into a minion, you would not activate Doran's shield. Super broken. Some super broken stuff around that. So, yeah, there's a lot to be learned on that champion.
Rude abuse.
As opposed to just also landing really good engages and landing good poke. This champion is uniquely complex. And I like that. I feel like we've had less... We've had, like, more stupid complexity. Hang on, Shashi's gonna die here.
Well, be in a dangerous position. He's got the flash and perfect execution to work with. The other side, though, Saber in danger, goes down. Nice kill. The Milky Way can't get the return in terms of stealing the body, but survives from the turret aggro on the other side. Xiaoju burns the flash, but is alive.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Junhao would actually go for the flash instead of just looking for the Q. Gets the flash and says, okay, I'm not going to risk anything. However, that does mean it is a 1 for none across the map.
I also actually call Ambassador's ult perfect execution, not public execution.
Because we were just talking about it.
Yeah, I know, and I was baited in, and like that is of the power of,
yeah,
what's it, subliminal messaging.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I might be just a bit silly.
Sometimes, Sam. Sometimes being silly, it's important here. I feel like being silly is part of the zeitgeist of now. I'm trying to practice my German at the same time, you know. Zeitgeist, it's the spirit of the times, but in German, basically. It's a fun one. We actually just use that in English.
Oh, don't know. I just found
it's the Nico.
It's the Nico clone, yeah.
Ultra Prime macro is bad. I mean, I think it's okay to look for the Lee Sin against the 1v1 there. I think that's fine. It's just protecting the dive in that way was very hard to do, and I wonder whether Saber should just back it off. Now, this is a problem. Saber! Does get out. But
no,
I mean,
no Excalibur needed.
However, kind of, you know, apparently Saber's voice actor went to the grave of King Arthur. Obviously, it's like an honorary one, and apologized for Fate Stay Night's impact on the legacy of King Arthur. It's the voice actor of King Arthur
fantastic.
In the anime series Fate Stay Night actually went to go apologize to King Arthur and said, I'm sorry, I was just doing my job. It's going to be a back from Showdown going through. He'll get himself to presumably something like a Fade. Hang on, we'll see. Oh, on vision.
Oh my god, that's going to be the get slightly in danger. We'll get to pop loss.
Ooh.
Just out of range. It's a short range water, but does the work. Lands another Sonic Wave. Niket now in danger. Gets brought down. Look who else here. Of course, it's the Scion and the Nautilus.
It's the montage!
And Milky Way's in danger. Oh, he flips on forward. One hop. And Milky Way going to pause. Surely go down to an early good. But wait, the Shockwave is here. And then the turnaround getting tricky as Junhao went for the montage and got... Well, he's going to have to cut that one early, isn't he, is the honest answer. As Ejang now has to get on out as a good teleporting from Tang Yuan spares some blushes.
Oh, that's the slap back. It's a montage, but for who? Milky Way makes it out alive, so close to getting 2 or 3 kills, but Tang Yuan teleported down early and makes the difference there. That should have been a clean sweep up for that Lee Sin. I don't know what happened. I feel like Junhao left that target for someone else to kill, and the other teammates must have just said, oh, you know, we can do it. And then they couldn't finish off Milky Way. Big overestimation there, or underestimation of the survivability of RNG, and Tang Yuan cleans up.
Saber at least gets most of this tower top side. Might in fact be able to finish it, which would be pretty good into the 5 grubs, and that gets first turret over to Ultra Prime, which is in the end feats of strength.
Yeah.
So lots of flashy stuff happening on the bot side, but Saber at least does get serious value in that top lane regardless.
Yeah. Oh man, but every time we see these plays, when there are 3 people on the screen, I feel like the Lee Sin is Exodia. Niket doesn't have flash, and once again, this is what the Lee Sin is here for. If that's a Leona, much harder to do that. There is no tank on the side of RNG, and Junhao couldn't clean up on bot side, is still 3-1 now.
Marco now given free time in mid lane, partly as a result of not being able to walk easily towards this lane, and they might be able to claim a second turret. Ultra Prime, in a matter of moments, find themselves 2 turrets and an extra kill.
I also really like that they share the gold between... Normally, I'd just give it straight to the Varus, but I think in this game, you give as much gold to your Lee Sin as possible. I think Lee Sin is going to be gearing up for some Chinese TikTok plays here, folks. So I love this play. So goes in, baits out the ult, and short ward hops, so he doesn't go too far away to not continue the fight. If he ward hops any further back, it's harder to hit that Q. Teleport does come through at this point, and they don't see it coming. Maybe a mistake on the other side of the map to think that they had that for free. Then what happens here? The kick comes through, and then I think EGN had to turn around and kill Milky Way. I don't know why both Xiaoxia and EGN both kind of split apart from that. I think EGN actually makes a mistake not charging that Q onto the Viego, but also Junhao going too far as well.
Junhao does now have, after getting that extra goal, get a Sundered Sky, and you know, just done all the tricks. Hops back, and that one Q's towards one to hop further with the ward up to get in range to kick Milky Way back, who just ulted away. Like, the problem solving, the decision making tree on Lee Sin is always an interesting one, because I had this conversation, I remember, with Peter Dunn at one point, and it went something along the lines of, look, Lee Sin is a champion that scales with player ability. People used to say that Lee Sin falls off a cliff, and to an extent, he somewhat does, in the fact that team fights get quite hard to execute on Lee Sin. But if you are Canyon, in this game, if you are Junhao, and you have that ability to flow down that chart and be creative and astute with the decisions you make at any given moment, Lee Sin has more choices than nearly any other champion in the jungle in terms of how you can play, how to fight.
Yeah, and there are some games where that's very apparent, and there's some where it's just, it is effectively impossible. Yesterday, we saw a game of Azir versus Talia and Poppy. Very similar situation. You're never really able to shuffle in the same way, and you can't really stand and fight in the same way either, because the Talia shove is in a dangerous range for you. Junhao, I think in this game, and this is why we mentioned all the way from draft, you're probably sick of hearing it at this point. Every character on the other side is someone who can kill. No one's tanky enough to survive a Lee Sin, and there's no one to stop him from doing that either, really, unless you have very, very, very clutch shockwaves and pop blossoms and stuff like that. This is the kind of game where you have to pay so much attention, and that's a problem from RNG, because you have to pay attention to that. That is also while they've got arrows raining down on them. That's the extra damage coming through. You have Egen, who you don't have that much ability to kill right now. I think Ultra Prime, this is the more I think about it, this is a pretty huge draft gap. The way that RNG now win is basically just through getting a reset onto the Viego and hoping for the best, I think.
It's that, or maybe Xiaoxu becomes unmanageable in the side lane.
Maybe a good enough shockwave.
Yeah, and I suppose Jachi at 3 items I think is going to be a bit annoying, because again, your access to him is very reliant on going and hitting some big skill shots, and if Jachi's got good hands, he could theoretically kind of take over where the Lee Sin started.
Man, I just opened my phone and checked Twitter again, and I just saw that Xin Zhao play from game 1. I mean, Junhao, man. I was right. I was flaming this guy for game 1, and honestly, he deserved it. He was not good in split 1. Imagine telling the Ultra Prime fans, and yes, there are some in chat. I have to say, I'm a fan of Ultra Prime too. I've got a lot of love for them being the underdog story. Imagine telling them that, you know, a month ago, this guy's actually gonna be carrying this team. And he absolutely has been doing that today in such an important series. They are 1-0 down. I have to say, most of the time I look at a Nirvana series and I'm like, I kind of want it to just be 2 games. Let's get on to the better games, the better teams. If we're playing like this, where it's scrappy, it means a lot. Reminder, bottom 2 in this group is out for the year. I want to see them. I want to see it. I like seeing this kind of emotional weight of the matchup with also a lot of scrap and some player individual ability on display.
Exactly that. I think a lot of these players are people we have expectations of as they develop as players. The macro may not be quite there. Some of the decision-making in lane might not be quite there. Atakan, however, has started, so we'll stop waxing lyrical about Nirvana and maybe turn our eyes to this. Atakan's going down. That control ward hasn't denied the vision on this, and all the while, they're saying, cool, we're not going to be able to fight that, but we can look to put multiple members elsewhere. Flash burn now, just an arcane shift. Tank is still top side. He's going to run walk behind him. He won't quite go towards it. There's still all these petals on the floor. Saber flashes away.
Hit the flowers, goddammit!
They're going to steal all the flowers away. Junhao and Saber now in a 2v1. Pop Blossom comes on down. Flash on forward. Gets a big chunk onto Saber, who does not get to stay alive for all that long. And the cat will fall though. Burns on up, and Saber remains unbroken. Xiao should be going to Drake out, step away. Looking to get some more is Junhao, but will hop back out with a safeguard towards that Scion. And he gets back towards that field of flowers. Milky Way steals a few. Down a member here are RNG. Teleport's now coming on, and Saber can return with his HP bar restocked and refueled. Jachi well out of that decimating smash.
But once again, Junhao able to go in and out of the fight. RNG don't have a great ability to pin someone from Ultra Prime into the fight, and I think they're really struggling with that now. I mean, you can see before that, Tongyuan trying to get a clutch shockwave onto Saber, trying to pin him back into the play, get an easy start to the play for RNG. They have the flash there. I don't think RNG can really play when Ultra Prime have their flashes available. Never mind just Lee Sin even without that. I think that he's going to be a problem regardless. Dragon spawning now. This will be Infernal Soul for Ultra Prime. We haven't even talked about that because it feels like it's been way more about the skirmishes. Whilst all this has been happening, Ultra Prime have also been stacking dragons, and they come back out onto the map. They don't have control of Bot River just yet, but the sign makes it much easier to go for this.
Unstoppable force comes on forwards, and Niket is immediately just annihilated. That's the term I should be looking for here. Down a support, nothing to be done. Cyanol enough of an engage tool.
Yeah, that Nico has been just assassinated by the Lee Sin over and over. Junhao knows that's the easy target. Hard to take a dragon away from a Lee Sin too because the Qs, and Tongyuan gets caught looking for the play.
No way to save him with a command protect. There is not enough protection. It's not a Magnum E button, and now they're going to do some damage as they try to go to the backside. And once again, Junhao with the Dragon's Rage finds another wonderful insect somewhere out there. The godfather of LPL junglers looks down and smiles.
Blindness is no impairment versus a smelly enemy, and it smells like sticky rice desserts. That Tongyuan, so tasty in the mouths of Ultra Prime, getting themselves the Infernal Soul alongside a great set of quick, snappy engage plays.
That was really, really clean. It's another montage from Junhao. Did it in a losing game, doing it in a winning one now. 6-1 and 3. He's involved in every kill the team has gotten.
Dude, just give us just a POV stream of Junhao. I'd cast that instead. You know what? Could actually do that for a future game if people are interested. Could be a thing that we do. Maybe one day.
I could be down.
We'd have to go find the Billy links for the player POVs. But you know what fun that would be. Tongyuan, I think he was feeling really stressed at this point. You have to get a shockwave onto the Lee Sin, I think, to deny the fight, maybe get a reset, and then actually Milky Way could be the Lee Sin killer at that point. That kick is so slick. Junhao is on a mission today.
That was very, very clean indeed. Backs away, he's already got the arm, the steel cap's got a Hex Drinker now in inventory as well, so he's not afraid of this Orianna or this Nico, either the Sundered Sky, the Eclipse. So if he gets to hit a single skill shot to the shields, the heals are going to be so annoying.
Says a lot that he doesn't even need to go towards the Merc Treads because there's just no CT to be worried about. Typically, Lee Sin is definitely a player that goes towards that. A little bit afraid of the Fog of War now. They need to bring some more people onto the map, and Varus not being there to contribute a little bit of extra damage. Something that Ultra Prime paying attention to, which is good. You know, you are ahead of the game. You have the Infernal Soul. That doesn't mean you're doing things for free. Junhao has no flash. Maybe something that RNG can... Oh, Q lands on Tonga, that's a problem.
Oh boy, Shockwave pulls Junhao back a little bit. They probably get used as well. Gonna get some damage on Junhao, kicks one away. But will not get that further out. Cannot ward half up to safety. Big pick down on the Kari jungler. Saber though, looking for room prisons. Do not pass go. Do not pick up 350 gold. The round warp to continue chasing. They're turning on to Wacko though, who is left behind. He's got a triple kill somewhere out of nowhere. Jachi hopping away. They get another. Xiaoshu needs to keep running away. Landing some Mystic shots. The range advantage here now pretty good. The problem is, you've still got damage on the big front line in the way. RNG could have done worse there.
Absolutely. You know, they do get the shot down onto that Lee Sin. What ended up happening there is that I think Junhao thought he was safe with the ward hop. Of course, it's the only way he can get out of that from the Ambassador. He kind of gets dragged back into it because it kind of happens midway through the animation. Watch this again. Watch what happens with this Ambassador. You know, the shockwave comes through. Look, the Q lands on Tongyuan. You have the Infernal Soul. You have Eclipse. I think this is still a good chunk. Look what happens to the ward hop.
Oh, nice.
That, I don't think it's a bug. But that's definitely something which is not expected to, when you're trying to ward hop away from the Ambassador. It kind of gets pinged out of it anyway. Thinks he can get away. Not quite. Does go down. And of course, without that Lee Sin, much harder to clean up.
Proverbs of League of Legends, number 25. Second displacement shall take precedent. And the Ford picked up mid over his own displacement with that ward hop. By the public execution, you get pulled back. It's how it works in League of Legends, where you get Spider Naught things.
Okay, well, no, that's a little bit different. That's actually closer to the Poppy E. This one's another weird thing. Look, we can just have a talk all day about how weirdness happens with weird stuff in that. Because effectively, if you kind of just get caught and you're still moving, you'll get pinged back because the game has already registered you are caught by this skill shot.
At this point,
also works if you dash too late into a Poppy E, you will still get pulled back to the initial line of the displacement. Xiaoxi needs to be careful. There are still resets from the Viego. Baron started up. We'll see whether Ultra Prime can get themselves another one of those montage skirmish plays.
Little note for some fun stuff coming up later on. He pays one of our 1v1ers later on, according to JDG Scouter's Best.
Versus
That'll be a fun time.
FPX, they did take down Weibo the other day. They did, however, lose to... They lost to another team. Anyway, whatever. There's the biggest side engage. That's more important, isn't it?
Chains of Corruption, Flash Bomb Blossom onto the entire team, but there's just not enough follow-up. It looks beautiful.
Oh,
no! Another kick! Junhao! He's looking to go for the heavyweight belt. Look at these kicks to the head.
Everyone's asking how Junhao is doing, but no one's asking why Junhao is doing this disgusting amount of damage to RNG. What have they done to deserve this? The fight continues and Best are trying their best.
Junhao, Milky Way does get a reset onto the north, but that's not the tankiest one. They get the public execution to the backside, but they get another. The reset's just not there. Milky Way killed down before he can repress the R button. And Ultra Prime move back towards the Baron.
Junhao is a practitioner of deja vu. It's the feeling of being kicked in the head this way before. 8-2 and 8. Junhao, the main character of this game.
Terry Pratchett out there will be smiling at that one. Temporal Monks definitely doing their work. Let's have a look at this again. It looks like an incredible ult from Niket, but it's support Nico, and there's no follow-up.
It's not, because Jachi's had to E backwards, the Viego's not in the play, and Tongyuan doesn't have the Shockwave anymore. It's already been used, and also, you know, Junhao doesn't take any damage from this. Hops over the wall, gets another kick in. Xiaoshu does get damage later into this play. I will say, I think that Xiaoshu and Yijian make a big mistake here, can take in the fight in the 2v2 when their team is just not on the same page. This is the kind of play which will lose you the game against a better team, legitimately. They are lucky to get away with it. They do manage to damage the Nautilus enough with a Q, dies midway through that ultimate. Maybe you could have got multiple resets and had a Viego moment. That is actually opened up because Xiaoshu and Yijian go a little bit too far. RNG do actually a pretty decent punish there.
It's about 0.2 seconds there before that ult completes, the execute comes through, and you steal the body and things get very interesting, but not to be found. And Ultra Prime's lead big enough right now that a 5v2 is just a difficult possibility here between the top jungle of RNG and the rest of the squad. This Lee Sin now 3,000 gold ahead. Get the pop loss and down, but it's only really on Decisive. Trying to have to make sure that Nico definitely isn't doing much of that one. As it goes, Milky Way can't get the kill. The Shockwave after isn't bad, but there's still a zombie to work for Public. He's to the backside. He's now bleeding. Is they going to get some keep damage going on? Xiaoshu eats so much damage for the Infernal Soul. And Saber is once again untouched. Room Prison comes on down to the overloads are there. These systems have too much electricity in them. It's too much to work with. That one just wide, but the spell flux enough. A hop away from the piercing arrow. Tongyuan and Jachi alone survive.
We are getting a game 3 here. Ultra Prime will crack open the base, and RNG, I don't see how they fight their way back. Well, I say that I don't know how they do it. There is actually an Elder available. Game is still throwable, we'll put it that way. But Ultra Prime, much better showing here. Junhao, given the skill-intensive champion, and he's been absolutely styling on RNG. Every so often, a Chinese jungler just finds a massive run of form, and it's just captivating. It's captivating. Now, this fight does get caught into the choke point. It is a choke point versus Ezreal. Permafiring Qs. There's a shockwave involved too. Xiaoshu gets to turn around, but the damage is so ridiculous from the Infernal Soul on that Lee Sin kind of popping that first target. If Lee Sin gets any skill shot hit, you just immediately lose someone. Elder now started. RNG, this is last chance saloon. You have to look either for an Elder steal or a reset. Slim pickings.
You said it though. The term is still throwable. And this is Ultra Prime. They've been known to do that once or twice across this year and across their team's history. Yijian, though, takes absolutely no damage right now. Teleport in. They're going to be able to play this. They've got some wards down to RNG at least, so despite the discrepancy, the easiest for Ultra Prime to just get into the river and sit there. Wacko, though, sent on a journey towards mid lane, saying, if you're going to contest around this, I will just take inhibitors.
Okay, Elder, started up by RNG. I think that Ultra Prime are letting them do this a little too easily. Here comes the Realm Warp trying to open up another angle, forcing them off of this, and Yijian goes into the front line.
It means they're not on the Elder. It's down 3k HP. The damage back onto Tongyuan is dangerous. Trying to get something back. Milky on an angle. The Shockwave is decent, but they've just blown up the Ori. Junhao into the backside now. Trying to reset. The kick on through absolutely everyone. Breaks through the fourth floor, and everybody at home is suddenly slapped in the face by the majesty of that Lee Sin and Ultra Prime's victory.
Oh, the kick heard around the world. Junhao, 3-man Dragon's Rage. And yeah, Echo and Sam, wouldn't blame me if you felt that one through your screens. Ultra Prime, bring it to game 3. RNG, drawn to 1-on-1.
I am so impressed with Junhao. We've seen moments of this, the Neferi games, the attempt on the Xin Zhao. How often has it led to naught? Here against RNG, it will still be a win. It will still be a take on to that game 3. Keep going in the series. RNG shell-shocked off the back of the Blind Monk's rage. Rule 1 of anime, mate. Never fight the Blind Monk.
Never fight the Blind Monk. You heard it here first. Well, folks, that'll do this for game 2, and we'll get ourselves closer towards a game 3. Ultra Prime. This jungler has done a mountain's worth of work here. Herculean effort from Junhao. Even in that first game, had that 1v3, and arguably, this could have been a 2-0 to Ultra Prime already. RNG, of course, managed to clutch out that one. I think Jachi and Tongyuan had a good day on that first game. Second game, it's just not something you can do about that. very rarely do I see a game from draft and say, ooh,
that's a nice Lee Sin angle.
That's a Lee Sin angle, and that's a solo carry Lee Sin angle. We said that from draft this game because we thought there's no tanks, not enough CC, and Junhao's playing out of his mind right now. That is the kind of game where you rewatch that, and that's the one which you watch with your popcorn, folks. I hope you really enjoyed that. This is the one you sit and enjoy, and now hopefully I want to see Milky Way versus Junhao, and on skill matchup in Game 3 as well. We'll see how many junglers remain through to that draft, but that was insane.
Bradley Wong with the... I'm not a Sayo fan, to be honest, more of a Rin kind of guy. I see there's an Unlimited Blade Works fan in chat. The right choice.
True.
I am the bone of my cast. Mics are my weapons, and puns are my... blood? I can't remember that. I don't remember the chant. I'm sorry, guys. It's been a long time.
Yeah, if we try... let me think. No.
And so these lines can never cast anything. So as I
do
pray,
somewhere on one of my old
works.
social media, I do have just an album called Unlimited Photo Works, which is just pictures of the suit, but I just have an album of Anyway, we're both Fate fans over here. Right, I'm gonna go take a quick break and rest my voice. Got a couple of minutes on ads so we can watch the highlights and then put them on. I'm gonna go eat a cookie.
Go eat your cookie. I will look after you, chat. I'll do the quick spiel as well. So obviously that is Alex, otherwise known as Nymaera. You are on his channel. I am Initialise. I am his older brother. We are actually related. It's not a bit. We really are, you know, related for better or worse. And I'm gonna say better on cast at the very least. Ask me afterwards whether I agree with that. And we cast League of Legends together, have done since 2020 when we started it as an unofficial broadcast for the LJL. We now do it officially here as a co-stream for the LPL, as well as in a number of other leagues. You might have seen me on NLC, EMEA Masters, may even have seen me on LEC, similarly with Alex, who's a regular on the LEC right now. And I will always love you. That wasn't where I was going with that, but welcome to the tangent that is in my brain. I'm sure I had something more useful to say there. Okay, but figured it out. That's right. I would love for you all to throw a follow, throw a like, throw a comment on one of the various channels you may be on. That could be Anivia's YouTube, that could be Alex's YouTube, that could be, of course, on the Twitch channel as well. For those who can throw that follow, it means a huge, huge deal. If you can throw the likes, the comments on YouTube, makes a huge deal. If you see cool clips like Lee Sin montages, clip them, send them to us, get in the Discord, throw them onto our socials, or just clip them in general. It really helps with discoverability, which is a huge deal for us. And if you do have that extra £5, that £5, whatever it may be, consider dropping it as a subscription. If you've got that Amazon Prime sub, consider dropping it there. There are bits and donations linked. Again, we do this off our own backs, and we're doing it pretty much every day of the week by just 2 of us, which is a lot. It's a lot of LPL games. And this is effectively a full-time job, especially when we're doing other casting bits as well. So for those who can support, it really does help us keep doing this on a long-term basis. So please do support where you can. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Levitate. I see that one in there as well with the super chat. See, really appreciate that kind of thing. I want to make sure I do acknowledge that one. It is much, much love. It's just a lot of articles for German. Yes, it is. Oh, my days. I mean, I think Mandarin probably is more complicated. But I think the thing I learned about Mandarin, and I know very little, but one of the things that's always very, very challenging is there are so many sentences you don't get unless you get the cultural context about this is a reference to this story from 3,000 years ago about Mount Tai. And if you don't know about Mount Tai and why you might have eyes but couldn't see that this was Mount Tai or whatever, you won't understand the references. There's colloquialisms and idioms and everything, alongside it being a pictographic language. We've got obviously got the Hanzi, where you've got like all these very distinct characters, where this character stands for this thing, rather than having like an alphabet in the same way that a lot of the Romanic languages do. That all gets very, very complicated. Die oder das gerade. Ancient memes. Basically, yeah. And the thing is, these ancient memes are now like, you have to know the ancient memes, or you can't speak the language. Nobody plays Lee Sin Pro, anyone in Pro? Very rarely at the minute. I'm watching Ezreal fire Q into guys and they literally don't take damage, that's where they heal. Yeah, I mean, he didn't really get beyond 3 items. The Ezreal needed another item. It wasn't happening. Very challenging. Yep, there we go. Maybe start from Hoopu memes. Wait, that's bad as well. Yeah, a little bit, exactly. Also good to see you, Curly. Nice to see you in there. Hello, Mitch. Power of Friendships Brits. Do you guys have opinions on the newer Doctor Who stuff? Honest answer, I've not watched Doctor Who in a number of years. So the last person I ever saw anything really of was a bit of Peter Capaldi. I watched most of Matt Smith, but my Doctors were Christopher Eccleston and David Tennant, really, with a bit of Matt Smith at the end. But, you know, Tennant and Eccleston were my two Doctors on the whole. I don't have that much, though, on Jodie and... I forget the name of the newer guy, but because I've just been out of that stuff. I've got a good friend of mine, Alexis Safia, is the voice of Valerie Lockwood. Lockwood, I think. So they're the voice of Valerie. So I'm friends with one of the Doctor's companions, which is kind of cool. Sam, hey Sam, says Harold. No. That's right, Shooty Gadwa, yeah, and there is the MVP. Is it any surprise it's Junhao? Any surprise at all? Shouldn't. Where are we at? A little bit tough. Oh. Lee Sin MVP in 2025, love to see it. Honestly, yeah, we do. It's pretty cool. Junhao so fun to watch. At his best, I think he is. I mean, he's not consistent. Was Junhao on Ultra Prime's Academy team? Was he a call-up from there? We definitely cast him in LDL. He was BLG Junior with Lamb, wasn't he? Of course. So he was his... So basically, he and Lamb tried to drag the corpse of BLG Jr. to places in playoffs repeatedly. So Lamb would be on things like Vladimir while he was like desperately trying on like Lee Sin Shinzao and stuff. They were a good top side, to be fair. In fairness. Lost out to LGD in the grand finals. Yeah, that's right. They got third place. Yeah, they would always do really well and then get to like third place. But the team wasn't strong enough overall. But Junhao and Lamb were my two favorite players from that. Lamb was the guy I really liked, but I think he's a bit weird. And they did the Esports Shanghai Masters, didn't they? That's correct. Where they lost out to IG. Lost out to IG.
TCL 红冠战马更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国。
BLG Junior, that's right. I was mad at Ultra Prime didn't promote Hook because he ended as one of the best LDO jumps. But hey, the Junhao said it. Like, I wasn't as sold on Hook. I'm not gonna lie, but again, I haven't watched much of last year, so I can't have it. So I don't have as much context on that one. To be fair, Ocean Salts. However, I think Junhao in 23 and 24. Was pretty solid. I had the likes of Milky Way and Nayo over him, but I think Junhao was pretty solid. I think similarly to someone like Milky Way, you had very strong... Okay, Milky Way was in this really weird position where his whole team wasn't that fantastic, so it was quite reliant on him finding ways to make the games good, whereas for Junhao, he had a very powerful carry top in Lamb, who got sent up to the top to main team and back down up and down a bit. Hooker started last year, LDL was wobbly for sure, the whole team. Yeah, I mean, yes. Anyway, let me run some ads. And we'll get going on that one. I was trying to remember where I'd seen Junhao's Lee Sin popping off before. and he was BLG Junior's jungle, right? Alongside Lam in the top lane, who is one of our Vladimir players. Vladimir, Fiora, Gangplank type stuff. And so that top side of the map would have to do diabolical work to get them places. And they got like third in LDL in the LDL Grand Final, which is an insane labyrinthine bracket. And they did quite well considering they had quite a limited team really in terms of what they could offer.
Here, do you need a break from anything?
I could use the battle.
You go do that then.
Right. Cool. Possibly a painkiller.
Cool, cool.
Take a look at this. Take a look at this. Take a look at us. Take a look at us.
Hey, Harold, how's it going?
Look at us.
I think Sam does have an Kopf, Krank. It's a headache in German. Krankkopf? Has Sam worked? Sam! Have you worked on your character sheet? Do I need to at you again in the server for the millionth time? He's gonna do that this afternoon. Oh, is he? I'll believe it when I see it. Dude, has everyone, like, I don't follow, like, the American, like, festival scene much, but has everyone seen, like, Coachella was this weekend, I'm pretty sure it was. Has everyone seen that people are, like, getting annoyed that Green Day are headlining over fucking Charlie XCX? I'm like, girl, you had one good summer, and that's great. Green Day are, like, the fucking goats, though, I'm sorry. At your peak, you are still 2 million monthly listeners on Spotify, which doesn't even take into account, like, the years when Spotify wasn't the premier platform. Like, Green Day is still 2 million monthly listeners ahead of you. Like, my dude. Schmerzkopf. Is that a headache? Right, good to know. Junhao so fun to watch. He's fantastic. And considering his split one was kind of poor, this is great. Kopfschmerz. What's the other one then? Wait, is it bad? What's the other one? What's the other one? What have I said? What have you made me say? What have you made me say in German? What is now on my VODs? What is a character sheet? What have you made me say in German? This better, you better watch your keyboards. It doesn't. I don't know. Painhead. Ah, is that like the character Pinhead from that one show with the needles in his face? Okay, so it's Kopfschmerz is head pain. That's a headache. Good to know. Right, well, today if you want to learn a German word, Kopfschmerz. And Schmerzkopf is pain head. Nice. Ache head. Yes. Works for me. Thank you for the follows, by the way. It does make a lot of difference. I've posted some clips on Twitter if people want to go, you know, juice our socials for that shit. I can't believe, by the way, that last clip, he fucking dodges an Orianna Shockwave, like, kicks a poor Nico through like two other teammates. What the hell, man? This guy is just so cracked. Holy crap, this Lee Sin is insane. I just can't believe, like, he gets elo held, immediately insta-locks Lee Sin and makes a montage reel. That is the kind of shit I'm here to watch LPL for. Oh, Junhao, I'm really looking forward to watch this guy play. It is like watching Milky Way last year. Oh, man. LPL, just Chinese Lee Sins, man. LPL Lee Sins. These guys are too good. That's a threat in Minecraft, by the way. Would kill for a Milky Way right now? I should have picked some more up at the studio. They have them in some little bowls. I should get one. Not the bowl. I should just run off with the bowl. He's also one of the best Neferis in the LPL. The guy's absolutely cracked when he's got individual agency. Just tuned in. When did Junhao pop off game 1 so I can watch? Mostly in the mid. Well, he was just really good all throughout. There was a point, I want to say like 27 minutes in or something like that, where he gets a 1v3 triple kill. I have the clip on my Twitter. Let me go see where it is. I don't have the timestamp though. Oh, sorry, 35 minutes. 35:20 is where the clip starts. Like, he jumps over a wall, gets a huge amount of damage, flashes an Alistair combo, kills him, gets jumped on by someone else, gets a kill anyway, and then punts away the last remaining guy with ult. Oh man, it has been a day of Junhao big plays, although we are still in a 1-to-1 series. Praising individuals is one thing. Have to actually get the win across the line though. RNG Ultra Prime. Fighting down here in Nirvana group. Losses here mean a lot. Only a single round robin down here. You will not play this team again. 6 teams down here, which means 5 best of 3s to determine your fate. The bottom 2 knocked out for the year. RNG Ultra Prime, alongside the likes of LGD, LNG, EDG. Many teams down here with histories to them, and every team in the LPL has history to them, of course. Vi banned away. And the Theory banned away. I wonder what is left. Lilia, available for both junglers. Do you ban it? Do you ban it? Jungle matchup feels like it is the carrying factor in this series. Could I please play balloons between games? Do you need your replacement rat chat? I don't have balloons, but I could get it, I guess. Is it browser-based, or do I have to download it? I used to play, like, some of the older balloons. Alright, Lilia was banned. Milky Way goes for the Wukong. Wukong first pick, taking that away from Junhao. I mean, technically a flex between top lane and jungle, but it should be into that jungle. I mean, the first pick jungle after banning so many others with 4 of your early game junglers already gone, in terms of your real powerhouse individual skill. Ooh, I like that Talia though. I like that Talia a lot. Wukong into Talia kind of sucks. Junhao, come on. Yeah. I mean, it's not good for the double AP mid jungle, but I think you want to give Junhao the most agency as possible. Give Junhao something he can run over the individual jungle matchup and go to town with. I like the Pantheon. I like the Pantheon an awful lot here. Pantheon, Skarner's not bad either, but I think the Pantheon has more damage, and I prefer that for Junhao, you know, given how much he's been carrying. Skarner for Junhao. So, it's a top tier jungler. I just don't know if it's what Ultra Prime need here. The Crab locked in for Junhao. Lobter. Double damage carries locked in for RNG. Can technically flex around the Jace and the Aurora. Likely to be the Aurora into the Talia either way, though. RNG going for a dive setup. Ultra Prime, I wonder whether they can go towards like a Renata lane or something like that. You know, the Aurora, the Wukong looking to go very, very deep. Oh, come on, please. Oh, it would have been so cool to see EGN's Riven one-trick pick come through. He was hovering it. That hot shot from Frank Esports last year over in the PCS. Now, of course, the LCP. The Yorick locked in for EGN. And I have to say, Jace, if he loses lane to any champion, it's Yorick. Yorick is the Jace counter. For those of you that don't know, Yorick had a lot of changes to him in the last couple of patches. His ghouls are much more easy to spawn now. They spawn more regularly. And it feels like he's just much more consistent in that top side. Maybe a little less damage overall in the 1v1, but it's much more convenient to get towards it. Yorick is the worst matchup for Jace in a lot of ways. If you get caught by that Dark Procession, you get dumpstered. You can't fight him in melee. He has enough sustain, which you don't have. Jace's big problem is that you don't have sustain. We'll talk more about this matchup when we get onto the Rift, because we have more champions to talk about too, with the bot lane yet to be picked in from either side. Kai'Sa, Ashe, what else is available? There's no Ezreal, no Jhin, no Varus, no MF. Kalista, Really big one here. Xayah Rakan, I suppose, up 2 with a lot of the lane dominance gone. Maybe you can feel like a Caitlyn 2. Jinx taken away from Jackie. Jackie, of course, a big part of RNG's win. Walked away with the with a ton of damage on that Jhin. Tongyuan walked away with the MVP with the RE, but yeah, definitely someone I'm coming to respect. Jackie, a newer member as well. Jackie and Niket, they were the top esports challengers bot lane over in LDL. Played great many games together over a couple of years. Corki banned away. That would have been another better early game pick. What's the plan now, eh? Double dive. Do you want to lock in the Xayah? I guess there's stuff like Draven as well. Jackie can play that. Lucian Namian going, I don't know about that one. I don't know. What do we do? Do you want support counter pick or AD carry counter pick? This is kind of hard. What do you pick here? I mean, you could go towards the Xayah Rakan. Technically, could go Xayah Renata as well if you want really heavy anti-dive. Goes for the Xayah. We were highlighting that as good as into the anti-dive. And I think with a lot of the lane dominant AD carries gone, I don't mind that. Come on, give us something special. Jackie and Niket were the players, and Sam will talk your ear off about this. They would play stuff like the Samira Nautilus. Of course, Nautilus not available in this one, but they would play stuff like that. We're seeing bits and pieces of Aphelios slip back into the meta in this current state. I don't love it in this comp, but I suppose Skarner and your they do lock in the Aphelios. That ult over the top of the team fight could be crucial. What do you lock it in with? Aphelios Lulu? Is that the play? At that point, you don't have that much engage. You don't have the Nautilus to go alongside this either. Do you want to take away the Rakan from the Xayah Rakan? You need more engage. I think the Rakan is the play here. I think you take that away. And I think on the other side then, Xiaoxia. No Rel, no Nautilus. I mean, you could go Leona. That loses you the lane. You could go Renata. I think Renata's the play. You go full anti-dive. Because now you have... yeah, this is the problem. You see them go, well, if we go for the Renata, we don't have any engage, but if we go for the Renata, then at least we're really good at the anti-dive and we win the lane better. If you go Leona, you maybe lose the lane. Renata wins you the lane. It's going to be much harder to play, though. I don't think either team has an easy team to play. I think RNG have better go buttons. However, now their go buttons are into, you know, Yorick, who's actually very good at standing his ground and fighting. You have the Impale and the tankiness of the Skarner to peel people off your way. You have the Xayah ult, and now you have the Renata ult too. No, not the domestic dispute bot lane. The Xayah versus the Rakan. Shut up. Oh, shut up. That's too good. That is too good. All right. Game 3 to determine the single matchup we have left between RNG and Ultra Prime. There is no double round robin. This is the last game you'll see between these two in this stage. Single best of 3 round robin, which might weigh on their fates going into the next split in the next year. You finished bottom 2 in this group. I know it's early on. It's only their first series in this, but we have to talk about it because it's only the single round robin. Makes a lot of difference. All right, game 3. Junhao, really the main character of the last two, even in the loss. Let's get into it, folks. RNG Ultra Prime, Milky Way on the Wukong. He's found a lot of success with in the past. Essentially one last show to, well, it is just one last show, isn't it? Not even potentially, I'm just throwing words out there at this point. Let's throw some skill shots instead. Let's hit the rift.
How's that draft looking out?
Well, Junhao's on Skarner. It's not necessarily a carry for him, but it was a first pick Wukong to deny that from Junhao. Stop him having that pressure. We have very easy engage on one side. We have a Wukong Rakan with some diving picks. Potentially like the Jace as well if he goes melee. On the other side, we have a Yorick counter pick from GN. And we have very good disengage. Xayah ult, Renata ult, Skarner and Pale helping with that too. It is offense versus defense on the other. It does leave some lacking defensive options from Ultra Prime. They'll have to puzzle their way through it. We're going to game 3.
Buckle up, folks. Let's listen to those chants.
敌军还有30秒到达战场。 碾碎他。
RNG still a solid fan base after all these years. RNG spiking in that mid game there makes some sense to me when you've got that Aurora Wukong Jace kind of combo. It does tend to spike when you hit those two items. You scale exceptionally badly, but you look on the other side and you go, man, that Skarner, Tillia, Xayah area denial gets a lot harder to play around when you have to fight around objectives. especially if you're the ones forcing into the pits and rivers. On the other side, of course, as well, you've still got Yujing on that Yorick, able to split push away, and we finally saw a Yorick win in the LPL the other day.
And this is the matchup I've been waiting to see it into. If there is a matchup which Jace loses, it is versus
horrible.
Yorick. You see, he's gone towards the Conqueror because actually he needs to stand and fight. You can't actually just poke him out with the Grasp. If he goes for the Grasp, then he just trades, a couple of autos for Egen throwing the goop at him. I can't even remember what it's called. But,
Morning Mist.
Morning Mist. If he throws that, it's very bad. Right, is it going to be a handshake? What's the plan here? The E3 2 of them? All right, that's the good start.
Get the loyalty program on his shield, and the damage back is looking pretty good. Shash will take a bit of a chunk back. And the end still a 1 trade at the level 1 from Ultra Prime.
Oh, yeah, they had to heal. They had to heal to get the experience from the first wave. That's why it was so important to stand in that tri-brush. Afelos is not a champion at level 1. He has the switch, which is also known as phase, by the way. Technically, he has an ability. Name another E landing onto Jat. She gets the auto attack
Not
after.
a phase, Mom.
Oh my god, you'd say that if you could. Well, that's actually really rude, actually. I don't want me to be mean to me people. But, yeah, Wacko and Xiaoxiep. Getting control of that wave could be very important. The only reason you can't speak, by the way, I'm pretty sure is because he takes, which is not apparent in his gameplay at all. He takes poison to get access to these weapons. It's just not apparent at all.
It's supposed to be sort of like access to his sister in the spirit realm or wherever she is, isn't she?
Yeah, there was a ritual to basically like get the celestial weapony stuff, which is actually kind of cool. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
But just like I don't get how he's a hitman. I don't really understand that.
It's supposed to be the weapon of the faithful. He's definitely got some inspiration from Agent 41 or whatever his name is for a hitman. Don't think he's got a barcode on his neck though. Maybe he is a barcode killer. Who knows?
Oh, well, you do have Riven Main on your team.
I was trying to say I was going to go that route.
For those, I actually have a TikTok about this on from ages ago now. You can go scroll back and find it, where I was talking about the legend of Barcode Killer, Faker's Season 3 Worlds solo queue account, in which he schooled the world on how to play Riven mid. Oh, so broken back then. He learned the fast Q cancel mechanics, which was scary as hell.
47 is the agent number. Thank you very much, Harold. Still never played a Hitman game. I do remember watching the Chuckle Brothers.
Oh yeah.
Do a live action Hitman sequence where when there was hype coming in from the new Hitman game, they basically got a load of celebrities to get on a walkie-talkie and basically direct a real-life Agent 47 around a manor
in a live-action environment. Yeah.
And so there was the Chuckle Brothers going to me, to you, to me, to you, to hide bodies in a cupboard. It was quite entertaining.
Yeah, sadly, Barry Chuckle's passed now.
Yeah.
But, well, still fun memories they've lasted with. A bot lane, seeing the control from the Xayah and the Renata. This is why they picked the Renata over the Leona. You win the lane like this, and it gives you some more breathing room. Ultra Prime don't hang on a second, catching the dodge procession. This is where you need to be very careful as the Jace.
Pretty miserable. You don't really do a lot of damage to the ghouls either. Your AoE nerfed against them as well in recent weeks as well.
The big thing, actually the AoE, that's been nerfed. The bigger thing is actually auto attacks don't one-shot them now. So you used to go through your hyper shot and you'd be able to auto then cancel and you'd be able to kill a couple of them. Look, this matchup was bad for Jace before. Now you can't clear through the ghouls, which can also block your shot blast back. It makes it even worse. I don't know whether we'll see the Yorick remain past. There are some nerfs coming into him in the next match. I don't know whether we'll see that remain for this matchup, but for now, really, really nasty into the Jace.
Junhao on a lane gank angle here as well, potentially. Maybe look for an ingress into that lane, but we'll just back away, having just made sure to shield the Yorick on the shot before they go for this reset, especially with Tang Yuan on a roam up here as well.
Yeah, Egen, control over this lane. Look, this lane gets worse for Jace as it goes on. You get control early, you will get the push, and he did that. But of course, eating that bad trade means he needs to back off. The biggest problem for Jace, this was mentioned in Champions Select 2, is Jace doesn't have sustain. When Jace has been very, very powerful at points in the past, is when Eclipse gave you Omnivan. And that was just ridiculously strong for him, because he can actually sustain through a part of the game where normally, as a tank, you take a good trade and then you could sustain up as someone, like a Renekton or San's passive or something like that. And you'd be able to outlast Jace if they made a mistake and made Jace a very skill-intensive champion, because you had traded well, but you couldn't afford to take damage either. Now when you're against something like that, Yorick, it's like, well, you don't have sustain, they out-sustain you, and you get trapped into play, so your mistakes become that much more deadly on the other side. You see that Xiaoshu's actually going towards the lethality build, because I think he feels like going towards a Bruiser build, you don't win against Bruiser builds against the Yorick, because too much percent HP, you need to be able to burst them out somehow, some way. We do have the lane swaps coming through. Chachi on top side, Grub started up by RNG.
Of course, we've seen a lot of tank and bruise Jace over this year. Well, it allowed him to win into tanks in a way that sometimes the base stat differentials would get tricky and armor would get built up, and he just didn't do anything until 3 items, whereas those Black Cleaver first builds...
Dragon might actually get contested, and it kept missing that knockup. Dragon, is it going to get finished off? No, it's not actually. It's going to be the one grub on top side, and now it's a leash over on the bot side as Milky Way quickly moves over.
It does reset somewhat here, can't quite hold it in range. It should still be a secure there as a grub, and then the Dragon's taken, and then back towards that top side we will see the likes of JDG go, who did initially rotate top side, I think, to allow RNG to contest around those Dragons. Milky Way should be able to excuse him.
Oh, so
failed
close!
it!
Junhao, try to add another clip to his montage. This I'm so close to getting it, but fails.
And Milky Way doesn't burn the smite, means he can save it for the grubs still to go and fight those. So now, flash down. And the smite unsuccessful. As the Dragon goes down the way of Milky Way on RNG. JDG now with the Severum Crescendum. Blender combo. Can onslaught your way to a very swift amount of damage. And can be pretty tricky for you, Jeng, if you stepped up too far here. For all you are a Yorick. If you get in range for that Severum Crescendum, you still won't be able to Wacko hit with the accelerated shock blast. Also, not enjoying his top lane experience.
No, especially with the Dirk first item. Yeah, kind of hurts. That the early lethality, not something you see as much from the Jace nowadays. RNG winning the objective battle, getting the full house of grubs from the first set, and then also the Dragon. This is a good start for them. And also, in this kind of game, it's not the kind of game where Junhao's going to be able to pick it up by the scruff of the neck like the last two. This one, I feel like the draft from RNG has denied Junhao the individual agency he has been using to put Ultra Prime into good spots.
I just realised something else.
Yeah.
Yorick is an Elden Ring character.
Okay.
He has a maiden.
Oh, God.
That's what touch Graves.
Oh, no.
No, that's what it is.
We have gone... Oh, my God. Well, no, well, he's not maidenless anymore.
Well, most of the Tarnished do, in fact, have a maiden. It's just the more main character Tarnished
L plus ratio plus ghouls plus actually has a maiden.
Yeah, that's it.
Plus touch Graves.
Plus touch Graves, exactly. And Graves is out there going, no, please don't do that.
Not unless he says it's okay, folks. Somewhere out there, there's a very somewhere out there, there's a very jealous, twisted face. Sorry, Tobias. Well, questionable tangent aside, Ultra Prime looking for their first real inroad in this game.
Does that make Jace an Elden Lord? One of the people you were killing to get a hold, pick shards of the Elden Ring?
That raises many questions.
Jace made quite an entertaining Elden Ring boss. 2 different forms.
Yeah, true. Oh my god, he form shifts. Oh my god.
Exactly.
You haven't even seen his final form.
Precisely.
God, we're learning so much here. I did watch a video the other day. Can you beat Dark Souls 1 only using miracles? Turns out, yes, but why would you? That lightning spear runs out of damage eventually. You know, I've always liked the aesthetics of... very fun thing about Dark Souls is that it's effectively a Japanese game studio mirroring, making a game on European aesthetics.
Yeah.
And you know, often it's kind of things like where when a Western studio makes something with Japanese aesthetics, like, yo, just let them do it, they're better. I have to say, recent years, I feel like that's flipped on its head a little bit. We've actually been very good at kind of trading appreciation for each other's aesthetics. It's very cool.
That's very true. I'll also note, for those of you who are into that kind of thing, there's a phenomenal set of cosplay videos that came out a month or so ago from a French armor maker, and he made a load of...
Are you kidding me?
Full clean armor sets and Dark Souls 2 armor sets, and basically sent guys in these armor sets walking at Cologne Cathedral.
Oh, I did see that.
Which is one of the most famous Gothic bits of architecture in the world.
It has
a lot of those
3 cages with skeleton. Well, the skeleton's been removed. Nikat maybe looking for a play on mid lane. Does he go for the ult and the flash? You have the cyclone here. Oh, save! We've got to be careful.
Oh, good flash required. The quickness not quite in range now. Gets turned around on. Should be okay. We'll get out from on top of the Unraveled Earth. Again, you can only get stunned by the Unraveled Earth once per cooldown of it.
It's actually a really important piece of tech. Sometimes you'll see people build Banshees so they can dash into the E, so if the flick comes after, they're not stunned. There was a really fun play from Knight versus Rookie last spring.
I remember that one.
It was very, very
where
cool.
I learned about that interaction, in fact.
Yes, very, very cool. So if you manage to spell shield the first flick, well, the first actual chance where you would go through it, you won't get stunned for the second one after.
He's not a cinephile.
What? Oh, the flick.
Yeah.
Flick. Ah, yeah.
See? For those who don't know English slang, flick is a very American term for a movie.
Yeah, it is chick flick. It's like your, you know, stuff you go, the movies you go to with the gals. GM, waiting to really get ahead in this matchup. Look, again, this matchup gets better for the York as it goes on. Xiaoshu, crazy cat lady, on your screens, folks. It's not even, and it's not even in Italy. Wacko, controlling the mid lane. Down a decent amount of CS, though. I don't know how Jachi's... Well, I suppose maybe it was through the lane swap shenanigans. I didn't really try... Look, we were waxing lyrical about...
Xiaoxu ended up chunking out Wacko that one time. And
yeah.
With that, possibly.
Yeah, you know, it turns out there are a lot of very interesting things to talk about in terms of the stakes and the history of these teams that sometimes moments like that fall under the radar.
What stakes?
It's one of like those better meat ones, whatever they are now. You can make them without animals.
Do you think Aphelios is a vegan?
I don't know what logic would dictate that either way, Sam. I'm not gonna lie. I'd like to say I have some kind of empirical evidence. I have no idea. Grubs up, RNG moving towards them. Now, Ultra Prime would like to deny 6 grubs. Obviously, they would. I mean, Milko needs to be a little bit careful. No flash on Niket still. Hang on a second. Junhao going for a wall start and they catch him in the handshake.
Oh, into the hostile takeover. Makes the Jachi's attacking Tangu and they blow up the Rakan who has nowhere to go. Great combo between Xiaoxu and Junhao.
That's really important because that means that's going to be not just even 5 grubs of RNG, it's just the 4. Ultra Prime, I think they would have been happy just taking the 1. Don't have to use that smite for the first one. Milky Way wants to try and smite for the last one, but can't quite get it. Has the Cyclone. I don't think this is the time you want to be going into the Maiden, though. Reminder, if that Maiden starts attacking you, you take more damage from the Yorick as well. It's a really big damage and people forget about this. The drain happens, yes, but you also take more damage from his other stuff. Really nice. It's like almost having a press the attack on your ultimate. So hang on a second, that's a problem.
Xiaoxu in danger! Not quite in time!
This damage actually comes through from the Malignance, but it's not there quite in time. Tongyuan, who was so important to the earlier win in the series, loses his ult then, looking for a key play.
Oh, that would have been such a nice pickup. So now the ult is down, will not be available for this dragon. Can't interrupt the back either. RNG will still look to play this. Got a lot of other ults to work with, but that big team fight ult down. Still no quickness on the Cat. Worth noting though, of course, Junhao with no ult of his own on the Skarner probably wouldn't have the most fun walking forwards here. So we'll still likely beat that dragon with little look at a contest. Instead, we see Junhao pinging his way towards a top-side Scuttle Crab and a potential invade into the jungle for some wards. Removing some wards as well as we speak about it. There's a couple of control wards down and about, spotting out the Skarner on his journeys through the jungle.
Force off the top. This is a bit of a problem. If Jace doesn't feel like he can wave clear like this, they're teleporting up there too. I mean, he had to come back from this, but now the problem is, we are now going to see how much damage Yorick does to towers with just a Sheen and the Maiden. This is the
bonkening.
These towers die very, very
Bonk.
quickly. This is with 2 grubs.
Bonk.
You know, if we could... Hang on, this is going to be first turret to the side, though. Okay, so on the other side, RNG do get first turret. However, look how quick that was from a higher HP there. I did bring over the other member, but still, I think that giving the gold over towards Egen is a very good thing. There will become a point where Yorick is almost uncontestable in the side lane. I don't think Aurora can do much about it. The problem with even playing ranged champions into Yorick is that if you get hit by the E, the ghouls start jumping at you and it's a ton of damage to you. One of the biggest problems about Yorick on this patch is that I think something like 10% max health or current health damage comes out of that E, which is an incredibly high amount of damage for what is quite an easy to hit skill shot. That's before the ghouls jump at you too.
Yeah, of course. Yorick, with a lot of his changes, I remember watching Freak's video on it. Actually, highly recommend you do. It was a really interesting breakdown and they did a wonderful job of getting the Council of Yoricks together, including Leopard and some of those other really big Yorick mains to sort of talk about, like, how do we change Yorick to feel a little less cumbersome as a champion. And basically they found some ways to make him feel a little bit better in team fights in particular and remove some of that split pushing strength a little later on. But it's meant on the whole he feels a lot nicer to play into champions that would have otherwise deleted his ghouls 1v1 and a little less binary as a kid.
We've got the Maiden again down towards this bot side. And again, look how quick these towers disappear here. Jace will be taking a tower on the top side, so again it is even out. I think RNG are doing the right thing here. There is a teleport, and it's the Yorick going up there, and that's the matchup which the Jace can't really do anything about. So it's not actually going to be a trade. I think RNG... I'm trying to think if this is the right decision here, or whether it would have been better to just... No, I think you have to trade there, take a chunk out, and hopefully you can return to that at a later date. They have the feats of strength, that's not at question there. But the gold is very, very even, and the later this game goes, the more I have the worry that Ultra Prime will be able to sit on their laurels and just going to wait for Yorick to get huge value over the Jace. The thing which might change this is the next dragon. I think if RNG get the third dragon, this is fine. This is fine, because Ultra Prime at that point, they are forced to leave their safe safe kind of spots, sitting on their laurels, and go towards an objective and they don't have the greatest aggressive tools. Milky Way going to go towards this Herald. This is a fairly even game. You can see the strategic interplay here. RNG, if they get this Herald, maybe break up in that mid lane out of turret. That would change things quite a lot too.
You can use it to buy pressure on the map coming into the Dragon, 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes as well, which can be a good timer on that. Tango over the wall, Xiaoxu in danger. Quickness comes on through, use the battle dance onto the invisible Aurora to force a Renata ult there as well.
Aurora just auto-attacked her own ward.
Oh, with the hostile takeover?
I didn't even know that worked.
That's a thing.
That's something which I learned. Wall stun here, Nikkei. Use that flash. Lucky to get away with that. That is apparently an interaction in League of Legends. Aurora, the Renata ult can get you to ward wave. Do you get gold for killing your own wards, or does Renata get that? That's a thing?
I don't know. The other thing is, like, is there now a strategy where you all drop a couple wards nearby when you go berserk, stop ordering each other?
There's a priority. There's a priority list where you'll hit enemy champions first, and then if there's not that, there's allied creatures or neutral creatures, and then after that, I think it will be secondary stuff like just anything that you can auto attack within range, which I guess would apply to plants as well. And then of course, last thing on the priority is you and your allied champions, because if you're in a 1v1 and the Renata hits you with a berserk, they will just run at you and hit you with increased attack speed, so you can actually end up doing more damage to yourself.
Oops.
In that way at certain points. Right. What are the next things coming up? 45 seconds on the Dragon.
Who gets the vision score? Good question.
Who gets the vision score? Who gets the gold? Typically, Renata gets the gold for stuff which happens with that, but I'd imagine most of it's distributed to Renata unless there's a bug in it.
Always possible.
Right, so 30 seconds on Dragon. I don't think you have Renata ult, but I think Rakan ult comes back up. So I think the war of cooldowns, slightly in RNG's favor. You do have that 1-item spike from EGN, of course 2-item spikes almost being hit. It's a little bit early for it. You need to contest this as Ultra Prime. You need to contest this.
Doesn't look like the best weapon combo, but he's only got one last tick on that ultimate available, on that Infernum available. So this can be a 3-weapon switch combo if he looks for a big ult angle on in. Comes out between worlds, doesn't get that much value there though.
That I think is a miss. If you kill the Renata, I think that's fine, because you can kill them and then the cooldown coming back up of the hostile takeover does make a difference. The poke is coming in from RNG. And that's important. Ultra Prime have won the arm wrestle to get towards this Dragon first, though, and that is important. If the Ultra Prime get this, it stops that soul point win condition coming through from RNG.
Herald drop mid, as we said, it would be used as a counterweight, so now RNG can go well. If you don't win, we can play for this instead.
Okay, it's pretty high, so you will need to get some extra. I think Ultra Prime will give up mid turret to get the Dragon. I think they take the risk and say, look, getting the Dragon is more important here. Yes, losing the turret is bad. Smite doesn't come through from RNG. They don't look for the steal. It's tower for Dragon, but I think Ultra Prime, I think they make this choice willingly, saying we don't want to be losing chance to play around side lanes later, especially when we're afraid of an Infernal Soul coming through.
I think that's a fair shout, and I think I'll also say that you saw Milky Way and Xiaoxu doing some body warding. They tried an accelerated shock blast to see whether there was a bad smite on Junhao, and that's about as much as you want to commit there, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I do think RNG, they don't feel bad about this, though. Mid lane out of turret opens up a lot of opportunities around objectives. You have range advantage. You can use that Jace poke from further up in mid lane. Very important. Take the top lane out of turret. Gives that gold over towards Aurora, who now Tangyuan comes back onto the map with 2 items. Ultra Prime, their macro has not been that clean. I think RNG's has been better. This might end up being a bit of an issue for them. I think RNG have just opened up the map in an important way for themselves.
There's the Yorick. The Catman himself. Looking towards a second item of his own. Not quite there yet. It will be an important break for the Yorick, as it often is.
Yeah, the thing about this kind of build, it's very expensive. Compared to Ghostblade is quite, I suppose it's a little cheaper than that. Triforce very expensive. Likely going towards, well actually with that build there, we'll see what ends up going towards. But we often see something like a Shojin. He might go towards a Deadman's instead with this kind of game.
A lot of AD, yeah.
Well, we'll see what he goes towards. But you can go towards Starax, Shojin. I think, with the Win the Wing Moonplate, might end up being towards that. APR, you know, funnily enough, I watched, do you remember Hetel, Japanese support player? He made a very funny YouTube video about Leandri's Yorick support, who just spam it on you on a 6-second cooldown and occasionally just kill you with it. Very broken. You just you put the baby cage down for the enemy AD carry, see what happens. 2 level, well, no, I thought it was 11 now, Shashi. That's not true. Even XP advantage in that top side.
Even fight then.
All ships fire at will, burn their mongrel hides. For those of you that missed that one cutscene in Halo 3. Halo 2 rather, Halo 2. It's really, really good. Go, sorry, it was Halo 3. It was above the it's not Delta Halo, the other one. Yeah, it was that one. It's very cool. Yeah. Alright, okay, split map state, playing across all 3 lanes. Again, RNG have typically been better at finding fights, punishing overextensions from Ultra Prime. I think Saber, caught alone in side lanes, has been a bit of a habit. I like this, by the way. Leashing the blue buff for Junhao to catch up in farm. He's been falling behind a little bit in terms of that XP. You know, about 4 or 5 camps behind Milky Way as it stands, and that's important. Milky Way has kind of been schooled in this series so far, giving him a platform. That's what RNG want.
The first game on the Jax was okay, but the fact that Junhao managed to outplay with audacious charges out of the counter-strike multiple times, gotta be a little bit frustrating, don't get me wrong. I think Niket as well gonna feel a bit aggrieved that there were so many flashes over the Alistair combos too. So Junhao with some nice outplays. Obviously game 2 that Lee Sin was a deserved MVP. This game though, Milky Way on one of his more famous champions. That Wukong has always been a preference of his when he needs to play that kind of I need to do everything kind of champion. Wukong does it super well. He scales well. He farms well. He does damage. He does CC. He team fights. He can threaten AD carries. He's really slippery. Yeah. Wukong is a pretty good jack of all trades.
I will say though, hard composition to play into. You have to play into a lot of disengage. You go into that Renata ult, kind of sucks. If you hang on a second, we do have the attack. Yeah, this is the kind of moment where the range advantage comes through. Where is the Skarner? He is here. He could potentially go for a smite steal. Remember, they do have really good space buying tools, and they're getting shredded or RNG by that Atakan.
Yugen not here. He can get the tier 2. They take the Atakan, but they're going to trade this tier 2 at the very least for it. It's just the withdrawals. Remember, you can play the map wider against it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a teleport potentially from RNG to come through to answer this. I think what Ultra Prime say is, look, we would rather play the side lanes ourselves, get, you know, second item towards Yorick, as you're saying, is a huge spike for him, and I completely agree with that. They give up the gold and say, look, you're going to have the Atakan for 2 minutes. That's actually not enough to go towards the Baron. Maybe they give up the next Dragon. Not the best timing for Ultra Prime to give up that Atakan for the Dragon with that in mind, but at least it's not the... it's not the Soul, because they took that third Dragon. It's actually a Hull Break. I completely forgot that Hull Break is the thing as well. I'm not used... I know that Flandre did build it the other day, but it's Flandre going towards the Hull Break a second.
Course, yes.
So now, it has changed over time. It doesn't give you resist when you're away from enemy teammates now. Allied teammates. It means that every 5th auto attack does more damage to towers than to champions, so it gives you that. It also increases the resist of the cannon minion with you still, so it's hard to clear out those waves. Now, is EGN going to teleport down to this? I mean, giving Soul Point is still risky, but now you're against the Atakan now. Do you just push up that top lane? The wave is not pre-pushed, though. They would need to buy a little bit of time to still get this wave towards the inner turret.
Okay, it would only be Soul Points, not the end of the world. They might just say, look, we can't play this one very easily right now. Maybe Junhao could look for a steal, but we'd rather have this Yorick split pushing and trying to play around that. Here goes the Dragon.
Jace has gone topside. Both top laners have teleport. EGN, I really want to see how much value he's getting here. FPX is pushing mid. Here comes the wall. I guess Ultra Prime do want to flip this a little bit.
The Rakan and the Wukong, hard to keep them out with their mobility. In goes Milky Way, win the smite bite with a feather pull as well.
Oh, the Impale.
Into the Impale. Niket is just nixed, taken out. All the while, though, Jachi is in mid lane, looking to threaten a tier 3.
Yeah, he takes the tier 2, so he takes the inner, but can't get anything on the inhibitor turret. It's going to be the Yorick teleporting into that. Didn't get any damage on the top side turret, so...
Yeah, Jace get the wave out.
RNG, all things said and done, Dragon lose a death, don't use their Atakan, and they lose the Dragon, which is Infernal Dragon over to Ultra Prime. It's a mixed bag again. I don't think it's one solid win for one side. Getting the mid lane inner turret, actually not that important, because the outer turret is the big stronghold to get vision and to get presence on the map. The inner one, that's luxury gold. It's still gold over to an FPX, who is 1,000 gold up. That is nasty, but again, mixed bag. They don't get soul points, and Ultra Prime still get a chance to allow Yorick some side lane time.
Really get that much out of the withdrawal. I think as far as Ultra Prime goes, you're okay with it. That said, I now worry a little bit for Wacko's safety in that mid lane when you've got a very long lane with an Aurora, Wukong, and Rakan who have a lot of invisibility and a lot of threat range.
Yorick on the top side. I think we're now at the point where Yorick can actually 1v2 even the Jace and the Wukong in a good scenario. That's the two which I think can do more. Tangerine misses that damage. We'll say as well, not been a great series from Niket. He has been targeted by Ultra Prime, but his engages haven't been that good. Over the wall here. Potential for Saber to get a combo. That's the kind of play which can change things. You get chunked out enough, you cede control around this Baron on the top side of the map. Eugen doesn't have teleport. He needs to be on this top side. He can't be split pushing bot side right now. And Saber wants to stick around for a play. Niket caught again!
Oh man, our first kill might finally be coming on through a, second kill after we've only got 1 kill on the board. There was a withdrawal kill too, so 1.5 kills on the board. Is it this game? It's been very low action, but it's still been quite a tense, macro-focused game, all things said and done, especially compared to our first team.
And a reminder of the stakes. This is a single round robin for these two teams in Group Nirvana, our worst teams from the group stage, our seeding stage, placement stage, whatever you want to call it. Bottom two teams in this stage now do not play again for the rest of the year. You have 5 best of 5s against the other 5 teams within your group, 6 teams total, to determine your fate. This is why when it comes to Game 3 here, 2 teams with, you know, some players who have had some incredible individual moments, it gets tense. It gets really tense. Mistakes might cost you a split's worth of play and maybe even your future within the LPL.
Tense stuff. 1,500 gold as in goes Tangyuan into the ult from this Aphelios. Decent charm, but it's
tense.
not.
Again, it's so tense. Tangyuan has himself good individual agency, but that's a couple of ults for free. That means Ultra Prime, maybe they can play a bit more brazen now. Junhao doesn't have the Impale, but they don't have the ults to follow up with this now. He feels completely fine. He's a Skarner with 2 items. RNG, they are feeling a little bit panicked now, I think.
So trying to play this one out, try and find some damage in, but couldn't quite secure as much as they were hoping for. At the end of the day, though, the ults are not that long a cooldown. If they can buy some time,
Milky Way!
Milky Way with a wonderful cyclone to the backside, gets multiple engage ults, and Niket and Milky Way go down. The angle looked great, but it was just punished in a matter of seconds. Eugen now here begins to throw down some last rites. Welcome to the funeral, and it's RNG. We're all mourning.
Xiaoshu tries to jump forwards, might be able to get EJ, but no, the sustain is there. And Ultra Prime, in a situation they have so commonly fallen apart, with pressure mounting, find themselves the play which will break the game. It is gold, it is Baron, it is time which is worth its weight in gold as well for Ultra Prime. RNG fumble around the Baron, and oh, such a storied organization. It hurts to see them like this.
I thought Milky Way found a phenomenal angle, but there is no ult on Tangyuan or Jachi, and Xiaoshu wasn't there. Let's have a look again.
Well, Milky Way says, I can go towards maybe Xiaoshu. Why is that your target? Doesn't reach Saber, gets hit into the E. This is the composition which Ultra Prime have played for, that hyper disengage. You didn't have the Aurora ultimate. You didn't have the Aphelios ultimate. Eugen gets to jump into the backline to demolish the Aphelios. Hitman in the Seer, well, I guess he gets a taste of his own work. And the ghouls mean that Xiaoshu is slowed into the play. He can't escape at that point. It is a clean ace, Baron, everything for Ultra Prime.
Really wrong, you got a brief knock-up onto Wacko, but not for long enough that he didn't get to ult afterwards. And then the Renata ults come flying on through, and Niket dies as well. And you find an angle, sure, you get a 3-man knock-up eventually, but the follow-up isn't there. And now this Xayah is at 3 items, and we said, look, the later this game goes, you're diving through Unraveled Earth, Feathers, Renata ult, the Skarner Impale, all the while this Yorick is threatening elsewhere as well. It is no easy feat to secure clean engage if you don't have all your tools.
Niket's going on to Xiaoshu, but I don't know if this is a... I don't think you can cash this in. Xiaoshu's caught out now on the bad end of things.
Gets away, but Saber has to flash away from the Cyclone. That's potentially dangerous. Puts Saber in danger. The Impale is wide, and they've used a lot of big tools. Saber goes golden. I think he's going to die. Big pick for the side of RNG. All the while, they'll look where the Yorick is.
So, EJ chooses not to join this play. Ultra Prime give up 1 and the Dragon, but this is a Baron pushing. I mean, we're still flipping, I guess. I think Ultra Prime just want to stop the recalls right now. Look how quickly this dies. This is a 3-item hull breaker. Yorick, he's going to kill at least the inhibitor. There must be recalls. And remember the back... I mean, could he save for a Nexus turret? I think with eyes off of the recalls now, can't afford to do so, especially with flank teleports coming through. Xiaoshu will go up, so it is Dragon and a kill for 2 turrets, shredded by EGN.
Brings the gold very heavily into Ultra Prime's favor now. They are about 5,000 gold ahead. Significant power play there. This Yorick's going to back and buy the majority of another item if I headed to hazard a guess. There you go. Buys that component towards likely the AGA or a Death Stance. I think both would be perfectly viable for the Yorick this game. On the other side, getting towards 3 items on most people. You've got it there for the Aphelios and the Jason. That's great news. And you have got Soul Point. You've now just got to deal with this big gold discrepancy you're down.
I actually think Ultra Prime... One thing which, hang on a second, is Niket. He's been caught out a lot this game. You can't afford to do that again. Not at this point. They do get themselves to Soul Point. That is important. But I think the way Ultra Prime can now win this game is just have the Talia shadow the Yorick. I mean, I think you can win a 1v2 as Yorick, not a 1v3. And I think even some of the 1v2s get a little bit dicey when you have the Wukong being nasty as hell. If you send Saber down there as well, with his ult, with his teleport, I think you win against anyone. I think you win 2v4s. I think at that point... that's game over. You need to be careful with the Xayah and the Renata, but they're very good at disengage. I think that's the plan. I think what you do, you send Yorick down here, you just hold back, just out of fog of war from Saber, Baron, of course, not on the table right now. I think what you need to be doing is allowing EGN that chance to just wail on someone, wait until the right skill shot comes through, and wait and see if RNG overcommit, and then you just slam things home. I think the problem we saw from Yorick from, say, Flandre the other day, when he did lose on it the first time versus, I want to say it was it versus BLG? Maybe it was that game. That was the game, in fact. And AL versus, yeah, a couple of different games, whatever. The problem was they didn't send that other person to make sure that it was an instant win. You always get to commit less to that side of the map now because the Yorick counts as 2 people, really, within those situations.
The first Yorick one we did see was Arla having a really good time on it just the other day. He was basically playing the PvE experience. It's got very difficult to deal with. It's now got a Guardian Angel as well. You've got to kill this guy twice.
Again, I really think the way that Ultra Prime can win this game, look how many people RNG have to stack on this side. This is a worry, by the way. Now, if EGN does get jumped on here, I think you immediately slam teleport from Saber, and by the time the Yorick is either died or starts reviving, I'm pretty sure you killed a 2v3. Yes, he can walk up here. RNG, you better know what you're in for here. He's going to start stacking Graves, and that could be a big problem for them. This Yorick is so goddamn strong. They better know what they're doing.
All right, make it solo everything. There was a nice bait from the observers there. I had all the Arise puns ready to go, but no need to summon in Igris this time around. Does Igris count? As you can see in the floor back.
Sam, I was a Tower of God Enjoy. I didn't actually read solo level.
It's good.
I should do that at some point. I know, but
it's pretty. Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's pure wish fulfillment.
Pure wish fulfillment trash, and you can enjoy that. But I mean, if you're a Sword Art Online, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Probably like solo leveling too, sadly. Look, I do actually want to watch it. I do want to go read it, actually. Maybe more than watch it. But, ooh, hang on. Spotted the Blink. Ooh, that's a little bit spooky. Gets away with that. Baron up in a minute. 2 minutes until Dragon. Yorick now alone in this bot set. Doesn't have the Baron buff anymore. Has a little bit of vision. Sees some people heading towards him. Again, I feel like Ultra Prime. I think they can actually fist fight. I think they're being a little bit tentative here.
The maiden. You can kill the maiden. That's actually also a fairly big cooldown. And if the Jace can just whack that, that's really significant for the skies. And with the hypercharger, gets a lot of the autos down. Potentially a big kill coming into something like this Baron.
Yeah, I mean, base cooldown of the first rank is like 2 minutes. Obviously, it's a lot of cooldown reduction now with his build. Well, decent, man. You don't actually get base cooldown reduction with your Shojin, but you have summon, of course, it's the rank 3-2, so it's more like a minute cooldown. Means that he's going to find it harder to push lanes and to be around. The Maiden micro, very, very important. And now you see RNG, without that Maiden on Yorick, feel like they actually can maybe just walk up towards the other areas of the map, and it's going to take a little more time before they have to go into bot lane again.
Soul in 50 seconds.
Oh my god, he's maidenless.
Oh my god, the Tarnish is properly maidenless, but you are maidenless, Yorick.
touch Grace. EGN gets himself the Graves here. He's ult halfway off cooldown. Again, takes him a little bit longer to go towards this, but still fast enough.
I'm just going to call the Maiden Melina now. Isn't that the name of what's the name from
Millennia, isn't it?
No, that's Millennia is the...
Okay, right, Baron startup. That's probably more important. Boss fight start.
I make this one a great enemy on the table here. No one fully commits to the Baron.
Dragon's up now. This is, folks, we are now in a one-fight game. Enough towers are down, Maiden summon in bot side. I actually wonder whether Ultra Prime can go for a full base rush here. Ghouls are on target. If he lands the E onto Xiaoxu, that's a problem. Throws a little too early. Not able to get any auto attacks onto the tower. You need to protect your Maiden, buddy. Look, EGN, the Yorick micro, very poor from EGN. This is not the kind of thing you can lose. You don't have after the big fight now, but you have committed towards the bot side. Here comes the fight.
And they've split off Wukong's clone, not Wukong himself. The quickness burn for that. Pale also down from Junhao. Now they find anything between worlds. It's on to Saber and Junhao, but the damage isn't that high. They'll throw down a redemption. He'll themselves back up. Stun again onto Milky, but at this point he's pretty damn tanky. Teleport behind.
He's going for the back door. He's going towards the back door.
They need to get out of here. This would be so. Milky might want to stick around, but where is the Jace in the base? In fairness, they will lose an inhibitor here nearly for sure as Milky Way throws down the Cyclone into the Inferno. Margaret Inferno angle with the Cyclone. Sorry.
Calibrum, they're still fighting on the Dragon. Here comes the Cat, goes in towards the combo. Dragon gets lower, but they're buying time for the Yorick.
It's going to be a split push fight. Milky Way desperately low takes it. That's Infernal Soul. Needs to get out of here as the fight. Wacko goes up into the air. Impale with the X-Tiles. Impact does work. Wacko trying to survive as Milky Way can't secure it. Into the back goes Tango. Cannot find the skill shots. And they lose everyone but Jace.
Wacko goes into the team fight and it eats them up. Yorick still in the base. Xiaoxu not able to join the fight. Ultra Prime still lose the Infernal Dragon, but there are teleports coming in. Ultra Prime want to end the game.
Surely it's over. They'll have a wave coming on in. They've got one down bot side. You've still got 30 seconds on anyone meaningful.
So, EGM has his Maiden coming up in a few seconds. Multi-lane push. I think they have to just concentrate onto one side. Xiaoxu trying to go onto Saber. EGM is just going to slaughter the turrets.
And there's the seismic shove. It's buying time, not clearing the waves. And Ultra Prime Play PvE. Great enemy felled. Yorick, with the maiden to boot, becomes the Elden Lord.
Rekindles himself at the Nexus to start a new cycle for Ultra Prime. RNG, they are left without a spark. Ashes blown away in the league. It is their only series they played here in Nirvana. There will be another 4 for them. That is not many best of 3s. One of the most historic organizations within League of Legends. Season 3 world finalists, old gods of the LPL, down 0-1 in their first series. And the reason, it feels like it's a little early to pull the trigger on these conversations, but you have to start talking about it. Losing series here with only 5 best of 3s in this stage, so critical. Ultra Prime, a sigh of relief.
Well, hello folks, I'm Initialise, this is Nymaera. We are on his Twitch channel, the YouTube, and also over on Anivia's YouTube as well. Pleasure to have you all in here. Thank you for coming on in and supporting us here, doing the LPL as a co-streamer. There is no longer any official broadcast, so it's basically us, LPL English, and a few of the other co-streamers out there who are doing this pretty much every day of the week. And that does mean that if you like what we do, it is super helpful if you can throw a follow, like, comment, all those kinds of things. I see the top chat that happened over in Anivia's chat. If you can throw a sub at us as well over on Twitch, those things make a huge difference in terms of our ability to keep doing that. So if you've got that extra £5 available, consider dropping it here. Spiel over. I'm also in the title, at Initialise Casts. I'm a pretty cool dude. Come follow me. I do things on Twitch and
Absolutely.
YouTube as well.
Wouldn't be able to do this without Sam. The two of us sitting here doing a great many long hours a day of LPL for your enjoyment, and of course our enjoyment too, it's both. And yeah, this is basically our job. Thank you so much, Sam Hughes, again. Couldn't do it without him. That's our first series done. I know a lot of people don't tune in for Nirvana games because they're like, oh, they're the bottom teams. I find that so entertaining. I love the tension.
Was a fun series.
I love the tension. I love seeing teams under pressure. If the players care about it, their fan bases care about it, and the teams have stakes at risk here, I care about it. That is what gets me invested. That's why I cast Tier 2 League of Legends for a while. That's why I cast Japanese League of Legends for years as well. Because, the relative importance of this game is actually very high. These teams are not going to be in an LPL finals very, very likely.
Unless there's some absolute miracle happening, and I'd be here for it.
Yeah,
but
not in their state. These are the most important games they will be playing. These are games for survival, and that is so compelling to watch. Our second series of the day is, of course, JDG versus FPX. It's a very different set of stories there, because JDG are looking to prove, I mean, like FPX, maybe not the team to do it against, but JDG may well be our best team within the league right now. It's a very different kind of story. We'll have I'd say about 20 minutes until we really get into that series proper. Yeah. And yeah, no, honestly, it's really cool, by the way. I do cast an eye over towards viewers on the side of things, and on Twitch, we hit about 300 viewers on YouTube as well. We get over 1,000. It's really cool to see that you care about this, and hopefully we can teach you a little bit more about these players and some of the stories behind them, and the teams and some of their history of it, and why it means so much. If you're coming here and you're not someone who's a regular LPL viewer, honestly, that's the kind of person I want to talk to the most in some ways. And thank you so much for the prime as well there, Riptide, by the way. I hear Percy Jackson is looking for you. I read those books again recently. Good old Riptide, good old sword. But yeah, no, that's the kind of game which, genuinely, this is one of my favorite LPL series I've cast within recent weeks, because you can feel the tension. There are misplays, it is scrappy, but God, am I entertained, and yeah. Now imagine caring about Ultra Prime, guys. I care about Ultra Prime, god damn it, I do, I genuinely do. We'll get to go through our highlights as well, and obviously MVP of the series for me is Junhao. It feels like they almost won that game, that series 3-0.
Look at this Shinzao play again now.
Yeah. It's so slick, man. That's honestly, Junhao had a montage reel out of this. I mean, imagine saying Junhao was carrying this team after the last split. Okay, I need to go eat that cookie I forgot to earlier. I'm going to leave with the highlights. Remember,
could you stick the kettle on?
Yeah,
Enough to put a teapot on. I feel that's the way to do
this. That's probably the way to do it.
We can have a teapot in here.
Unlikable team with no personality on Twitter. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I think by the way, Ocean Salts, who's in Twitch chat, obviously you can't see him if you're on the YouTube chats and stuff. They did Ultra Prime socials for a long time, which is actually one of the biggest reasons I'm a fan of Ultra Prime, because actually they really cared about their international community. It's really cool to see. Sadly, I don't know why they chose not to keep going forwards to that, but teams have made stranger decisions before. That was an LPL goal graph of all times, and we actually see, yeah, I don't know, Ultra Prime actually win in a stressful scenario. That's not something that normally works for them. Whew. Okay, let me go put that kettle on and do some stuff.
Oh, I'm still here. I'm still standing. Any interesting facts, stories about Ultra Prime players to share? That's a good question. Ocean Salts might have a few more than I do. I think Wacko has always been quite an entertaining personality on camera. I think Yujang as well. Obviously, means his name means one sword. Which kind of also reference to his name and the fact he's a Riven one trick. Got that from Iris, so shout out to Iris, who was when I was asking for some pronunciation guide, said, hey, here's how you say it, here's what the name comes from. So it's kind of one of those multi-layered meaning names as well, where basically Eugen basically means it's a reference to his name, also means one sword. It's kind of about the fact he is a Riven main and kind of like supposed to be really good. So that's where that name comes from and how you pronounce it. And as I said, shout out to Iris, who sorted us out with that. Here's the MVP. It will be, in fact, the man I was just talking about. Yujin had an excellent Yorick game. Again, that scoreline's not going to be that exciting. This is a good Yorick game. Your whole job was structural destruction. You have been hired as a contractor. Your job is to go in and break other people's buildings. You are a what is it, Pilkington? 37 minutes, 2 and 11, yeah? The Shy, but Flounder and the Shy were both Riven mains, weren't they? Can't remember about the Shy. I feel like he probably was. I feel like he was, yeah. A lot of our best top laners are. A lot of mechanical prowess required to get down that animation cancelling. I'm still standing. Don't know why I want that song in my head, but I do. I don't even know the rest of the lyrics. And I want to convert it into Tainted Love. I'm still standing, dun dun. Tainted Love would be my remix for the record, but there we go. That's how you mix those two. But that's what's in my brain, guys. You're welcome. Yujang with the MVP. And everyone voted for that, except for one for Jungle and one for Bob. Yeah, Wacko had a really good last team fight. I mean, Junhao was fine on the Skarner. A couple good pickoffs, so yeah, okay. You can sort of see. I still think the oh, that's just excellent. Well, JDG versus FPX coming up after the break. I need to run some adv as well. Alright guys, prepare yourself for advertisements. I know it's going to be over this here interview, but we need to run. Oh, exciting.
那第一个问题，赢下了这场比赛，也拿到了 UP 在组内赛第一场的胜利，而且是开门红嘛。
Decided I'm going to. I don't know to what end, but I'm going to go find myself a break. I put them on. No, leave the infield.
Any interesting facts or stories to share? Yeah, one sword, right?
感觉今年强度更高了吧？就是打得更激烈一点。
主要最激烈的地方体现在哪里？
No, Wacko doesn't mean taco. Oh, I did have something for Wacko. I can't remember it now. Obviously, he's a long-time PCS player.
OK， 其实
一直在发育。
对，今天运营的还是比较多一些。那聊聊今天在英雄上的选择啊，第一局你是选择了瑞尔，然后第二局选择泰坦，表现都很出色。你怎么看这个版本辅助位英雄的一个优先级？因为可以拿的辅助位的英雄还是蛮多的。
感觉就是瑞尔牛头吧，这种开团型的英雄。
那今天其实解说也在讨论这两个英雄，感觉哪个优先级更高一些？这两个英雄你会怎么看？
如果好拉扯的话，瑞尔是比牛头好的。就是那种 poke。有 poke 阵容是不怕牛头的。如果是 all in 型的阵容，牛头会好一点。
那来到今天第二局，你这个泰坦也有非常出色的一个表现啊，你会怎么评价自己今天第二局泰坦的一个表现
？7分吧，空了几个勾。
我说实话，这会儿在采访小谢的时候，可以感受到头上已经出汗了，明显的不安。我们给他点掌声好不好？刚刚在 LPL 打了1个月的这个新人选手啊，真的非常的不容易，给他更多的鼓励和自信。今天打得很棒。第3局你们选择这个阵容是一个比较偏反手的阵容，中期比较焦灼的时候，你们一点也不急啊，也不慌，打得非常的稳。怎么做到的最后一局？
因为我们找到他们人的视野，我们就很好拉扯，就等上单一直带就行了。
那挖口最后在龙坑处的那波3杀也是至关重要，赢下比赛的这个关键啊。你会怎么评价他那波3杀的一个表现？
很帅，技能全有了。
OK， 也是向我们展现出了年轻小将的风采啊。那其实这个赛季，因为刚才也说到是你来到 LPL 的这个第1个月，刚刚登上这个舞台，你觉得来到这个舞台跟之前你对 LPL 舞台的想象有什么区别？
感觉 LPL 就是强度很高吧。就是。
那你觉得你自己是一个什么样风格的辅助选手呢？
就是开团型的吧。
开团型的，我觉得我们真的应该给予像小夏，包括 UP 这些年轻的选手、年轻的队伍更多的支持、包容和关注。我们掌声再次鼓励一下小夏，好不好？恭喜他们拿到了组内赛的首胜，也希望这群年轻的小将
Speaking of, go check out German Brain Rot, by the way. Oh yes, ach nein. Die Schlafparalyse. Die vertikal rotierenden Fische. Don't worry, I know bits and pieces of it. Oh, Junhao was so good in that game. Junhao had an awesome day today, folks. Let me have a think. But Angie, I can't give you a roast. You'll feel bad about the animal that was roasted. Don't worry, I'm sure. I was like, oh, should we have this for food? Oh, can we not be this? But Kanji, like, at some point, you're just gonna have to say you're a vegetarian, or this is gonna get very confusing. It's like, no, today I feel bad enough about the animal we're eating. Sorry, chickens, you don't count. Oh, God. For real, I do kind of respect it. It's like, yo, I just feel bad about the animal today. Cool.
我这没闪，肉没闪，保一地道，肚子没大的。我3秒1，我可以闪，AD 没闪，我可以闪现1开呀。我没什么蓝，AD，猴子，没闪，兔子，猴子位。逼了踢出来一波了，nice， 没开出来技能，3秒。啊，你一招都没开。能一波吗？来。
Alrighty, got a little while until we get back onto things. Right. Fish can be feel semi-okay with, yeah. I agree with that. Fish are, well, no, I eat all of this shit, so I'm not gonna like, you know. Okay. So, JDG, FPX have had some decent games recently, but also, it's pretty hard to judge them because they've been against good teams. They're definitely one of our teams which we expect less from. They did just beat Weibo. JDG might be our best team right now. Like, Scout is on incredible form. Shun has some awesome games, but he's still as flippy as ever, you know? I think he's definitely one of our better junglers, but I need to look for some consistency from him. Missing also inconsistent. I think Arla has been insanely good in lane. We know that he can be that one-man army archetype where he just does everything once he's ahead of the game. And Pei's very, very good right now. I think he's up in the top 380 carries. I think Hope is in our top 3. I guess Jackie is still up there. I think Hope's up there. I think Hope, Pei's, Jackie Love. Who else could be up there? No, Gala's actually up there right now. Anyway, he's in our top echelons right now. When will we finally see AL versus JDG or JDG versus top? I will check actually. I'm actually gonna go check. ¿Dónde está? Alright, let's go look at the schedule. Okay. JDG. Because remember there's a double round robin. They face against IG on Friday. Next week, so week 4, Monday they have Weibo. Thursday they have Anyone's Legend. Saturday they have TT, whatever. And then they have Sunday top esports. Okay, so next week is the big week for JDG. Weibo, Anyone's Legend, TT's whatever, and then top esports. They have 3. They've got 2 of our top teams. Weibo still yet to convince us, right? Weibo have. Who do they have? They have NIP on Thursday. They need to really win that. They can't afford to be dropping down like that. WE then IG. JDG, W then IG. And then we have our second round robin starting after that. Wait, it's 5 weeks? 8 weeks, so it is week 4 where things start. Anyway, we'll go into this. Yeah, obviously JDG may be our best team right now, but we need to see a little bit more from them. I have seen them versus all of our top teams right now. You were very confused graphic of LPL top teams on Blue Sky maybe left the other day. Yeah, it's not getting any simpler. I need like 1 or 2 more games from JDG and Weibo, and then we can really make like the proper labyrinthine what the hell is happening. Okay, right. So, what do you want to know about this matchup? Because, I mean, JDG, I think their macro has been very clean. I think, look, when Scout is on, okay, fine, whatever. We'll listen to it. Get stuff later.
欢迎 Scout 来先跟大家打一个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG Scout。
那组内赛开赛以来已经取得了一个3连胜的非常好的成绩啊。想问一下 Scout， 你自己对于这个成绩怎么看？
因为第2赛段的成绩比较重要嘛，所以目前来说我们比较顺利，所以挺好的吧。
那你觉得第2赛段，尤其是组内赛的表现，相比于第1赛段来说的话，JDG 有哪些进步和提升的点？
可以说是我们的前期，会出失误的情况会少一点点吧。然后，中期跟打团的话，我们一直在练嘛，所以一直在慢慢调整，然后进步的过程中吧。
因为毕竟是今年刚组的这个全新的阵容，也需要一定时间的磨合。当然，我们这个3杠0也看到了今年 JDG 更多的可能性啊，也期望他们今天能有更好的表现。好了，各位，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘浩。我们邀请到的是 FunPlus 的上单选手 Share， 欢迎 Share 来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 FunPlus 的上单 Share。
想问一下 Share 第一个问题啊，在上一场2-0战胜了 WBG 之后，你觉得这场胜利对整个队伍带来的收获是什么？
因为这是我们在争锋组的首胜嘛，所以说。
Hey, how are you feeling about the Ultra Prime win? How are you feeling about it?
是信心会增强很多嘛，然后也是。
2-0 for FunPlus? I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I do not trust FPX. I mean, look, I think FPX have looked better than they did for sure. I think that jungle matchup is going to be very interesting. So I think that Shun can be inconsistent. I think Shadow is inconsistent. Glad you're happy with results. Good on you, But I think Shun can be inconsistent. Shadow is too, but Shadow is like a very important team when he's ahead. So I think, look, I mean, I think FPX have looked better. They've looked not bad actually. I'm not gonna rag on them too much. I didn't expect them to do that well in Ascendant, but they've taken some good games off of people. I think they've grown pretty well. They did lose to Thunder Talk, which was that's a blemish actually. Losing to Thunder Talk, you now look completely dead in the water. That's not looking great. But I think FPX have punched above their weight. I think Shadow joining the roster has given them some leadership they lacked. It relies on Shadow going nuclear. Yeah, it does. But I think that, he gets the Lilia game. I think they can take a game. I don't think they can take the series, but I think they can take a game if things go good. I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit again. Turn up for the interview.
JDG Esports， 上单阿乐，打野勋，中单 Scout， 下路 Pate， 辅助 Missing。
Hi JDG. Oh, that's a cool track in the background, isn't it? It's gonna change vibes very, very quickly though, as FPX have their own theme songs, of course, with Christy Constanza, not Phoenix Fly. They didn't have the rights towards that.
LPL 第2赛段常规赛、组内赛第3周第1日的第2场比赛，北京 JDG 对阵 FunPlus 即将开始。LPL 5位进巅峰。
Well, let's get ourselves ready for our 1v1. I believe Pays is playing the 1v1 from JDG. Can't remember who it is from FPX. Will be Pays versus someone. Is there any chance for FPX? Yeah, I think there is a slim chance. I think if Shadow pops off on the Lilia, I doubt he's getting Lilia, but hey, if JDG make a mistake, give him the Lilia, give him Neferi, there is a chance. There is a chance. JDG is 6-0 game score. They are, yeah. But I think JDG haven't had enough top tier games yet. Who sings well? Samurai? We both sing well. We're both good singers. I have some videos of myself singing on my Instagram. You can find some videos there, both in the highlights and then some videos I posted. Under the shower, I can sing to. Nice. And a reminder, folks: whoever wins the 1v1 gets side select for the first game. Alright, pays for JDG. Who we got for FPX? Typically it's Kerr who plays it, but I think he played the last one, so it has to be Sheer. Pays versus Sheer. Sheer has is at a bit of an inter in a few of our 1v1s. He recalled into the Ring of Fire once. I miss FPX at Worlds. Their skins are sick. I have to say I'm not the biggest fan of them, but I do miss FPX at Worlds when they were good. Oh, Sheer has a Tom and Jerry mouse pad. That's really cute. That's really adorable. But sadly, I've yet to see him play Nidalee or Twitch. A lot. Pose for the camera. 80 carries banned away from Pays, Callista, and the Varus. You want to ban away some of the Lucian as well? Corki, maybe? Corki's kind of strong in every scenario. Whereas, you know, the typical top lane 1v1 dominant picks. Oh, Doraemon. It's adorable. Oh. Corki banned away. Yeah, thought so. Alright, Pays, what do you want to go towards? The, Lucian, Draven, something else? I mean, that'd be kind of fun. Go on, Pays, show us something different. Is that Rumble locked, or is that still glowing? I think that's insta-locked by Sheer, actually. The Sheer's going towards the Rumble. Pays will have to have a think again. If that's a Cassiopeia, I think that shreds Rumble. I think Cassiopeia has a great matchup there, doesn't she? Well, this will be for our side select, folks. Welcome in if you've not joined us for our first series today. This one's starting after our 3-game first series, which was actually very entertaining. If you missed that, go watch the highlights. Junhao had an absolute stormer. On to the Rift we go. Thank you so much for a cup of tea, Sam. Appreciate that an awful lot. Thank you, thank you. Yes, I do. Right, so Pay's going for the flash and the barrier. She has himself cleanse and ignite. So he has to cleanse through a bit of... Well, I mean, the cleanses are only going to be useful on the ultimate, really. There is a bit of a slow, of course, that can come through.
Can you cleanse the poison?
No, you can't, because it's not a summoner spell. Cleanse only works on CC and summoner spells. You can cleanse and ignite, but no, in the same way that QSS doesn't remove debuffs anymore.
Fair.
Cleanse and QSS don't do that against anything, actually, anymore. Used to, many years ago, but it's been since, like, Season 8, I think it's changed.
Everyone used to practically first adding QSS into Z.
And actually, that was actually a mistake. Hang on a second, no ignite put forwards.
In danger, gonna get ignited, and now in danger. Twin biting best he can to turn around the healing, gets a decent amount of conquest stacks. But Sheer with the ignite all in, there's a fair amount of value there early on.
And Hayes has used a lot of mana now. That's actually a good point in chat, actually, from Purple Gem, saying maybe Cassiopeia will run out of mana, especially first back. That is a big thing. So, yep, I completely agree with that comment over in Navia's chat too. Sheer, good control over the wave so far. Doesn't have the flash to fully chase on. I actually wonder whether the cleanse might be a mistake. I feel like you can get the kills earlier, but he'll justify it later if it's going to happen.
Clearly wants to have that option into the Petrifying Gaze, but still it's a very early reset from base. Gone for that Null Magic Mantle first back. He's going to still lose a plate's worth of gold. Bit of this minion wave. See whether he'll get back in time to claim that cannon. It's worth about 200 gold. I think he just misses it. 200 gold down the drain. Can't get that dragon.
Dragon. It's like, okay.
Yeah, no, I remember saying, why have I said that? But it feels like that kind of value in gold, but no. Dragons used to give you team gold, but no, a cannon. I don't think it was being ridden by a dragon. I don't think it was a cannon dragon. I think it was just, in fact, a cannon, and I spoke the wrong word, and I can only apologise.
Alright, well, reminder folks, for those of you who are less familiar with our 1v1s, win conditions are 2 kills before the Ring of Fire, which happens at about, I don't know, 5 minutes in, 1 kill after that, or you kill a turret. Typically don't see turret kills anymore. I think most people have gotten wise to that. So it's 2 kills, which makes it a little harder to just win off of 1 early. No longer have the 100 CS win condition worth nothing, because it basically just times out. We want people to fight more.
Yeah, you must kill people to get a turret. So we missed 2 CS there, Pace. Boo.
7 minutes, not 5 minutes. Alright, okay, well, we've learned that one now.
7 Minuten.
7 Minuten. Because remember, Minuten.
It's plural. It says 7 Minuten, you're right.
7 Minuten is 7 minutes.
Ah, so.
Ah. Yeah. Ach so, genau.
Genau.
We learn many things here. Does anyone know what snake is in German? I could just Google it, but I want to see if anyone knows. I don't know what it is. You'll be teaching me.
A snack.
Not sure what yodel is in German. Probably das Jodel.
Das Jodel.
Das Jodeln.
Die Jodeln.
Die Jodeln. Not true yet. Snack.
Snack, it is.
Schlange.
Schlange.
Schlange. Go roast that Schlange.
Go roast the Schlange. Cleanse on the Petrifying Gaze. The value is there. Oh, there we go. It doesn't quite die, but the value is good. It's good.
It's good. Shit. Forcing Pace to take an early back. Both summoners down for both these members, but doesn't mean a wave's going to be lost to turret. Another plate's going to be picked up from Sheer, and of course the plates are weighted more like they were in Nexus Blitz and Earth. Means it's much easier to get that gold. Does he get it in time? I swear to God if he doesn't get it. I actually think it pops now. Wait, did he just miss the plate gold, or did I just miss that entirely? Well, whatever, he's got 400 gold up. He's still happy.
Goes and buys full Sword Pen boots. Of course, on the other side, Cassiopeia cannot buy boots, for she is a snake.
Yeah, no.
Nami can, though, can't she?
Yeah, she can. In fact, it used to be if you... So there was a really funny... Well, there was, you know, one of those classic memes, which was the hat. You know, the boots are just a hat. So if you used to search hat in the store as Nami, it would show you boots, which is adorable. She eating a little bit of poke. Gets the full Sork boots first buy, actually. Wants the extra movement speed to outpace some of those Qs. It is quite hard to play against Cassiopeia with the move speed per level, but also it makes it much easier to outplay the skill shots when you get better boots.
Yeah, especially if you're a mid-range champion. There hits a point with Cassiopeia where she starts to hit a few more of those noxious blasts. The Twin Fangs after gets really, really annoying.
How do boots help Corki? He's literally flying.
I think what he does, it means that the way he flies, it's like Flintstone style. He just runs really fast on a treadmill.
Is that the same for Sheer? I feel like this is a uniquely mech Yordle problem. Sheer trying to backstep a little, but then of course it doesn't matter because the ult's not up. See that Pays? He's now just hiding in the minion wave to stop there being a clean harpoon coming through the wave.
And as we all know, that it's clearly not based on Code Geass mechs. It's
True.
probably more of a, I don't know, what's a good mech anime at this point? Is he a gun? Well, he's actually Gurren Lagann, actually, is what this thing is from. So, you know, I don't have to think about it. Yeah. Now up in farm a little bit as Pays hit a point where he becomes a lot more obnoxious to manage. That little bit of magic was just really helped it out now with that haunting guys in inventory as well. That HP and just burn against champions, very valuable. But you know what I mean, like amps damage over time.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, technically ticks up when you've got your poison too, so the tick will do slightly more damage at the end of it. But Cassiopeia has always been an extended trading champion. Actually, no, that's not true. There was like a weird Q-Max build with the burn, which is still sometimes really good in top lane, weirdly enough. In fact, I think that Cassiopeia can be one of those random champions which can really bully out stuff like Sion, of course. Look, there is a... there's a saying... No, it's not a saying. It's something which I say, which I want it to be a saying, because I think it makes a lot of sense. If you blind pick something for long enough, it's no longer a good blind pick, because people will eventually learn the stuff which actually beats it. I think stuff like the Sion blind pick in top lane, 1v1's a little bit different here, right? Because you can do whatever the hell you want.
Alexander's aphorisms, number 3.
Yeah, you know, you've heard of Alexander the Great, now get ready for Alexander the mediocre. Yeah.
Mediocre.
Sheer has wave to push in.
Full Leandries now for Cassiopeia. 15 seconds to go.
Yeah.
She's back in time now as well. Pretty happy with that first item on the Cassio.
The thing is, FaZe won't be able to get up to, well, might be able to get the cannon here, get another recall with 5 seconds left. If you get this cancel on the recall, it would be insane.
Oh, just
no,
shy.
wrong side of the brush, wrong side of the brush. If you'd stop that recall, maybe things are different. Can you get a recall now with a cannon gold, which is, extra 200 gold at this point? I don't think you can, which means that actually Sheer backing on more gold than FaZe did, because he managed to kill that cannon before the recall.
So he's got full boots in the second door, into a null magic mantle in the tier and inventory for FaZe. And again, FaZe can't get boots anyways. Begins to trade out pretty well there with the miasma into the petrifying gaze, forces the early cleanse and the ignite.
The ignite didn't come through before the relic heal anyway. Sheer losing both sides, but it's completely for free. What an awful trade for him.
Back towards that healing primal, back right on top. The equalizer is decent enough. The burn will bring FaZe down to about half.
And the Cassiopeia can start queuing the wave and start healing off for those E's. Remember, Cassiopeia, a lot of sustain in the kit. If she starts hitting a poison target with the Twin Fangs, doubles the damage as well. Sheer needs to be well, both these two looking for poke now.
Level advantage to Sheer, but summoner spells for FaZe, both the flash and the barrier to work with. No ults. Continue to heal off that wave as you talked about. The poison came on through. Noxious Blast begins to throw out Totem Fang. The miasma to stop the easy scrap shield bonus. Damage coming on through. Still a barrier, still a flash here. Is surely dead to rights. Barrier comes on in and FaZe holds the line and bites that neck apart.
Die Schlange is victorious. The Staker wins over the little yordle in the back. And Sheer still a smile on his face, but FaZe winning that 1v1 and earning his team, JDG, side select for the first game of the series, after which it's loser's choice.
Well, well, well. Good work there from FaZe. Comes on in and Sheer loses that one. Some good early trades. Couldn't secure the kills. Fumbles the 1v1 at the end and ends up in this position where the extended damage, the extended heals prove a little too much to bear. We'll wave hello while we wait for...
Hello. Draft to come through. Because what happens after the 1v1 is you don't know which side you're on until the 1v1 finishes. So you have to give a minute or two for the coaches and the players to start flexing their plans around now that they know which side they're on. And of course, we see JDG choose that blue side, as you can see over here. That one. And FPX are on the red side. I know I have the thing up anyways, it's actually not that helpful. But still, FPX on red side, they'll have to flex their plans. Everyone choosing blue side if available.
Running some quick ads as well to make sure we don't get pre-rolls in the game, so I apologise. You might miss a second or two of draft if you are unsubbed on Twitch. If you want to avoid the ads, subscribe. That's the way around it.
And if you're on YouTube, you are saved from this for now, but we're watching you.
I'm watching you. Watching you, Wazowski. That's what you are. You're all Wazowski now in chat.
Yeah, congratulations for being one giant eyeball with some appendages.
Really quite funny as well.
Yeah, I have to say, for those of you who have not seen the recent, genuinely world-changing craze of Le Poisson Steve, reminds me of a similar body shape to that. It's a giant fish with il est des bras, il est jambes. Yes, he has
jambon. So to say ham.
Sam, Alex is saying he sings better than you.
I believe that. He's got a good voice.
You have a good voice. I didn't say it, but I mean, I can stand on business if you want.
Let's go!
Sam has a better falsetto than me, because he actually practices it, and I'm sat there like, do I really want to sound like a prat around the house, singing for Toto's Africa for months on end?
The range! Well, how's your harmony?
What?
Anything is possible. Do you want to?
Anything is possible, except...
I bless the draft.
Down in...
Where
this
are
is
they?
in Shanghai.
Shanghai,
yeah.
They're Shanghai town!
Oh, Nico first ban.
Ooh.
So, we are seeing, I think Fearless Draft is now starting to let people experiment with their bans in the first draft. I think more people are willing to let super OP stuff go through in the first draft. Stuff like Neferi, Jace. I think Gwen can be one of them too. It leaves you some extra room to ban out a Nico, which can be uniquely lane dominant, a unique engaged champion from that too. But this is a very different set of first bans you would have seen in a best of one.
Yes, I think that's completely fair, and I think against Jue as well, who has been one of our more streaky but very important supports. Had some incredible Nautilus games, and FPX live and die by their jungle support having nuclear games, what I heard you call him, and I think that's a fair statement. When those two are on, the team is on, Neferi was let through, it will not be allowed for Shadow and shouldn't get to hold of it.
Now, does this mean Lilia for Shadow with the Talia? Seems less likely. They go for Shinzao instead. This isn't exactly what I wanted for FPX. Care, I think, is a decent Talia. I actually think he's been pretty good on this. I think Care Care and Sheer need to be on comfort, but I think Shadow needs to have something which he can get ahead of the game onto. I love his Lilia, I love his Neferi. Playing against the Neferi is the Shinzao. I don't trust Shadow to not fall behind Shun, who I think he is also a very flippy player, but I think on a set of 3, very strong set of carries in Arla, Scout, and Pays, it allows him to have those flips in a more safe environment. Arla on Jace, that's going to buy Shun a load of space on the top side of the map to have fun.
And it's another great skirmishing option. Add in the Ari and your mobility, your target access between the Shock Blast and Hammer form, between the ult and charm from this Ari. You can support this Neferi. Sure, the lockdown a little bit limited. They go towards the Rise, which has actually been a pretty regular pairing with the Neferi because you do provide the lockdown. You've got a lot of speed with your Phase Rush and Realm Warp to kind of join fights anyway.
And it's also for Scout. Scout, the mastermind of macro for JDG. If JDG are going to achieve anything, for me, it is through Scout. I think
He's having a great run of form right now as well.
And Scout has had an awesome run of form. You're absolutely correct. Giving him something which has, you know, a do-it-all champion in some ways, but it has that kind of barrier to entry where you must understand globals, you must understand your positioning very, very importantly. Scout has shown that very, very well. I think all of our old gods of mid lane have been picking up the Rise again in this last couple of splits and looking so, so good with it. Doomby's Rise permanently banned against him. Scout picking it pretty much every series is available too. FPX have a hell of a champion to worry about because now they don't even have uncontested global between the Talia. The Rise can follow with the Realm Warp.
They can. That'll be the idea at the very least. Varus banned away. I think that's fair. Pays a big proponent of that. It would be a second poke option. Allows you to play towards that top side as well. Can be relatively safe by themselves. All those good things. You get rid of it. Joyce Nautilus banned. It's probably his best looking champion. The Ziggs as well as a big poke option and a Pays specialty. Last ban. Something like a Rel, something like an Alistair, I think would make some sense here. But then again, you might want to trade out those supports. We'll see exactly what the choices are, because both bot lanes are currently left up and waiting to be picked.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa denies a bit of... Look, it seems best champion is the Kai'Sa. That being away from him, I think, really removes some value. Also, I mean, I'm surprised Varus got all the way through this first part of the draft, actually. Varus, very common first pick. I mean, this is what we're saying about first draft of a series. You're seeing, in LPL at least, a lot more... like OPs left through the draft.
That Kai'Sa you call
that? The Kai'Sa is banned away from his team. I think it's by far his best champion. I think he looks quite suspect off of it, in fact. He might go towards a Kalista later on, but to me that's just not nearly as effective for him. With the Renata locked in, you're now opening up for Kalista or Xayah or Ashe. You have a couple of disengage picks. I don't love the Ashe or the... I don't love the Ashe in this kind of place. I think you probably do just go for the Kalista and you just hope you can kind of dance back from the dog when she runs at you.
And again, if you hit you do hit a break point on Kalista where Neferi jumps, you can just heal your way through with some head assistance, and that gets a bit annoying, and you can pierce through the dogs. You've got tools there to outplay, which a lot of AD carries don't. Again, it's still Neferi into an AD carry. However, if you were going to have an AD carry, which might be able to deal with it, Kalista's probably one of your better options. We lock in the Corki here. Corki has been a interesting champion to track globally in terms of the win rate, but I think this with the Rel, double shreds, it makes sense in terms of your ability to skirmish and team fight, even if the champion itself perhaps has gotten a bit of an eyebrow raised from a number of people.
Corki Rel looking like locking for JDG. I wouldn't suggest this for another matchup. I think if you're against a top team, going into Renata, potentially with a Kalista, if you're doing this against BLG, if you're doing this against Top Esports or Invictus Gaming, anyone's Legend, I think this gets you killed.
Draft leads to suffering.
Yes. Man, we can talk. Yeah, man.
Sunoku leads to draft.
That is the worst Yoda accent I've ever heard.
Yes. I don't know. I've heard the one about
bad things for Kalista I have done. Now, if you know Lego Yoda, you just keep that to yourself, chap. Anyway, it's gonna be
ult through enemy teams.
Yes, I have. Kalista Renata locked in, very lane dominant. However, Assume and Jway, while I think they've been solid, I think Pays and Missing, I think particularly Pays. Missing, I think still has a couple of those skew-if moments. I think Pays is someone who I've really had my eyes on as up there as maybe top 3 AD carry than the LPL in current form. We'll see where that ends up. I think that's an ever-changing thing. We have many great AD carries here within the LPL. And JDG are, as a team, looking to, with more and more games, maybe not here because it's not a top team in FPX in current standings, they are looking to prove themselves maybe best in LPL. We'll see them particularly next week when they have a much harder strength of schedule. We'll see what happens.
Cast whole game Yoda style, I must. JDJ Scout says I must do.
Oh, Jesus Christ, what have you put? What have you put me in for? First game of JDG at FPX. I got a bad feeling about this. That was a Star Wars joke, so I'm good laugh.
Yeah.
Chat. What a great reference you say in chat. Wait.
I don't care what universe in. That cast's gotta suck.
Sam, I'm gonna do a very specific reference as we get into the game with Giles. I need you to go with me. All right. We're loaded to the rift, and we're gonna get ready for something truly special.
Where is this going?
Just wait.
Great
wait.
fear I have.
Wait just 1 second. We'll be back in 1 minute. Trust me. I hope it's worth it. Where are the Giles? JDG hut!
I knew it! I had no idea! And I knew it was happening! Oh my days! Well, welcome to the Buddha Classic, apparently!
I swear to God, there's gonna be like probably a good 90% of the audience that never watched that one scene where the podcast bit when there's that two-headed race commentator who just goes blah 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 at the start of it. Anyway, that's.
I'm just saying, look, that's if pod racing ever becomes an esport, we're there. We are there.
Oh, that would actually be my dream. I was so sad that Star Wars Squadrons never got an esports scene. It looked really, really cool, you know, particularly in the VR, being able to kind of play like first person in the middle of a pilot's cockpit. So cool. Anyway, this is a very important series. Well, is it? It's for FPX. It's another run and a very hard strength of schedule for them. They, I guess, being a team which kind of snuck into through the Knights rival stage, or rather the last chance qualifier. Definitely not a team which I think were looking to be that successful. However, they've done a lot better than I thought they would. And now we see them with the Callisto Renata. Maybe if they get enough early leads here, maybe they can do something with that competition. Strong front to back later into the game. Get themselves a bit of leverage off the first wave. It's not the second wave coming in to give the XP for level 2, but definitely a lane we need to watch.
I think here as well, then we've also got to ask about what our junglers are doing early. We've seen a lot of Neferis end up in a position where they get early ganks, get them snowballing, and the early snowballs become nearly unmanageable. We saw that just, I want to say yesterday, but that's not true. The day before, when I was last kind of paying attention, we saw this 5k Goldie kind of balloon out of control. There was no real way to manage it post that point. I think here, Shadow, play through the Talir, can play through this bot side. You leave Sheer to be weak side. Whereas I think Shun may have an angle in towards this mid lane early. You can throw some Dark and Daggers out. Won't want to eviscerate across the Unravel there. And so doesn't find too much there, especially with Shadow there to defend as he also walks through mid.
But this is only possible because Scout has done his due diligence with the wave control. I think Scout's not always the most lane dominant player, but he has plans with his lane, which is the important thing. Right here, it's like, look, I can make sure on third wave, I get myself wave on my side of the lane so you can walk across it and maybe look for something. He's made that plan in advance and you get something for Sherm. Doesn't end up leading to that much, but that kind of plan can, as we've seen many times in the past from Scout, lead to some big mistakes coming through from the enemy team which you can exploit.
Big time. My eyes turn to Scout, and in particular the ruler tool will be in effect. The Sith Lords of JDG will be trying to be as dangerous as possible. Of course, the great master of macro.
Let's say that, like, I mean, Sheer on site, that is basically Darth Bane? Bane,
the one who's dead and should just stay
the one that was too angry to die,
yeah,
basically.
That's Bane.
Yeah.
He's a party member in Crota 2, isn't he? Basically?
No, I don't know about that. No, he's an enemy. Because you have, there's what's her name? Kreia.
Yeah,
or Darth Treya, who's, flip-flops between some things. She's very cool, by the way.
She's
Shun,
just
though.
salty she fell to both sides of the
Two
coin.
of them are up, always, no more, no less. Shun can dive and use the W to reset the aggro, takes it first.
So which one's the master and which the apprentice? I think Sheer might be saying both of you are. The flash on out, JDG, that's clean. I take it back, the Sith strike first.
So, kill over to Arla on the Jace. That is a problem for FPX. It looked a little bit harder to pull off, but this is one of the reasons Defiri's so strong. That tower dive, using the W, call of the pack to go untargetable means you can also dodge the tower shots. That is very powerful, probably too powerful. Scout Gonna control this wave here again. Care will spot that coming through and get himself a decent trade. Scout will trade back though and has the phase rush to keep chasing at him. Care's actually in a little bit of trouble here. This could be a bit of a problem. This might be even a flash force, but the Scuttle Crab will make this a little bit easier. Jway missing coming through. Flash is afraid of that flash starting strike.
There's that Rune Prism. I ain't afraid of no Ghost Summoner spells, and Jway perhaps should have been. Needs to not cross the beams. There is a bailout on top, but it will mean nothing. The overload is not enough to finish off the side of Care, but Care with no flash and no mana can't do all that to be more to be done. Try that again in English, as JDG find themselves 2-0 up on different sides of the map.
And a lot of this is coming through Scout. You know, Scout giving the option onto Care there for Shun earlier on didn't lead to anything, but once again had the wave on his side of the map and you could walk past it and threaten Care once more. Care, big mistake looking for the recall in that part of it. Shun now walking into Shadow, maybe in a bit of trouble here.
A bit afraid. Should have been not walking into the Rancor pit, and Shadow was waiting there, and there is no door to drop on Shun's head. He dies, and it's a Kid Dragon afterwards.
Oh, that's really good for FPX now. Shun, he's a player, of course, been to World Finals and had a number of great performances for him. He is not without his inconsistencies, and right here, misreads the map. Shadow, the player for FPX who I need to see step up to see them win, and we've seen that recently, actually, is now on the board on that 1-0. We said maybe not the pick we want to see from him because he's normally the player of that Neferi. Wants to be on that carry side of the matchup. Does get some golden pocket, and that's important for the matchup.
Bar guard is broken in half, but fortunately, like Darth Maul, he can be put back together again, but this time with big robot legs. And he'll be back on the Rift.
Dude,
to go again.
He was such a cool character in the Clone. Oh, great stuff. Sam Witwer, the voice actor, he's such a nerd, but he worked really well for the characters. He knew exactly what he wanted out of it.
Kenobi.
Today is a very Star Wars day.
I feel like it is, yeah.
Yep.
April the 14th be with you.
Yeah, that's the one. Damn, that this team, Jing Darth Gaming. Jing Darth Gaming.
I mean, they've got a vaguely Sith-looking logo.
Sam, their logo is literally a demon. It's perfectly on brand. It's kind of
Kind of looks a bit more like. I can get behind that.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a nice flashing out of the Valkyrie as well. Maybe Assume could flash forward, look for something, chooses not to. I think that was an angle there, you know, and I feel like they maybe missed their opportunity.
Could have flashed for flash there, I agree. Didn't want to burn it, so they'll just take the trade and the cleanse down. Can maybe find something else afterwards. We look bot side.
Arlo, left alone on this side of the map. Anyone's coming to help him? No. Care pulls the ultimate. Arlo has no flash, and that might be his undoing. Here comes Scout, though, with the Realm Warp.
It'll be the Death Star run underneath the turret, and unfortunately, those turrets were fully operational. There'll be no Proton Torpedo available to save the side of this Jace, courtesy of those accelerated shot blasts. And FPX strike back.
Kao doesn't have a one-person snub fighter, but he does have himself an ultimate to swing by that bot side and get themselves an evening of things in that top lane one. Well, I suppose the Australia lanes, but that matchup there means that Arlen misses a bit of XP. Will come back out onto the map. He has to sync up that mid lane. I will say, teams like Anyone's Legend and JDG, one of my favorite things about watching them is their lane assignment. Right here, I think they do a good job of allowing Scout to pick up some farm, and then JDG put the top laner into the mid lane. Oh, wow.
But it's into a mount of Ezra Barrier, still got the bailout on top. Can look to keep playing forward, tries to flash up and get the bailout, does so, resets in, and they get the other! Assume with two, a little assist in from Jway to make sure that second one's confirmed.
If you want an example of why Callista Renata is broken, that is your golden way to show it. You wait until your health hits 0, you've got a full stack lethal tempo, and the rend means you can save up those spears for an instant kill once you drop down into the bailout. Gets the rend set, gets the double kill. Callista Renata do their job. We said in draft, against another team, maybe this would get you killed. Maybe this would be a problem. But Payson missing, they've been good, right? This is still a Callista Renata, and you have to pay it attention. Barrier comes through. The bailout starts giving that ticking move speed and attack speed early as well, kind of like that pseudo enchanter. Gets the rend set and Assume, and Dre outplay.
Get the kills, and that means a decent gold lead now in this bot side. We saw towards the beginning of the year the likes of Kazi and Helisack trying out this Corki rel to beat up Callistas. You've got the double shred, you can look to punish with all ins, and you know, with all your short range, it can be quite hard for Callista to hop out of the AoE, but it's gotten harder and harder to make that one work as time has gone on. A bit of a scrim discrepancy either way. Nice win there for Assume and Dre, and a necessary one. And it earns them the feat of martial mastery, at the very least for FPX, who hit to episode 4, a new game early on. It is our 4th game of the day. Find the Rune Prison though, not quite caught in Carbonite for long though, and Assume will be able to back away.
Even just as the two-man unit, very, very scary there. JDG take a good chunk out of that though. Shadow on the bot side. Remember, there's still that Nefarial. You've got to be a little bit more careful here. You know, it's okay if you stack up your lethal tempo and then they jump at you. Of course, you need to be in a mid-fight then. Bit harder when you don't have that. Shadow starting to just babysit this bot side. Doesn't want to leave them alone on the turret. Corki left alone to face in mid, but Cat once again shadowing as well. We are now in an even early game. Grubs over to one side, Dragons over to the other. Fed Kalista on one side, Fed Jace on the other. This is the way that the matchups are supposed to go. And I do think FPX have the better draft. On the whole, I think they have the better draft. I think JDG have better macro options, and they do have very good side lanes. But FPX, if they get to a 5v5, much harder for JDG to do much about it. So
a lot of damage, but yeah, it's not the easiest setup for it.
Yeah, I think this is competitive, right? I'm not going to say it's a massive draft win, but I think FPX, if they get to a 5v5, I think they have a lot of options. And I think that JDG coming out of the early game, even, is not really what they would have wanted from these lanes either. So FPX maybe have themselves an angle here.
Arla quietly farming up very well on this Jace, I'll note that. On towards the Conqueror, looking to build towards the Black Cleaver first into this Scion, which has been a pretty regular option, and Sheer just kind of has to sit here and suffer. It's the way of it. All the while, though, I think Rise for Scout is in an okay spot. The issue is kind of the fact that Shadow's managed to get a couple kills back. You managed to get Assume ahead of Curve, and that's what you need to say. You're up 500 gold. You can look to play towards this second Dragon with your Kalista and give yourself that out in a win condition towards something like Soul. May decide, though, that Grubs are the better part of that. Don't want to give 6 Grubs over to a Rise and a Jace, because the side laning options, it has to be said, for JDG are very strong this game as it goes on. The Jace and the Rise will be pretty hard to manage for the Talia and the Scion respectively.
However, JDG, a team that we maybe in the next week or so, after their run of form gets harder, we'll see what happens in this week. Yeah, nice run sets there, get another one hit. JDG may be at the top of the pack. Had a convincing win over BLG the other day. Looking very good there. Oh, found on the Dragon here. This is the Kalista or not. I mean, I don't think he can burst this down quite quick enough. Has to leave it. Hang on a second. Can you start stacking up the Rend here? Shinzao's coming over. It's a leash on the Dragon. FPX will get 2.
Nicely played. Can't take it down fast enough. Couldn't. And so FPX find themselves not quite with feats of strength because they only took the 1 grub top side. However, second Dragon secured. And we've seen a lot of that where people will start second grubs, get one, and immediately run towards Dragon to contest that one instead.
I think particularly when you're on a slower farming jungler, that can often be your angle. W misses, so the wind won't become lightning there. And it's just a breeze on the back. Scout will clear through it. Combo does hit, though. Good damage.
Be your angle, or perhaps your JDG Devil this time around.
Devil.
The Devil trigger coming on out. Somewhere out there, DMC is once again relevant somehow.
Much to the chagrin of many actual DMC fans. That show is...
I've not seen it yet.
Look, I'm just saying there's some weird stuff going on with that show right now. Don't really know why what's-his-name Asmongold might be in Season 2. There are many things I'm questioning about Devil May Cry, and I think their fan base might be crying too.
Well, we'll leave that one alone, and we'll move on to the game ahead of us. What episode are we on now? I suppose we're still episode 4, really. That's no... I don't think it's... That's no Moon doesn't really work for that. There's no, it's not a big enough value.
I'm just going to see, like, Talia press Q. I'm going to shout, watch out for those wrist rocks instead of wrist rockets. Man, Star Wars Battlefront 2, great game, great game. You did have to watch out for those wrist rockets. They were really nasty. They would one-shot you. It's really nasty, actually. Goddamn super battle droids. Shit. Pushing towards the bot side. Ults towards there for a bit of tempo. Is 1,000 gold down. I will say, I think we're getting to the point... What's up, sir?
The Fury to Droidica. The Eviscerate. She's spinning around. With the Eclipse shield, she even has a shield.
Wonderful, Sam. I'm very happy for you in this discovery. Shit, getting a plate maybe on this bot. I can't get the plates, actually, sadly. Just about... Oh, it does. Alright, cool. Just about to get through to it. Assume going to walk towards missing. Not going to be able to get that much out of it. FPX, again, I think FPX are in an okay spot here on the whole. I will say, though, Sion's not particularly happy about life. Is getting to the point where, especially that Black Cleaver coming up, the side lane gets worse. And that's one person hitting him. If you get, at this point, with this, gold deficit, you are potentially seeing a point where Sion does actually get one shot by triple very strong damage threats in the front line. So Sheer has to play well.
Especially if the Black Cleaver gets stacked, suddenly the Neferi and the Corki will still take you down very, very fast. And Rise, also quietly, one of the better tank killers out there, just purely because he goes through so many damn rotations.
He flings his hand around and blue shit flies everywhere, as the devs used to call it.
That sounds like Palpatine to me.
Yeah, it does.
Unlimited power! Exactly, I'm glad you understand where I was going with
I do,
one.
Sam. It's pretty hard to think of any other reference there. Sheer going to get jumped on again, and the Black Cleaver is nasty. Sheer's actually in danger here.
Looking to hammer someone back here, goes to the skies and looks to continue trading on out here. Never trust anything but a good blaster at your side, kid. Ala now potentially in danger with Shadow looking to come and punish. Flash on over the wind becomes lightning. He knows force lightning too. Looks to audacious charge on forward. A little bit of that force power. The seismic shove will bring down the Jace in the top lane.
Ala, twice the pride, double the fall, gets collapsed on before he can finish off the kill, and now Kerr is left alone bot side. Sheer can recall, teleport towards top side, but Shun maybe feels like he can do something with missing. That's one stun.
Flash, shattering strike, crash down with a magnet storm afterwards. Shun tries to do some work there with the call of the pack, throws some darkened daggers. And there is always a few more where one came from. Back away from that one.
Yeah, a good call of the pack for Shun to ignore the knockback from the Shinzao ultimate. Means he can carry on for the rest of that damage. Good turnaround. FPX a bit of a reminder there. They are against a very high damage team, even if the 5v5s look okay for them later on.
Ala's death is quickly punished. All the while Scout gets to be in mid lane with 5 grub. Big chunk onto this mid tier 1. And if you ever want to ask what Scout is doing, it's probably based around the turret. Tends to be a good angle for what he does in life. Finds himself in a very potent position. Reset here. Doesn't get spotted by Jway and won't pick up that Rose because feels a little bit at risk and would indeed be so were they to overplay for that attack.
Blade item spike for the Callisto is also very important. It has evened up the gold deficit.
His lightsaber. It's not a Diego. But you know.
Wait, that wasn't. No, she was like cousins with Diego, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's not.
I know, but it's just because he's got the blade. You know.
Whatever, Care gonna hit by... Ooh, not gonna get hit by that. But yeah, I mean, that blade spike, very, very good for the Callisto. However, Pace is now even in gold, so they managed to even up that.
He killed a whole room full of younglings with this weapon.
Many children with this. Okay, Shun, in a strong point, has the Eclipse, has the Fade. I actually think Shun could go for a big reset combo here. The Ren starting to get stacked up.
Bleeds on top of Shadow. Shear's now looking for an ult on end. The
steal.
Unstoppable onslaught comes on through. Steal away by Shun. Weaver's Wall comes on through, looking to make this one an interesting one. To hyperspace went Care. There's not really all that much to be found as the Renata comes on through and makes sure that they feel the hate. As Scout needs to run away. Probably the better part of Valor here is Shun now in danger. Throws out the Darking Dagger. Sends the dogs on forward. Sheer now in danger. And the power is indeed unleashed. And they find a kill onto the side.
So FPX not only mess up the Callisto Ren Smite combo, Sheer also missed positions in a way we said he couldn't afford to do so in the team fight as well. Not been impressed with Sheer's Sion from what I've seen from the last couple of games, and now FPX is starting to give more gold over towards a very high damage team, which can punish them for this. And to make things worse, the Herald isn't just going to slam into top lane, it'll slam into bot lane too. You can make the angle here. So JDG take a huge power play.
Oh, beautiful.
And FPX, they start falling very far behind.
Navigate the asteroid field very adroitly and manage to secure that one despite the odds being against them. Scout here to defend. Can't quite claim the turret afterwards, but nice piloting skills there. Millennium Falcon of the Herald managed to get that one. Shun though needs to get on out. Flashes away to safety as some looking for the kill. The Ren not quite enough on the dog, but the slow might be enough as they continue to stack on forwards. Trying to keep jumping. Wind becomes lightning, staying alive. The Eclipse Shield is there. Pace now sidesteps that seismic shove. Care gets to stay alive. The TVs come flying on through, and Jace is indeed looking on that one. Looks for the shock blast, can't quite land it. That one wasn't 1 in a million.
FPX lose that dragon despite the fact that Sion was looking for a really big kill onto Shun. The Blade Spike of the Callisto not able to completely shut him down early enough. Outlet doesn't have flash still, but does dodge out on the combo, importantly so. I think he actually would have died there. And JDG get away with punishing the mistakes of FPX, who can't quite cleanly execute enough.
Can't. Arla looking to stop some backs. Nice far side. Alterate for the flash handshake! Arla's gone too far. They picked that one up. Care is the one who gets that. Call of the pack allows a moment of invulnerability. Shadow in a 1v1. Still trying to run out with Shun, will surely get the damage. They get one back. The trade still continue to fly. A Scout is now clearing out the wave, but dies as well. And the Sith Empire crumbles as FPX are waiting rebels indeed. They are scum. Looking to drop fights from bushes, hiding out of vision.
Paze was completely at the other side of the map there. Lost a carry you have. How embarrassing. How embarrassing, Yoda would say. FPX get themselves a huge play on the bot side. It has been very scrappy. I'm saying, look, FPX can't afford to give over the random amount of the gold they did. after the Herald was taken by JDG. They lost 2 turrets, they lost a couple of kills. This is important though, it stems the blading a little bit, keeps them ahead in terms of those turrets, and what happened here? Spots Kep, but doesn't spot anyone else. Just misjudges it. Ala going a little bit too far multiple times. FPX have put a target on his back, and they've bullseyed it. One Pratt with a T16. Managed to take down the rest of the team too.
How many Bothans died to give Ala that information? In the end, it was all a ruse anyway. Turns out that push bait was fully operational. They find that kill. Ala will return to the scene of the crime though and bring down that battle station in the bot lane. Tier 1 turret down, and JDG still find themselves up a fair amount of gold. And that you can see there, the win percentages flip back and forth so much here. It's a slight edge to JDG, but it has not been an easy ride-off.
Let's check out those individual gold leads. 1,000 in the top lane, that is a problem. The Jace becomes an issue. I don't think there's anyone that can deal with the Jace expertly well. You just have to play well. No one has the best tools to deal with it. Jungle matchup going well for Shadow. And we said, hey, Shadow, actually on a very good set of form. One of the reasons why FPX have managed to have a good uptick. Replacing Sorrow in the jungle. Shadow, I think, has been a better source of leadership for the team. Mid lane, over towards Care, actually, 2-0 and 3. I think that he has an easier job in some ways than the Ryze. I think the Ryze, it's harder for him to position in some ways, but because the extra range of the Talia, it's a little bit easier. Of course, can stop that Neferi ultimate with the E. Well, doesn't stop it, makes sure they're stunned on the other side of it, and of course the Eviscerate too. Bot lane, though, being behind for the FPX, after all the work they did in that 2v2 early, not necessarily what they want, and failing a couple of objective fights now, slash the smite on the Herald, means that they're a little further behind than what they would like to be on an individual level.
It's feel a bit tricky, that's for sure. Okay, FPX, where are you at now? 9 kills up, that's nice. Gold behind, but not crazily so. 900 or so gold. You've got yourself 2 items on the Callisto, even if the Corki's pulled back ahead. Mainly by farming out really well here, actually. Pays in a pretty good spot himself with that Muramana transformation. Shun at 2 items. Everyone basically at 2 items across the board, with the exception of Sheer. As we said, he is not notably behind, but literally the moment I speak about it, the Unending Despair is completed. So Sion at this point in a better spot than they once were.
And of course, Sion eventually just gets 1,000,000 stacks and can do a lot of work, but
with another 1,000,000 on the way,
must be very proud, very impressive. Can't think of many other whatever you want quotes to think about it. Like, I do have a lot of them. It's just, do I have them for now?
I mean, does Sheer? Maybe the quote is, you know, like it's like 1,000,000 souls cried out and were suddenly silent.
True.
They've all been put in the soul furnace.
Yeah.
Sion is the Death Star. Powered by one.
Yeah, my problem
star
is
of death in his stomach.
I feel like Sheer has a set of fatal flaws, though. It's not quite an exhaust port. It's actually his teamfight positioning. It's a little bit different.
Right.
Which is something which I've not been impressed with on his side
Jace's
so far.
Proton Torpedo?
That could very well be it. It could also be a fighter squadron of Neferi Hounds, too. Can also shred through him. Double Black Cleaver, missing. Going down the river. Atakan started Ruinous Variety. We'll give you those plants in the permanent buff. Don't want to let this go over if you can help it. The Africans need to approach carefully. Here comes the attack run.
To mind something here. As they are entering Locke's foils into attack position, but FPX don't know they're here. Just fly casual, guys, and they won't know the Atakan's going down.
I think they will well, I guess not. Atakan snuck away. The Neferi can one-man it as a, well, with the pack as well. Can heal off of it much better with those Qs, and that's going to go down. However, FPX, maybe they just say, right, we're going to go towards Soul Point instead. You can take your Atakan. We'll choose to believe in the Dragon Force. Get themselves third dragon on Ocean Soul.
Wincon secured with that Ocean Soul point. Again, you've got the Callisto. Your ability to flip imbalanced fights or imbalanced smite fights specifically is pretty good. Still, JDG are the ones with 5 grubs now, empowered by that Atakan, but pick up all the petals. They're not in a bad position this game either. It's just that FPX don't exactly trade it out for nothing.
We have so many Black Cleavers. We have like 1 on one side, maybe even 3 on the other side if we get to it. Point in chat, made up by Further. Talking about Foof, rather, probably the way it's pronounced. Going towards the more Bruiser Corki build. This will likely be the Shojin next, but we might see the Black Cleaver in this build too, because it's not a crit Corki, is worth noting.
It is not. It feels like we've moved away from that in recent weeks. Shojin very regular now on that champion. Red buff. being taken by the side of FPX's bot side, and will secure that one easily enough. Scout split pushing away. This Rise, 2 items, building towards a third shortly, you'd imagine, and nearly got a fully stacked rower. Is also in a very good position this game. Fully operational right now.
Shea heading towards third item. The tankier this Scion gets, they can knock this. Ooh, didn't spot it with the sweeper either. Knows that the ward was in that brush, so can clear that one out at least. I mean, 2 item on Shinzao, that's actually kind of helpful, because if you get the 2 item Shinzao, I don't think this is the game where you 1v1 well, definitely not the JC don't 1v1, not at this point. Rise you can do a good amount of damage to, but then that kind of sucks as well. The Corki maybe you can. When you've got this kind of lead on the Shinzao, you can force mobility, flashes, and maybe enough of a HP bar that you can just take someone out of the fight, whilst you're also frontlining with that ult as well. I think Shadow, if he has a good enough team fight, maybe it can make up for the lack of Shear's power and positioning. Has to ult out, missing. Not going to be able to pick them off. There was a roam up towards that. Ultimate down.
Probably in the end, I think, a pretty conservative ult, but potentially a necessary one, and so okay, does get out without having to blow anything else. The level 14 Talia probably won't have that much cooldown on the wall in the grand scheme of things. You've still got a few minutes until something like that Soul, so can afford to burn that up. Returns to the scene of the crime, but this time with friends.
Sort of take a step back from here too. You know, obviously quite an intricate map state happening right now, Baron up. This is FPX, who scraped into the Ascend group. We didn't have great feelings about. Doing actually pretty damn well against one of our best teams in the league. 3-0. Yes, only one of those was against a really top team, but still, I think there's a lot of props that have to be given to FPX, who are fighting above their caliber, and they get a pick.
Oh, nice pick off. Missing is indeed missing in action. Spartans never die. He certainly does. That's a nice pick off there. Turnaround damage with that shock blast is good. Scout off vision.
It was the big one, not the shock blast. Oh, can they find him in there? Remember, use his ultimate flex forward. The handshake misses.
Tries to run away with the phase rush, still on top of him is Shadow, looking to get on top. They're doing so much damage as soon. Will surely be able to trade out him, but my god, Scout tried his very best at a 1v4, but cannot escape. That flanking mission goes very, very wrong.
Yeah, and even though the big one and the Rise do so much damage, Mac rounds in orbit, it's not quite enough to see off the grouped up army of FPX, who take themselves 2 quick kills, missing, caught out there. And this is a player which I have had some criticisms of, being a little bit inconsistent. It's been better in recent weeks, but still someone which I know has a much higher ceiling than this. JDG getting picked off a little. The gold lead inconsequential now. 2 minutes until the Dragon. If FPX keep on this form, they get a pick like that before the Dragon, that could be soul over to FPX.
That is a rough position, missing with the handshake, as JDG were looking to contest the vision, keep their control ward up, and gets punished. The Scout then realm warped in, is caught behind enemy lines. Let's see if he can catch someone out on the retreat, but end up in a 1v4 trying to play for this flank angle.
This is... Look, as soon as you have your teammates not walking up there, get the hell out, man. Get the hell out. You have Ghost and Flash. You can just walk out the backside. No one's going to be able to catch you, especially with Kez ult being down. Vision control still being established around this Baron. There's a really good ward just on the top side of the Baron pits. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen. Shear's still getting some time in the sideline. Worth remembering, it's not just the gold he gets value from here. It is also that Soul Furnace, which definitely makes a lot of difference for him. JDG not able to do that much around the Baron, and now JDG have themselves a bit of a difficult conundrum. FPX are happy to give you the Baron if they take the Dragon. You are not particularly happy if you take a Dragon and they get Baron. So you must stay around that Dragon, but you can't allow them to go towards either objective, really. FPX in a good spot. JDG kind of have to contest wherever FPX choose to fight.
Now we're getting some defensive items coming on through. Kair's got his own arm guard to work with. We've got the Terminus completed for this Callista on top of the bailout and the Locket Shield. These are big item breakpoints for things like the Callista, which do translate into being a bit tanky as we come towards this Dragon.
20 seconds till the Dragon. That Seekers is so important for the one big fight at the game. Great poke from Paze. Jace can do the same. Can they get the pick? Though missing again!
Tries to play frontline, is not swift enough with the flash or the crash down. Dies for the decimating smash stuff.
Oh, missing. You can't afford to die like that. It's one of the reasons we criticize him here. Paze got some great poke down. Alakut as well. Scout has to go just panic shove bot lane because they have to deny them options. I think FPX just rush towards the Dragon and they just hope that, you know, there'll be enough poke coming through. Yes, Scout will get this and he has the Realm Warp, but if FPX get the Dragon, they don't give a damn.
Have to play for the fight regardless. Shun on one side, Pazer on top of the very split off. Ala looking for poke. Landed a fairly decent amount onto Joy already, but the Dragon now secured. That is Ocean Soul. Scout now split off. Not quick enough on the turret take. Got to try and run away. Does get the turret in the phase rush time into the Realm Warp. All the while the hostile takeover comes crashing across Jingdong Gaming, who aren't doing very much gaming. Disconnect them PCs. It's looking rough out here. The monitors must be turned off as Paze needs to get out of there. Avert your eyes, fans. JDG fumble over the last 2 minutes.
FPX have had 4 series losses, but strike them down and they might just become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. JDG 3-0, getting sucker punched here.
Head towards the Sarlacc pit, Baron pit to pick up a final buff here, and they will slay it with aplomb. No Jabba's barge required. FPX, Soul, and Baron, and a fantastic game state to play from here. At the very least, JDG will shove up mid lane, get an additional tier 2. They are still not giving up everything for free here.
Scout going towards that top side, but we return to the statement made before this. It doesn't matter if you take those inner turrets. FPX don't give a damn. They have the Soul now with tanks. They have the Baron now, which will allow them to claim back some of that tower gold as well. They only have 1 tower to JDG's 5. So much on the map. You're absolutely correct there. Can't say I've ever heard of no at-in. FPX, though, might have heard of some towers to take. Shadow walking forwards, and that Ocean Soul is going to be very, very nasty to try and kill the front line now. Shadow is actually pretty happy taking some of this damage. Obviously, not quite to that amount.
You got Ocean Soul, he'll be alright.
But he'll be okay. FPX will feel so much better now.
He won't die afterwards, that's incredible.
Yeah, why the hell did they give that to Ray in that last movie? Questions and very few answers there are. Maybe I have to play Fortnite to figure out that one very crucial lore piece of information.
That's one way to drop lore, I suppose, but over we come.
Care coming in just to separate them away from the turret. They just want the turret. They don't necessarily want the fight afterwards. That'll take it. Sheer's going to go push up towards that top side. JDG have the grubs. They can take towers more quickly, but FPX with the Baron can't exactly be stopped now, even with some decent wave clear from JDG.
They have got a fair amount of wave clear. Dark Daggers, Corki, Rise, all very good at that. The Jays can shove out waves in the side lane, but they're still trying to claim as many of these turrets as they can. As you noted, we only had 1 turret take from FPX before this. If they can make this into a big economy, Baron, get some tier 2s on top of everything else, it feels pretty good here in the grand scheme of things.
Sion has teleport too. The gold lead's being lessened on that front, and I do think that Sheer can at least play to wave clear. Has the Ocean Soul now, so he can at least get that ticking, so it's harder for the Jace to kill him in a side lane. He'll try it. In fact, he's going to try right now, maybe. The Ocean Soul makes this much harder to do. Good luck, Outlet. That 1v1, which you've worked so hard to achieve. Your team's not exactly paid you back for that one, have they?
1 or 2 oversteps from Ala where he's been baited out by thinking there's only 1 person in the bush and there being 3 has caught him and punished him enough already.
He just doesn't care, does he? And Diego saying in Nevi's chat, which I do completely agree with, JDG only have gold from turrets. And don't get me wrong, Scout is one of the best goddamn players at taking the game. If you've never heard me talk about the macro which Scout has innovated about taking towers, you'll hear plenty from me in the future. He's great at doing that. But that's all they've had this game. They're now behind in goal, while the FPX still have towers to pick up.
Jack showdown on this Kalista now as well. The Realm Walk comes on in. Care is in danger. Will Seismic Shift shown away, but still has a lot of ability to keep on going. Flash away. Trying to get the wall ride down. Pays, landing a big one. Dark and Daggers come on through. Care will likely die. Nice pick off there as the Realm Walk came on through as well. But all the while, FPX continue to shove to get a tier 2 bot side as well.
Yeah, are we going to get another big power play? I don't actually think you win the 4v5 against the front line without that Neferi ultimate. They can try, but I don't know if they win this against the Ocean Soul.
Set drive for maximum firepower. The hostile takeover comes flying across, and the hatred is strong with this one. Scout goes golden, but I don't think Carbonite will save you for long. Unfrozen, and unfortunately, look who was waiting. Jabba's there, lapping his head off, and so are FPX. No! They find the damage. Base and Ellie there to make it a turnaround, and they can't get more than Scout.
Easy to get tricked in that fight by looking at what's happening with the initial play, but it's still the 4v5, and you had to look at some of the HP bars on FPX. Shun kept his W till later into the play to make sure the Rend couldn't give the bailout onto him. There was a huge play going forward.
Can they end?
Care is alive, so it won't be the end of the game, and especially with 2 dead. But still, JDG get a huge fight.
To break on the inhibitor, they've got 4v1, but you're right, Care is enough wave clear to deal with that. We'll have a look again.
And again, you know, what Care gets picked off here. I'm sure we'll get a replay of the next fight after that too, where, you know, you could be forgiven for thinking that FPX just clean up there, but you forget it's a 4v5, and there's a Neferian play too, who has so much extra random turnaround potential. It's a good pickoff. I thought maybe it was an overinvestment, but then FPX stay a little too far, and we'll see exactly what happens in this fight again. Now, Assume is convinced to stay around, needs to. Scout gets some damage down. I thought it was going to be so hard to play against the heavy front line, especially with missing, kind of cocking up another engage, really. Renato buys time, and they get themselves the first play here. FPX get a great play, but they don't do damage to the carries. They start doing it now, but there's Seekers. They get absolutely minced through, and then the Neferi is left alone too. I really feel like FPX... I feel like FPX just don't damage enough for the carries. Pays is full HP, and Neferi's got enough with them as well. They just don't focus the carries, and JDG clean up house.
I'd love to see some post-fight, team fight damage there, because I'm so curious to see what those numbers ended up being. Pays. No. Got Flash, got Valkyrie, should be okay.
I saw the observer zoom in, I was like, huh? A little jump scared that. Alright, FPX still have the Ocean Soul, 20 seconds till Elder, minute till Baron. I still think FPX are considered, you know, very strong in this game, though they have lost that gold lead. JDG have the Realm Warp to potentially pull apart. Let's see what they can do with the poke as well.
Shun, Ala, Pays, and the rest of JDG shoving through mid lane. Elder in 2 seconds. They're looking to wrap around behind. They've got wards in the enemy jungle right now.
And I really feel like Shun is such a danger point. If you can get into the backline, if you open up another option, things get very, very bad. Sheer trying to block off some skill shots, successful in doing so. Ren starting to come through now.
Shun's not going to get overhead. They just have to give up the Elder, don't they? With the Ren's in, you're absolutely right. No real way to contest. Elder secured by FPX, but Baron in 25.
But now JDG have to fight against the Elder from us. Allah has to teleport away because he doesn't know where. They don't have the vision to tell where they're heading to. 20 seconds until Baron. Elder up. FPX can again just death ball now. They have the Elder, and that means that JDG can't contest. They have to play smoke and mirrors.
That's going to be interesting. Last fight was close. It'd be a lot harder for it to be close this time if you've got Elder to work with as well. Scout didn't finish the Zonyas. It's worth noting, went straight towards that death camp. We did kind of notice, but worth noting he still hasn't completed the Zonyas as yet. See what he gets on this reset, but FPX reset towards his Baron with the Elder on top as well. I feel like JDG just have to give this up, but that's double Uber buffs now to play around.
Yeah, so, I mean, FPX don't end with this. That says a lot about FPX. Look, I've been very happy to see the growth from this team. JDG are one of our top teams. We don't know exactly where they are in that standing right now. You know, we see some great moments for some of these players, some awesome moments from some of these players. We've also seen some of their foibles as well. I think missing, poor game from him on the Rel this time. It is a little bit difficult being the sole engaged, but he's missed some key opportunities and get picked off at some important opportunities too. FPX now walking forwards. Shadow did land the W there. There's an Elder. Wouldn't put it past him with a GA to go a little bit further. Poke comes through, but yeah, if there's some Ocean Souls ticking, makes it a lot harder for that poke to stick.
Inhibitor number 1 falls, but you're going to need a few more of those to see to the death of JDG's Nexus. They'll come.
Elder onto Scout.
Scout's in danger. He was too far up. Yes, you're a Scout, mate, but you can't get separated from your front line too easily. Manages to ghost and run away. Shadow taken low. FPX actually slightly split apart here as their bot lane zoned away by Arla. Tier 2 in mid lane will still fall though.
I mean, some props to Arla. Really good skill shot accuracy, and the Ocean Soul is not active on a lot of these members because they're not hitting back to activate it. Elder falling off in 30 seconds. They will break the base, and they do get a good amount of gold from that. Gold is a little bit decorative now because we're getting towards that point in the late game, and you've already got Soul and Elder and this stuff which kind of outweighs some item deficits or whatever. Cap can teleport back onto the map. Need to be careful in the brief 4v5 though.
On these flank angles, hitting the big grouped up shock blast is beginning to hurt. He's a 4-item Jace. He will sting, assuming you get those combos down.
Doesn't sting as much onto assume. He has
quite a lot of tank items now.
Far too much tankiness. It is quite problematic. Going towards what looks to be, I suppose, would be the. I don't actually know whether it could be the blood. Yeah, I think the Bloodthirst is pretty damn good here. There's
still too, so.
It does go for the GM. No, actually, no, the GA makes more sense here because I think also there's a really annoying interaction where technically GA, I think it does proc while you're in Guardian. I think Ocean Soul procs it while you're in it. It does for Zonyas as well, by the way. So if you can get some damage down, there's a chance he has an extra couple of hundred HP to play around as that comes through.
Shooting Bailout and GA now as well. How many lives will this?
Yeah, which is why JDG needs to pick off someone so separated that they can't be rallied around, or get so much AoE damage down that it doesn't matter. Because you're healing, yes, it's one person, yet there's not healing for all 4 people all the time. So, FPX, can they finish the game with this? It has been a good game 1. They've taken game 1s off of a hell of a lot of teams right here. JDG, will they also fall prey to that?
Around. Shadow throwing some wind becomes Force Lightning around. Dogs go forward, but are forced to retreat. Dregs of Baron for 25 seconds. What can they get done with it? Sheer in the mid lane. Rotation up from Shadow to try and get towards it as well, and Scout's going to have to try and clear up this way, but I don't know how easy it will be to walk up and stay safe.
Really good sinking of waves. Really good sinking of waves. Flashing forwards for the knock-up. Here goes Shadow.
Audacious charge for 3 Talon Strikers there, looking for an engage though with a Magnet Storm turnaround, shock blast to the backside, but FPX damn tanky at this point. Another audacious charge. They can keep on playing. Still got GA second lives. The hostile takeover comes on through as well. Feel the hate is what the Renata says. The pathway to powers some say are unnatural. Extra lives with bailout still to work with too.
It's another poor engagement missing, and now where is that engage? Arla jumps in, but he's got to be so careful. Knocked up, tower's going down. Realm might be able to get something, I guess.
Can't quite find it. They'll get one down to GA, but somehow Kalista returned. Has an Ocean Soul to work with. Continues to heal up.
This is it.
That's got to be game. FPX still manages to strike against our best teams in the LPL. They are never to be counted up. Away. Lucas is back. Oliver losing those attacks. Knocked up by that decimating smash. Corki too. Must Valkyrie away. Shun desperately tries to get some please down for the dog. Can't do it. To the pound you go. Bailout on top, and Shadow will not quite burn out until just now. Pays alone in his little X-Wing. Cannot stand against the mass might of the FPX Empire. Another seismic shove, and Pays is made one with the Force.
Jingdarth Gaming slain at the hands of the Warriors of FPX. Turrets will go down. It is a 40-minute game, and FPX show once again they do deserve to be here in Group Ascent, taking another game off of a top team.
1-4 they might be, but look at that game score. Rare is the series where they haven't been able to get at least one punch in. It is volatile, it is scrappy, but you can see the heart in this team, and you definitely can't count them out. And a lot of these other teams who think they might be easy pickings have been proven wrong on now more than one account.
We haven't seen that many games from JDG, but if you have seen them, you might have seen them here. Hello, my name's Alex, and this is Sam. We're brothers, flesh and blood, and we're professional League of Legends caster. My name's also Nymaera, and Initialise if you've heard us under those tags as well. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore. They're all fan broadcasts. If you're watching LPL English, ourselves, Hysterics, Yamato, I Will Dominate, names like that, you got to understand, no one is getting paid to bring you LPL anymore, which means that it's even more important now more than ever. If you care about the LPL, if you've enjoyed it at any points in the past, to show us a little bit of support, whether that is just by tuning in or leaving comments and likes. Anything you can do for us makes an awful lot of difference, because it is so important to tell the stories of, well, what happens if JDG goes international? Maybe you have to remember back to some of these games. Maybe it would be really important to remember some of these games if there's a trend, because you wouldn't know that unless you'd watched it on streams like this. So if you're here, thank you so much. It makes an awful lot of difference.
Little note out to Mabby in chat as well, who pointed out it could be very funny if JDG loses to both of their top laners from last year in Sheer and Flandre. That would be very juicy.
That would be so funny. That would be excellent, actually. Honestly, I could make an even more confusing graphic if JDG lose today and FPX. I need to put them somehow on headless. Thank you so much for the 10 gift bomb as well. Scout didn't do much that game, didn't even abuse Rise properly. I think it's very hard to look for an engage, because if you ult onto one side of the fight, you just get flashed on or get Kalista ulted on one side of the fight. You need to be very, very good at your timing there. I agree they should have looked for it to open up a second angle, but JDG, yeah, they were slapped a little bit. I think they disrespected the Kalista Renata in early game. I think they really, really disrespected the team fight power as well, and I think that was sadly a bit of a CV max draft in the team fights later on.
Yeah, and the thing is, look, that draft is about individual agency. It's about getting pressure in lanes and having Jace, Ryze, Neferi go into the jungle and use their hands and kind of the champion's agency to take over the game from there. And that didn't really happen. I think FPX actually came out of the early game pretty happy, a little bit behind, but having gotten a lot of objectives, found a few fights themselves, a 2v2, double kill up top side, that kind of thing as well. Put them in a really good spot. And then we got to the team fights and went, okay, so who is consistently dealing with, like, this Kalista at this point when she's gotten this tanky? Who's actually starting the fights here? Because Mr. can go in and then you get blasted. We saw one good fight where there was the 4v5 and Corki got to just unload all of the AoE and Neferi got good Dark in daggers. But that was the one truly good fight I think we saw from JDG. Like, the entire game, it just wasn't easy for them to actually find good cohesive 5v5s.
Okay, long game. I've been enjoying today's game.
Yeah,
I haven't. We'll turn off the alert box for now. Thank you so much for the stuff though. This support means an awful lot. As God, almost at 943 subscribers. That is a lot for an itty bitty stream like us. Kalista had a lot of armor and MR, absolutely, and that means that when you're regenning HP, maybe I should have said this during game too. If you get more HP matters more the more resist you have. So if you have if you have like 1,000 HP. But like no resist, it is actually less valuable than, like, I don't know, 700 HP and a bunch of resist, right?
50, yeah, like I don't know, 500 armor.
And suddenly, if you have Terminus stacked up, you have Jack Show, you have Ocean Soul ticking you up. Getting through the HP is a pain in the ass, and then that all of that HP is harder to take away. No, the maths is mathing.
When did Pace do that damage, you wonder, folks? There was that one team fight. Yeah.
And look, I think Pace did a lot of good, but he is the one hitting a Scion, and he got the AoE teamfight damage down. He did do, I think Pace did pretty well in the teamfights, but it matters less. You have to deal more damage to make an impact. That's such a funny gold graft. That's just classic, man.
Scream if you want to go faster, folks.
Streamer on the left looks like Snowden. Is that... Wait, which one? Left? Oh, Sam, you look like...
Yeah, I get baby no money a lot as well.
Have you got any government documents you'd like to say? Have you played War Thunder recently? Oh god, JDG lose to... I don't think JDG are going to go down without a fight. This is still one of our best teams in the league, but the fact that FPX can take a game off them, it does say things. JDG, they are not a flawless team. I don't think any of our top teams are flawless teams, actually.
Not a minute, no. See where we end up at the end of the split, but I'm looking at, you look over the LCK and you look at your HLEs and your Gen Gs and you go, oh boy, these guys look quite good.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to go for a break first?
Yes.
Go for it. There is still tea in the pot.
Yeah. Also, thank you very much, Craig. That's a very kind comment to say there. Okay, we'll take a break and either an LEC later today? No, not today. What's that? What the hell? Oh, horrible. No, I've got 1 day next week. I think I've got 2 days the week after that. So, yeah, no, not this week. Right, I'll go take a break.
Here's our MVP. Let's have a look at it. It'll be Shadow, who's actually picking up quite a few now. He has been playing pretty damn well. When FPX are winning, it's often on the back of this man on your screen right now. Of course, as we kind of mentioned semi-regularly, was formerly with Mad Lions, grew up in Italy, now over in the LPL, having a grand old time out there. Getting to make this FPX roster is something a little bit interesting. Managed to find some very important junglers to their core over the last couple of years, haven't they? Between Milky Way leading the team to some pretty significant success last year into this. Pretty good stuff. couple for support, one for mid. I think Care played well. I could definitely see Jue having had it. He had some very good Renata angles. Now we've got MVP. I should run ourselves some ads to get ourselves out of that. If you want to avoid the ads, consider subbing. That's often the way forwards. This music always makes me think of the Modern Family opening. I don't remember Modern Family well enough. Pay 6 success points. Right. Who wins? I mean, should be JDG. I think they might still 2-1 this series, but FPX finally won their first series last time out. It wasn't against easy opposition either, so we'll see what they can do here.
OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL 皇冠战马。更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
Oh, into the break we go. I'm off to be productive. Well, go off, be productive, Amber. Would you be surprised they 2-0 JDG? I would be. Because I thought JDG had been playing very, very well, but that wasn't JDG's best look. If they were to 2-0, I think that would be a very big statement, considering JDG again came in 3-0, and I think deservedly so. FPX are 1-4, but it's worth noting 3 of those 4 losses they took a game, which is pretty significant. So we'll see how it all pairs out. Yeah, FPX also won first game against L, and then 2 and 3 got smashed. Yeah, that happens quite a lot. People really, I don't know, underestimate FPX in the first draft. Again, it sometimes requires, as we've sort of spoken about, the likes of Shadow going nuclear to really get value. "20 seconds to go." Yes, they give them Callista and Renata. That's always a good idea. I mean, it was a very strong bot lane to give up. Missing living up to his name, had a bad game. And he's been on our fraud wall for a little bit, that one. Hey, Angie. It is true.
面对京东的话，就是我们中期把边线处理更好一点，他们运营做得很好。感觉京东他们最近打得挺好的，运营方面还做得很好。然后对上他们的话，我们把自己该做做好，然后有优势。
I learned a really cool word the other day.
我感觉阿乐是一个对线很积极，
Dunkelgrün. Dunkelblau.
Yes.
I think. Oh, fun fact for Angie.
后面感觉就是慢慢提升自己吧，就是进步快一点。
One of the reasons why
Shulufu. It's a shoehorn. Shulufu. That's great. Just makes me smile.
One of the reasons why last names in at least English originating last names are all very descriptive a lot of the time, and often like very very simple a lot of the time. It's because basically last names didn't exist in England for many hundreds of years, because this is also a reason why English accents are so varied. By the way, we have the most densely we have the most dense amount of accents in the world in the UK, is because we were so insular in our towns that you would basically, if someone lived in a town the other side of the hill, they were a different people, basically. So you were from Southwell, if you're from Newark, from Mansfield or whatever. And that also meant that you actually didn't need last names, because if you were John, you were just John. You didn't know another John, or whatever. You were John, or son of John, or whatever. You only got a lot more last names when actually you had a difference in... Actually, that's very cute. You only got last names actually being instated once like people were actually moving between fans as kind of society evolved and stuff. So you do have people like named Green or Black or Blacksmith or Farrier or whatever, because it was named after your profession, or it was named after the place that you were in. Yes, this is a best of 3 Sushi Lemon. This is, yes. Yeah, so, but it also meant that basically, because we were so insular after such a long time, accents became very regional. And, yeah, and I'll give you another fun fact for free on this one. You know the RP English, which is the one that you hear on the radio, or BBC News, or in a lot of movies now? Transatlantic also falls into this too. It's not actually a natural accent. It's meant to be an accent which no one would get annoyed at, because the accents are so varied. It's meant to be something that was acceptable and understandable for everyone. That's your fun facts here. You get everything here. You can get educated about a great many things. German, English culture, and potentially some League of Legends as well. JDG, FPX, Game 2, draft on the table. JDG slapped in Game 1. FPX coming away with a good win. I think a lot of that came from their draft. It was much better to play in the 5v5. They got up to a soul point win condition. They got the soul. And while I do think that Ala had a good individual game, I think that Shun had some good moments. Pays had a very good set of damage. They didn't have the tools for the job, and I think JDG got a little bit drafted and out macroed at some points. The accent was popularized in the Hollywood in the 60s. That one, the RP one, was actually popularized by British News in the war for updates in World War II, actually, and just before that, and around the invention of the radio. Ah, Lilia makes its way through. Lilia was such a power pick here in the LPL. Such a powerful power pick. So Shun will pick that one up. And Shadow will have to find something else to go towards. What do we go towards now? There's no Talia, so Azir has less of the counters to them, and Shadow picks up the Pantheon. Pantheon, better early game prowess, has that E in the same way of that temporary frontline that the Shinzo ultimate can do too, and that pick potential. JDG, they must give themselves better teamfight tools. Their teamfights were actually... I don't think they played them that well. Do you go towards a Kai'Sa? I think, yeah, Yone is a no-brainer here. Scout very good at it and gives them some pick potential, some team fighting potential. This is already looking a lot better for JDG. JDG, what's your next important thing now? Good lane for Ala. Good lock in something like a Renekton already. Hey, I mean, if you go towards the Nautilus, Kai'Sa has a higher priority. You do have now ridiculous amount of point-and-click engage. You don't have Renata for peel back. You know you're getting engaged into with this composition. Nautilus ult can lead into point-and-click Yasuo, can lead into point-and-click Lilia pretty much too. I don't think the Alistar's bad here. Okay, laning matchup into the Nautilus. You can kind of Q Nautilus at the end of his hook so we can't get that passive and activate your Aftershock as well. Get rid of the Ziggs, which is something that FaZe is very good at. There is a problem where if on 4 you lock in the Kai'Sa, FaZe locks in the Misfortune, which I know a lot of people don't like, but it's so lane dominant here that it could be a huge issue. Nico banned away from Dwayne, and Dwayne's had some fantastic Nico games, in case you hadn't realized. Aurora, that was a bit of an odd ban. Didn't really catch up on that one. Sheer not going to have that Renekton. Sheer, what's he thinking? Do you think Nah, maybe? Do you think Nah? It's a comfort pick for him. Kind of surprised that Care didn't go towards more something like the Ari. It's a very good Ari play. Look, his is not bad, but can definitely be very powerful. Genji Poby followed me. So, thanks for the follow. You are catching up with Pays. It's a good name. Kai'Sa can go with Pantheon. Yes, it can do. It can do. But I'm just afraid of the laning phase. The problem now is I don't think FPX want to give Pays Kai'Sa, but I don't think that they have an answer to it either right now. Next year, maybe. Misfortune banned away from Assume this time, actually. So now they've self-banned the Misfortune, maybe afraid of the lane dominance on the other side, because they didn't want to pick Kai'Sa Nautilus into the Misfortune, so they give the Kai'Sa over to FPX instead. This is the mind game. This is why I love draft. I love draft like this. That chess match. That Schachspiele in German. The playing of chess. Leads to FPX getting that Kai'Sa, and I do think Assumes Kai'Sa has been very good. What does JDG do now? They need to pick in an AD carry. They need to blind pick top lane too. Poppy is the top lane pick. What do you do there? I mean, pretty good into the Poppy actually. You can win through that side lane very effectively. You could Yorick for sheer, couldn't you? I think you could Yorick for sheer here, and that could be nasty as hell. No dashes to play around. Toppy. Sure, so community would. No, I'm not. No, I'm just no. Okay, right. Pays going towards the going towards the Jinx. Last pick, top lane for shit. I think looks pretty good here. I think you can side lane very well with the Kai'Sa and the Pantheon being able to join your lane very quickly. It's a comfort pick for sheer. Could go for the Yorick. Sheer's comfort pick is the though. Perhaps, Andrew, perhaps. Alright. Locked in for sheer. Gives him some teamfight potential. I think it's a good lane versus the Poppy. I'm a little surprised that they picked the Poppy. Maybe they thought it was a takeaway. It's no restaurant, that is. It's no moon. That's no moon. Alright, much better team fight from JDG this time. Much better. They have point and click engage. They have strong carries. FPX, they're going to have a harder time, but however, they do have good globals themselves this time. A bit of a reversal of what happened in the last game. You do have the Alistar to be a front line. The Pantheon can be that too with the E. I think this is a much better draft from JDG, but FPX do have side laning options. They have globals. I want to see if they can double tap.
And they might be able to do it. The Shun on this Lilia can do some work with Scout on that Yone. It's a powerful duo, but I think Shadow on this Pantheon rather, definitely scary as Sumoner's best champion. I think it's a good draft again from FPX. They've got what they want, they know how they want to play, and that should be pretty exciting stuff for us coming into a game 2 with FPX already in the leads.
JDG humbled a little bit about that first game, but they're not the first to be humbled by FPX in a game 1. Can FPX get themselves a second win in a series? Beat Weibo recently. They've had a hard run of form, but they've played a lot recently. You can tell there's been some growth from the team. Can they carry through to a second game in the series? JDG, as we said coming into this, we had very high opinions of them. Difficult draft in game 1, underperformance from missing, and amongst other things.
If I had to give an analogy that maybe people who are Star Wars fans could understand, JDG is like Sebulba. It's the Buntareed Classic, and the little human boy Anakin here, looking to prove him wrong. Can he be strong with the Hawks?
Well, they do have themselves a Pantheon to run across the map on the Kai'Sa. Very fast, very dangerous. Not many people can do that, but here in the LPL, it's a bit of a specialty of ours. Let's see if we can make it not just one sun in the sky, make it 2. Burn up bright, take down JDG. Let's get into the rift.
Little shot on the Gyos there. Wonder whether we came onto the rift a little late to hear them properly. Sounds like the commentators were already chatting away there, so it may well have been post the Gyos, which is a bit of a disappointment. We'll have to do them into so go on, let's do it then. JDG?
Gyo!
JDG!
Gyo!
JDG!
Gyo!
Farm Plus!
Gyo!
Farm Plus!
Gyo!
Farm Plus!
Gyo!
There we go, how's that?
LGD! That's his
TSM!
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, LGD is often called out by the crowd in the same way that TSM was many years ago. Less so nowadays. I think they've become, because they've been out of the league for a little while, a little bit less relevant now. But hey, Who can forget TSM Sword Art?
Who has a better story than TSM than Sword Art the Broken?
Yeah, sure. I swear to God, don't you mention that goddamn name in front of me. Oh, who thought Brown was a good idea for that? Anyway, Shun gonna go towards the wall's first stop.
It's a great cereal. What's wrong with you?
I wonder whether Shun can get an early invade up towards topside. Hang on a second. Punt away.
Thank you for joining us in Nivea's chat. I see we've got some gyros going on. Ocean Salt saying no.
Gee, I know. Pays, of course, gets control over the lane early. The Kai'Sa, I don't think, loves this matchup. You do lose that early pressure. I feel like this is a harder composition to play from FPX. The game one, I could see them winning in some early lanes. I saw them with better team fights, and they played well enough around the objectives. This one, I think they are contested in bot lane quite heavily. I'm quite worried about giving Shun over a big carry pick, particularly when it's such a powerful pick within the LPL right now. Care actually doing quite okay, but, I mean, you know, Dizzy only running at you with the stupid-ass E ability.
Yeah, unbinding the soul turns out pretty valuable, and Care kind of had to stick around to be out of range of his own soul, just trying to stick there for a little bit more value, but ends up taking a relatively annoying trade, but still in an okay spot. It's gone towards the lethal temper. That's not unusual on Azir.
It's the most common one now. Don't really see that many other runes for it. Kind of gone are the days of grasp or fleet footwork. Occasionally you see Conqueror. Scout's actually one of the bigger players of that. Or occasionally press the attack.
Do we see anything like Hail of Blades on
No, not anymore. Not on the current patch. I mean, it has been in the past. Oh, hang on a second. I was actually in a bit of trouble here. He might have to flash.
Hang on. That's going to be a lot of damage. Another Hyperproc comes up and needs to get towards that buckler shield now. Can't step onto it, can shear, so Ala stays okay.
Dude, if that's me, I flash onto that buckler and I look for the goddamn kill. Shit. Doesn't want to use the E because, of course, can get W'd, and at that point, you're in trouble. Flip lands onto, hang on, level 3 to level 2 as well. He's going to get the passive onto him, but he misses. Ooh, passive not quite landing.
Might do it, and it will time out shortly. Running the Invictus Gaming Kai'Sa skin, as most of our bot laners do.
Love these guys, and I love you, random citizen.
You're breathtaking.
Shit, get control of this top side. Shadow, oh, needs to be careful. This is going to be a bit of a skill check. If the wallop lands, he dies.
Needs to be very, very aware. Not using it yet, not using it yet. No one's taken aggro. Heroic charge wave, and then Wallop now flashed away from an FPX. Do a good job there of not overcommitting. And they get the flash, and they delay the back from Ala.
Yeah, Shadow does get that empowered W. Doesn't get stopped by the W. Would have been quite in danger there. Doesn't happen. Flash for free. Missing out on that knockup. Dodging out on that knockup, rather.
Scout was missing out on that one, and he's got missing as a support, which is, of course, a slight irony. But there we go. Early back from the Jinx to get a hold of that Cull with the early shove. You can cheat those early resets, so in a decent spot, and Care getting traded on there by Scout will force a reset in mid as well.
Ala going towards the tier, so he's going towards the Fimbulwinter and not something like... There is a Sundered Sky build for copy, which is actually quite high damage. You see that a lot in jungle. So what happened here? Ala does actually get hit by the impact. Oh, uses the shove to get out of that. I mean, it doesn't actually change the tech. It doesn't actually change the damage coming through. He would have lost the flash either way because the wall doesn't come through. He gets a good flash out of the CC combo.
Yeah, and of course on the other side, FPX hold on to their flashes, it delays that reset. So it's not a bad gank from FPX, but it was well managed by Ala, who did have to problem solve his way through that little gank at the moment. As Sheer and Ala now in Australia have decided to once again continue their bickering. Someone didn't do the dishes.
That's normally me, isn't it? Yeah. Like, I do a great many things, but the dishes are...
Not one of them. It's true.
Not always one of them. Ala doing... I mean, he is dropping farm in this matchup, and that could be a problem. I think... Look, I think Sheer's best champion is Gnar, and it can be a genuine side lane win condition. One of my big points for FPX, because I don't think they're necessarily the most diverse team in terms of playstyle, they must play towards comfort, particularly for Care and Sheer, because I think they're their most powerful carries. Assume on the Kai'Sa can actually be that too. I think he's a little bit more slim in that regard, but no, Care, I think his Taliyah's been good. I think his Ahri's been good. And he had that, of course, the game last on the Taliyah, which has been becoming more into that. Sheer on his Gnar is up there, though, with that. Shadow, I want to see how he can get more out of that. Ult onto Ala will take some decent damage. And Sheer, he is going to start balling out this matchup pretty heavily at some point.
Feels like that's beginning to happen already. Sheer's been playing that lane pretty well. Of course, bot side was a bit scary, but Shadow around. Chunk on a missing, but Shun already starting the grubs. Lilia, when grubs were first released, one of the best takes of them because she can clear all three of them straight away, which is pretty silly. Can still clear them very fast individually, of course. And you're seeing Shadow looking to try and get them steal one away. has got Smite up and available, but Shunt will have his up as well. Gets that nice Q Smite, and so Shadow with a Comet Spear helps secure at least one and deny the whole set. In goes the rest of the combo, though. Missing, he's so many times he didn't get an aftershock. He's gone!
He just gets completely popped, missing again, another overstep. This support from JDG has had some powerful moments, but not really recently. And as you were just pointing out to me on our screen, Care uses that ult to disengage from Scout, presumably, who outplays him, doesn't even use his own.
Worth noting, Care now in danger, hits with the Q3. Scout now potentially in danger, will fade sealed away, gets interrupted, has to flash after with Shadow, with the increased move speed on the Yone, throws down the Comet Spear, can't get anything more, but you get the flash in the ult as well.
Alright, so Scout this time does actually lose some stuff. There is a 6 on Shun, who just leveled that up, so that was a little bit spooky. Shun now in bot side river, Hazala walking towards him as well. Another good early game from FPX, and dare I say it, something feels like it's in the water a little bit. Hook onto the Chompers though. No, not quite there, didn't quite proc them.
Just step forward, headbutt away, doesn't get rooted there, and that's a good job. We saw the other day where someone stopped for an auto and got rooted on the Chompers. It was brutal stuff. Just to back away on this one. We head towards a look into mid lane. Scout in danger! Oh! Last auto! Solo kill for Care, and he survives!
How does he get away with that? Care gets a Care package at the courtesy of Scout. Care takes the solo kill.
Misses the cannon afterwards, but I think he'll take the 300 gold. Nice work! Doesn't even blow the flash.
I'm telling you, something's in the water. Winning matchup in top lane, bot lane doing fine, missing going down early, and suddenly a solo kill in the mid lane. Scout, after such a good run of form, what happens here? Ends up going forward. Care has been stacking up the lethal temper all this time, gets himself enough HP, 15 HP. 15 HP, but that's 14 more than he needed.
All the while you're looking at Scout, who queues back to claim that minion, and it was just a mistake because Care goes, cool, I can shield, I can go forwards, 2 autos and a dream. Now an extra kill up that 100 or so gold, and Scout kicking himself a little bit. But yeah, the farm looking good for the Yone. Zone Care off a couple bits earlier on when that play around the river happened, I think. And that's great news for Scout, but losing those solo kills is gonna suck. Throws down a control ward, does Shun. Won't look for a mid lane gank as it stands. All the while though, plate claim by Pays on the reset from Rasum. We will at least get a minion there with the Void Seeker, and we kind of pull away with FPX again, as you said, the solid early game here.
Pays, however, even in gold, still stacking up a cull. That's scary. Pays, in the last game on Corki, did a lot of damage on the Jinx. And while I think there is a good angle for FPX here, it would be beneath us to not mention the fact that Pays is one of the goddamn best AD carries of the last few years. He has been incredibly potent, and he has himself a good angle to win teamfights himself. Dragon has spawned. No one's taken the first one just yet, so it actually has been spawned for a little while. Might see an angle towards this soon. Shadow in a little bit of trouble.
Won't have the Lilting Lullaby popped on him, so gets to stay a week. No need for the anesthetics yet. When are we getting a Surgeon Skin? Now the Aegis comes up, not fantastic from the angle on Shadow, who's surely about to fall, does finally die. Missing in danger, Assume needs to try and ult and find a way on out. Can't quite get the kill, the passive doesn't come on through. And JDG find loads of kills as FPX fumble in the river.
They do. Assume doesn't flash the ultimate, doesn't ult the ultimate either. I don't know what he's doing there, but that's a big mistake because suddenly that ticking time bomb of the Jinx we were talking about for a player like Pays has got a lot of gold. FPX talking good about them. The JDG, make no mistake, just got themselves into a huge position.
Call it out for Shadow, that Aegis Assault, not a great angle on it. And Assume tries to stick around to get a hold of that passive, then flash out, but can't do it, and so doesn't get the kill back onto Missing. A lot goes wrong there.
I'm sure we'll get a replay of that because that was a really big fight, but there's a bunch of small mechanical things to talk about. I think Care not going in for a shuffle was actually quite important there too. Hang on a second, Shun does have Smite. It's gonna get a bit close though.
I got nervous.
I know you did. I can tell. As the replay is going to come through now. The hook lands onto Shadow, who puts the shit. He reacts in time to press E, but not the right direction. I think Care had to save his shuffle to get a proper sweep on someone. Like maybe he was afraid to go into melee range of the Lilia. Shun gets a great amount of damage through there. I don't think FPX were ready for that fight, and they didn't respond appropriately.
That brings the gold back to a lead for JDG, getting some really important kills onto the Yone and onto that Jinx. Got a Wild Arrows completed before the culls even cashed in. Those are good win cons. Those are good places to have that gold. Grubs have just spawned. JDG obviously got 2 of the first set. And with that dragon on top as well, can look to really start leveraging a bit of the lead here. Rocket comes on through,
Stops
into
the
repairs
reset.
back.
Yeah, stops the reset. And that's nice. It might meet. Hang on, Scout does have ult. There is a chance that he forces flash here from Care actually. Chooses not to. Chooses not to. Could have gone forwards for E-ult combo. Always a little bit scary when you're sat on, you know, not full health against the Yone. 5 grubs over to JDG. FPX lose the dragon as well. Now FPX need to find themselves a way to bunker down. They do have this Gnar who will be starting to eke out some advantages in sideline versus the Poppy, but it's not happening too quickly. Arla, of course, a very good individual laner, and doing well to not let that Gnar get too far ahead.
That is the plan. 1,000 gold right now are JDG. The majority of that is in the mid and bot lane, which is fantastic news for JDG. Less good news for FPX, and literally the moment we started praising them, they fumbled a really important dragon by Arla. Eats a pretty big chunk there from Sheer, but I don't think it's going to be a lethal threat. Missed the big cannon. I would love to get to this wave as well, but that's a big wave for Sheer to play around. Shun's coming on up though, and he's still held onto the W. Sheer now in danger. Gets knocked up with the Grand Starfall. It's all been a ruse! Arla now in danger. Finally puts up the steadfast presence, but to what end? Flash for the Comet Sphere. Flash over the wall.
Oh, the predict!
Is a wonderful predict from Care, who goes sliding and gliding and divides Arla from his health bar.
Double globals come through. It's a teleport and it's an ultimate. And suddenly the numbers are not so even anymore. Thought he had a Shun in the back pocket, and he did. It just wasn't enough to make the difference. Who gets that kill? It's Care. That is it. Could be absolutely game-changing for FPX. I mean, we talked about Jinx in a similar way. It's hard-ish to play the Azir into the Poppy and sometimes into the Nautilus too. So we'll have to play very, very respectfully of those big denial tools or engage tools from FPX. Scout put on top side, does have flash, does have ult. You're gonna have to use them, might just have to.
Uses one, but the rest of FPX now coming on up. Initial one-man Acadian rain, unblinds the soul, gets knocked into the wall, tries to rebind it. Scout now in danger, flash away, assume under the turret, ults on in, gets the kill, and they've already tagged up the turret. FPX clean dive. First chunk onto Asuna, I think took a last turret shot on a reset.
He took a turret shot, the turret shocks. He was a bit afraid of Shun pulling the sleep on the top side. So FPX using their globals, using their longer range abilities. That is an ult going top side, but Sheer will be able to block it. Does do so, doesn't really lead to that much. Mid lane though, with 5 grubs being pushed, some good gold for JDG.
Yeah, swift enough on the reset to come and play most of that. Those are a couple plates going back towards this Jinx, who's still 1,200 gold ahead, because of course of all these plates that JDG are picking up mid and bot. FPX with the proactive play. But JDG once again very good at these cross maps.
JDG very quick onto the turrets. Care will be able to pick up this before, but just a little bit of gold bleeding out. 1,000 gold the advantage for JDG still. We'll say that, you know, Sheer managing to get some alone time on sides, very important to him. Scout no ultimate, can't do that much here, I don't think.
Look at the Ruin Kings, there's always a bit of a question.
It's a bit scary,
spike,
actually.
A big spike for Yone.
You, yeah, full build Yone. Turns out the only thing which is more full build earlier than Yone is Ramp Scepter for Aurelia, and then at level 3 Poppy, doesn't need anything more than that.
Red buff.
Yeah, you know, that's luxury.
Back in my day.
1,000 gold lead for pays, though. This is a problem. We did see Hope do this to Light the other day, although, I mean, Light had to lane with Pung, so can't do much about that. Sky was spotted going into here, but I think Shadow has reason to back.
Check what he buys on this reset. I'm assuming with 45 seconds into Dragon, if a good time to back, gets the hold of the Mercury Tread, so able to deal with some of that CC.
Yeah, so FPX wanting... They want a big fight around this Dragon, and the important thing is they need to find a fight where Pays is not decking them. He has a cashed in cult, he has item and boots, which is actually very strong for Jinx. Jinx, as soon as you get that first item and the boots, you threaten to get a reset and you will chase people down. You have that 25% stack up because she's been hitting the wave long enough.
Wondering what that emote was, and it's just a penguin cleaning. I was like, Care is indeed clean with it. I was like, what on earth is that? I had to make the emote bigger.
Okay, Dragon up in 10 seconds. Arla has TP, so does Sheer. What's the play now? Contesting this mid wave. I think JDG have slightly better position on the map. Shun will get himself another camp heading towards that play. Kes spots out Scout on this bot side. He's in a pretty good point right now. Nash is in the burn item as well. Be happy with that.
Sheer has TP, but the Mega Gnar will likely run out well before he gets over there. So there's a world where, yes, you can bring in your Gnar, but it won't be at a particularly scary point per se.
Scuttlecraft's going to be taken. Arla stops that dash. That's a bit of a problem now, actually.
damage from this Poppy getting a bit heavy as they'll look towards mid lane. We're looking for an angle. Flash for the head.
Oh my god!
It's in danger. Flashing on forward last order of the Grand Starfall! Knock up from the depth charge brings them low. Turret after. Lilting Lullaby prevents the follow-up. And FPX went looking for Pays, but if you aim for the Prince of AD Carries, you best not miss.
It's not really about even the Nautilus there. It's Assume ulting over the wall for a passive he can't kill with. Assume that we praised on his Kai'Sa makes a huge mistake. And that brings JDG into a big win in this part of the game. Yes, Pays loses both his summoners, but JDG have real full control of the map now.
Just pick up mid and bot and get the kill. Big moment. They might be able to turn up the Dragon as well, which would just be absolutely everything they could ever ask for. At least Shun also picks up the Herald, so I take it back. JDG are going to get both objectives, 2 turrets and a kill.
Yep, they get everything. They get absolutely everything. Assume, big mistake. I think he loses he loses himself in the big play. This is a good start, but you don't have a way to cross the wall. We do potentially have a solo kill, though.
Sheer's nearly at Mega. Arla's going to die here, surely. Last auto does it. Doesn't even need the Mega. Good work from Sheer.
Honestly, couldn't have come at a much later point. FPX, after losing that huge run of play, needs something happening on the map. JDG just had a huge win. We talked about this ticking time bomb of Pace, who's now 2,000 gold ahead. One of our very best across our league. Yone didn't manage to finish off this Dragon, so it is potentially going to be just finished off by FPX here. JDG not able to stick on both sides of the map.
Pick that up. Feats of strength worth noting. JDG to get rocket.
Oh, he gets
stolen.
Shadow panics. He panics and smites early. Missing picks it up. Oh, that's a big win for JDG. Panic now on FPX's faces.
Oops. There's a second Dragon over for JDG. And for all the work that FPX just put in, they want to claim this turret bot side if they can. Sheer shoving on up. Doesn't have a TP of his own. Jway. Not going to do that. I nearly went J-Way, which is just not how you pronounce that. I did it, J-Way.
Okay. Right. 2,000 gold up for 2,000 gold in the advantage for JDG. Tries to ult Sheer away with the teleport, mistimes it. And then discovers that Gnar doesn't actually need to hop at you to get all. It was a soul win condition from FPX. Smites early. 11 HP! 11 HP! That is a very satisfied smile. And a bit of a sigh of relief, maybe.
Q smite combo from Shadow. I don't blame him for looking at it. It's what you do on things like Pantheon, but you can't mistime that.
Man. JDG. I think they're now pretty happy with things. The one thing which I think they need to be aware of is if they take fights without Jinx summoners, I think they can still lose quite handily. That's the thing they need to be really aware of.
There's a lot of tools to get on to the Jinx.
To an extent, I mean, Poppy W can do wonders, yeah? It can do a great many great and terrible things. Missing, gotta be careful. I was actually really worried for him that had that flash, but we've seen him get caught out around that spot. Stay in that position. This time last game.
I think probably because Arla's been asked to lane, he's the one who has to go forwards, and Shun is perhaps understandably a little wary on this Lilia without having something like an arm guard. So, he's always a vague threat. Nautilus without the aftershock, and again, it's gone Glacial Augment, so it's not a very tanky Nautilus either, worth noting. He's gone more to set up his team, and that's fair enough, all things said and done, but you are not that tanky, especially only at boots.
Yeah. I think at this point in the game, you have to assume JDG are... I'm not going to say it's their game to lose, but they definitely have the advantage. FPX, the way they can claw this back is by enough side lane pressure and by catching out Pays enough with globals, and it has to really be Pays, that he can't team fight effectively. This is the thing which I'm very passionate about as broadcasters, as talent, what you often want to do is give you, the viewer, something like an easy to understand tagline to walk away from the series. LPL for me, and that tagline is the region of cooldown economy. One of the reasons we fight so boldly and off away from our objective timers in many points in the region's history is because you want to take away flashes from a mid laner, cleanse from an AD carry, ultimates away from important people with ultimates. In this kind of game, FPX must show that regional skill set to take away those summoners from Pays before the big fights where he comes in with such a huge gold advantage can come to bear.
And with 2 minutes until that dragon, now might be a good time to burn those cooldowns in terms of ultimates, because they will be back up in time for that objective. Summoners a little less regularly. They'd like to play for this tier 1 on the bot side. Shadow, Jway, and Sheer all here with a Sum off to the side, looking for a potential killer instinct angle. Turret secured, and FPX playing the map a little wider.
Alright, gives him a little bit of positioning. Of course, Ruinous Atacon is up. If you give that over to JDG, you are not feeling happy about a scout. It's a good trade that. Just the Yone classic of walking forward and pinging back before he can take 2 turret shots. Just takes the 1. If you time it right, you can actually just take 0 if you just do the single auto attack. Something that Zeus was very, very good at doing. Got Worlds 2023 in their running. Of course, they got a skin for Jinx, this one currently from that run.
Oh, so it is.
It is T1 Jinx. I didn't realize it at first, and I really realized the ultimate was probably the T1 one. I don't normally play with that skin. I'm still very fond of Star Guardian.
It's very good, that one, yeah.
Yeah, it's cute.
I'm trying to think which one I play on Jinx.
Do you even play Jinx anymore?
I do, very occasionally.
Cool. Nice.
Project occasionally would felt like the rocket on that one.
I don't like the fur on the skins. I don't know why I added that, Sam. It annoys me. But the rocket is pretty good. I do play Project Lucian. Project Lucian's a fun one. Assume has Ink Shadow, I believe, actually, in this one. So,
No, actually, no, it's IG with the Chroma.
Oh, yes, the gold one. Well, yeah, most people do play the IG one. Alrighty. 40 seconds till Dragon. FPX can't I mean, it's Chemtech Soul. I mean, if you're diving onto a Jinx, I mean, anything to keep her alive is valuable for JDG. You do get Tenacity from the base dragons as well. FPX won't want to give that up. I was going to get that top lane turret. Has the teleport. Has a Fimbulwinter and a Sunfire, so he's actually very tanky at this point in the game. Scout, is he actually doing this or just stacking up Q? Because those are two very different things. Stacking up the Q is actually very important. I guess he actually was genuinely looking to see if he could one-man it.
10 seconds on Chem Soul Point for JDG. They might instead look to play for this tier 2 because again they've got that advantage in terms of the map.
Shadow's off of Vision and he does have ultimate. I wonder whether Shadow can look for one of those picks off of that global. Jway spotted out. I think JDG have enough pieces in place to respond. Hang on, do they have enough pieces to respond very quickly? That was actually very close. That blast going fairly clutch. Good ult, potentially angle coming through.
It still comes on down. Lilting Lullaby is not.
Glacial Orb went down. So, tense stuff, folks. For FPX, you can see their score in the top corner. 1 and 4 in series. Atacon started up, not the dragon actually. Holding this tri-brush is very important. The hook out of the bush can be very important. I mean, Visig needs to be a little careful. Gets that one for free.
Sheer onto a tier 2, not here. Throws up the Sun Disc, down to 1000 HP. Trying to build towards Omega, can look for a TP angle. Are there good wards? Beginning to tip back in now.
I think they look at this point. I think look, we give it. We don't have the terrain. I think giving the dragon that actually might be a problem. They didn't get the flowers. FPX don't know. Well, no, do they have any wards? No, they don't. Nah, going to be recalling. Scout will return to the flowers now. Of course, one of the big prizes from that. FPX give up an awful lot for Sheer to get even more gold advantage. I mean, Sheer, buddy, you're going to have to pay this off. That is a lot given over for it. JDG, I think they're giving hard decisions over to FPX. They are a good macro team, by and large. I think particularly Arla trying his best to survive in the side lane. He's done a good job of delaying a little bit of the impact of that Gnar. But Gnar gouting up towards now a Wit's End going third. We'll see just how much Sheer can do.
Again, your Wit's End, yes, Yone has some mixed damage, but it's mainly for this Lilia.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad thing, especially if you are asked to be a bit of a split push option. Wit's End's good, and it's tenacity, which is nice.
That's actually the big thing I was going to mention. Sterex gives you 20% tenacity. You also get tenacity from Wit's End. You build up both. You have a lot of ability to shrug off something. You know, like the Poppy W, the Poppy Stun. Of course, the Lilia ult being the big one, really, that you're going to be ignoring. But I don't know if you can win this game through side lane win condition. I think it's very hard. Yes, you have a Pantheon, but no, JDG, I think they're so good at deathballing and forcing down stuff like the Baron. The Lilia takes that so quickly. They are really playing. Hang on a second. He's just used E. Oh, Scout, that's a problem.
Got a Q3 available. Needs to think about landing, but steps away with Scout looking for the retreat. Flash. Oh, it's not going to be allowed because he's body blocked by Shadow. Scout trying to heal on up against the Immortal Shield. Gets Q3 over, but Sheer will flash to keep hunting. Spirit Cleave comes on through. Grand Starfall used as well. The ult from Poppy goes well wide. Scout is down.
FPX needed to play around side lanes, and that will very much help them. JDG, their mid laner, makes a mistake. FPX have really just said, look, Sheer, you're our guy. You're on comfort. This is your best champion. We're going to give you all the resources necessary, even though we might end up losing in the objective game. JDG, they need to be aware of this. They do need to be very hyper aware of the fact that FPX will be forcing on sides as much as possible.
And to be fair to Scout, he tried to play that one out pretty well. Tries to ult over the wall, body blocked by the side of Shadow. Then he stacks up Q3, Q3's over the Krug Pit wall, followed then by a flash and an ult, and finally falls down, but I give him credit for trying to survive. It took a lot longer than I thought it might.
I mean, stacks up the Q. The Scout plays this bit very, very well, actually. Shadow not able to get that Q3, but does get the body block. He does get a lot of summoners for this, but dying on the sideline, getting more gold over the sheer, is a little bit worrying. Because again, everything is being given for sheer. Dodges out in that Poppy ultimate, which I believe it wasn't blind at that point because Shin had given him the vision, but oh man. FPX, they have identified how they think they're going to win. We will see. I think it's very hard to win through side lanes against JDG like this. I think Yone, not often a champion you can get opportunities like that against, and JDG have themselves great objective damage to force the fights later into the game.
Third item just got completed by Pays on this Jinx, has now got that Mortal Reminder alongside the Wild Arrows and the Infinity Edge, so a lot of damage now in for there. 2.5 for the Kais is not bad, and she'll have that W upgrade, so you can play a bit longer range, but still not the same level of damage as this Jinx.
No, but what they do have is that ultimate to join those side lane plays. If you're playing around side lanes and you just send the Pantheon, you just send the Kai'Sa, you have multiple options to kind of split your globals apart. Maybe that could be a win con. Maybe it feels like we're spinning a very thin thread here, but that's the nature of playing against LPL top teams, especially our strategists like Anyone's Legend and JDG when they get ahead of the game. Baron's getting started up. We did highlight that JDG have very good objective damage in the past. FPX,
don't know.
You can't. Taking a 5v5 is hard. They want to play through side lanes, but they also don't know this is going down. This is difficult. They need to check with a Kai'Sa W, Blue Trinket instead.
Look where Shadow is, though. He's on the bot lane. They're giving it up.
They're just giving it up. I mean, JDG, they make the right choice, but make no mistake, FPX are the ones that choose to let this happen. JDG call their bluff and say, right, you take your side lane advantage. We have a Baron. It's much better for us.
Minute until Dragon. That might be a play point here as the Wit's End just got completed by Shears. That third item is in and available. But a big objective to let slip for FPX. They're down about 2,000 gold. The gold was back to even, actually, after a lot of those plays. But FPX now going to have to play with a lot of those objective discrepancies beginning to haunt them.
You do have Flash on Jue, but not on Shadow to force plays. I think that's a really important summoner spell.
Worth noting as well, Assume just got that third item after the Baron went down, so I can understand saying, look, we just can't play with Assume only at 2.5. The Nash's 2 completion could be significant.
Yeah, and I think you're now at a problem where if you're forced to answer an objective 40 seconds till the Chemtech, Pays has both summoners. What did we mention before? LPL is the region of cooldown economy. If Pays has those big tools, the cleanse and the flash, much harder to take a team fight against them if you're FPX. Particularly now because you can just say, right, this is Sol, we can call everyone to the play. I don't care if you're going to take like an inner turret or something. Pays can sit there and really protect that Jinx.
Scout steps on forward, gets a little bit of a chunk on the sheer.
With the Infedge, it's a good amount of damage, actually. 100% crit, that third item for Yone means that actually maybe they can clean up a team fight too. So we have Stopwatch for Care, full Zhonya's for Shun. Those are very important. This could be our big fight here. Dragon spawning, there is a ward in the pit. That Swirl Seed is really nice.
It's a big chunk on the Shadow at this point in the game. The Swirl Seeds with the AP behind them really sting.
Jue, does he flash in for something? Pops that E, gets hooked in. That's a lot of damage onto the Alistar, has to pop the ult early.
Looks to go back onto Missing, who also eats a lot of damage, but the ult being down is significant. Zap comes on through, Keeper's Verdict wound up, doesn't get used though. W's begin to come
Pantheon ult, Pantheon ult.
Where is it going? Into the right backline. Arla trying to buy time as the doesn't care who survived for a moment, but how much longer? On the other side, Pays excited. Cheer can't secure the kill as Pays is out to safety. Finally ulted into a wall. Will survive though nonetheless. This AD carry import from Korea will not fall.
With Swirl Seeds and Rockets, Jingdong Gaming will take themselves to a game 3, determined not to get double tapped by these plucky upstarts Fun Plus Phoenix.
Oh, no flash on the Gnar, no flash on the Pantheon. It was always going to be hard to get onto the Jinx with her summoners up, and it was. Jingdong will not go down easily. They will not go down quietly. Bring us to a game 3, but they are sweating here. Make no mistake about it.
I think the real MVP of that game for me is Shun on that Lilia. That Lilia is such a power pick within the LPL, something that Shadow would love to get his hands onto. And there's some crucial poke done before things came to a head. And now we have an even series coming up to our last series of the day. Hello, if you popped in to say hi and watch these games, you might be wondering who we are, unless you're here as regulars. In that case,
you know.
Hello again,
point,
you know. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. I saw someone on Twitter calling us the T-Bros, which is actually very funny.
I can deal with that.
I can deal with that, that's a funny name.
I've got tea right here, in fact.
We are actual Flash and Blood brothers. We actually have 2 cups of tea as well. Cheers, brother. And we have ourselves 2 series to finish off. One's already gone, and we have one last game here. as well. JDG, we assume them to be one of our top teams. FPX, we know they've taken games off of people, but they haven't grown enough to necessarily convince us that they are really standing firm here in Group Ascend. Games like this, it's close. They will walk away from this feeling like they had options. And that's a little bit sad for them. I feel like they played poorly around the Herald, sadly, for them. That was the moment I think the game really kind of messed up then. And it allowed the, JDG to go slink into a very, very nice 5v5 competition, which is what they lacked in that game 1. They couldn't 5v5. I think CV Max tightened a few dials and then tightened a few knobs and turned a few dials, and they came out with a better composition for themselves.
What, sorry?
Nuts. JDG, bring it to game 3. Nautilus pick was so good. I mean, I think the Nautilus pick was very good there, but I also think that Missing didn't play it that well. He almost got picked off a number of important times. So,
and you with the that's very, very reasonable. Yeah. Surely you have the amount.
Perhaps.
Chance.
Right, perchance. Perchance? No, just perchance.
So, and it's come to this.
That it has. Right. Do you want to take a break?
Yeah, go on.
You go do that. And then we'll wait for the...
Do you want to put the kettle back on again?
We've got any... sure, whatever. Yeah, put it on. I'll figure it out. Oh, I need some food is what I need.
Food. Yes, that's too. I need that too.
Don't have that.
Are you
much
serving
time.
food tonight?
Sure, can do. Can do something. I'll figure it out.
Alright,
And
cool.
yeah, we now we'll chill out a little bit. We'll get some highlights in. We'll chat with you in the break. Maybe a bit off topic, but why do you think that Jinx has not really played in LEC compared to the LPL? I think that Jinx struggles in a lot of early game series. I think that you need Jinx to be in a second round, I think, of picks. I think that if you ban 80 carries going into the second round, I think it matters. I think it's a lot better. His castle's got an sometimes. FPS can't even get a single dragon. It was a big problem. That one they got stolen away from them, that was kind of big. Because then at that point it felt like they needed to fight for that soul dragon. I don't know whether they had to, but it's not great, I think that Jinx rocket was pretty huge. I mean, that player of the game, I would probably give it to Shun. Might be Pays actually though. Pays I think was critical to their success, and that dragon steal was very important. Support gap was massive. I mean, I think in terms of the usefulness of the picks, I actually think Missing didn't play it that well. I mean, this hook was very good, actually. This one was very good. But I don't know how much of that is just Nautilus. You know what I mean? Now FPX will get blue side. That's true. FPX do get their first blue side game of the series. They didn't have that for either of these ones. Can they first pick a Vi, maybe, for Shadow? That could be big. I kind of want FPX to win just so I can update my chaotic LPL graphic. Who did Weibo beat? Yep, not. Okay, so FPX on blue side, does that actually change much? I mean, I think if it gives Shadow a better angle, that is important actually. That is important. I think FPX on blue side makes a big difference. It makes a big difference for him. You don't get. I did get hydrated, but I will get hydrated again. Greetings from Berlin, Jorrit from Netherlands. Hope you're doing well. But I'm kind of worried you don't get counterpick for top lane. Well, I mean, shit. Yeah, did she get teleport? No, it was okay before that. Boss cam, yeah, to me. Yeah, I mean, not getting red side for bot lane potentially. important too, because no, this last game they didn't have the bot lane counter pick. Well, they did have the bot lane counter pick and they just didn't do that much with it. No, they had top lane counter pick and they used the red side for that. Ignore me. I think if they get themselves a good jungle match for Shadow, I think it's playable. FPX, they don't look bad, actually. I think that they're better than their record suggests. Okay, I'm gonna turn the camera off for a little bit because I need to rest my eyes. My stomach is really growling, what the hell? Pays MVP? Yeah, he played very well. Seems like Poppy is frequently used as a top laner in the LPL, unlike in RCK. I wouldn't say frequently, but it's definitely there. I was surprised to see it in this game. I don't think the Poppy did that much. I suppose it stopped the Azir from going for sweeps and stuff. Kair was quite silent in this game. Kind of upset that Kair didn't get anything done, but I guess he was afraid of the Poppy. FPX is going toe-to-toe with the top teams while they have one of the worst records so far in the LPL. They went 3 games against AL and then 1 against Weibo, and now pushing JDG game 3. Yeah, which is why they're better than their record suggests. The group percent is hard, they've had a hard run of schedule. They did lose versus TT, that is actually quite a bad loss now given the overall Ultra as well. Split between jungle and AD carry and support. I actually wouldn't give it to missing. Yeah. JDG have to work for the money? Yep, I guess so. Nymaera Initialise MVP for keeping his fans entertained and engaged. Thank you, Bradley, very kind of you. And yeah, we will continue to do that. As long as you have the energy to do so, yay! We will continue to do so. Okay, so, blue side for FPX, almost certainly. And I need to run some of those their adverts on Twitch. Doesn't affect you if you're on YouTube, doesn't matter. And we'll get through to our, what's it call it, break. Yeah, and FPX choose blue side, their first blue side game of the series. Did you see that there's now a warning at the start of the Minecraft movie where they have to say yes, the chicken jockey is in the movie. Don't turn the movie theater into a playground. So stupid, actually. American movie culture is I can't believe that warning is for the adults, not the kids. I know, right? So stupid, man. I mean, I think it's particularly American movie culture. I don't think that happens in Europe nearly as much. I mean, you have assholes in movie theaters and stuff, sure, but I don't think it's that kind of thing that's not as prevalent outside of America. It's very entitled, actually, very entitled. Okay. The dragon throw? Yeah, I think losing that dragon was really quite bad, actually. Shadow needs to really tighten things up for the last game.
what you've been missing. I'm glad that you're here now. It's time for something different. We gon' turn it out. We the ones you shouldn't doubt. Come see for yourself what the fuss is all about. You're dealing with a name you can trust. Put us in the game, we remain only clutch. On your mark, set, go. Feel the rush. You can have them over there, or you can have us. We got it, we got it. Hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it, we got it. You at the right place, look no further. We got it, we got it.
我觉得我们队友的话，不管是在训练赛也好，还是比赛也好，还是会出现一些很多小的失误吧。然后虽然我们在慢慢的进步，但是还是需要提高一些细节上的东西吧。双循环的话，每个队都会打很多场比赛吧，所以可能选手来说可能会比较累一点，但是通过这些比赛可以进步得更快。我觉得Fun Plus 的话，我们需要中野部分吧。
We had a Total War Warhammer stream. You know, I was actually watching a Total War Warhammer campaign the other day. I mean, I don't have room on my PC right now, but yeah, I could do that at some point. Sam's just having a break right now. You're playing it now? Which faction are you playing? We got it, FPX. JDG are gonna lose. I mean, I want to see FPX win this series actually in some ways. I think it makes it much more interesting. Yeah. Now we wait. Billy, welcome to the channel. Good to see you. Shakes is to finish Mass Effect 3. Yes, I do need to finish Mass Effect 3 with Angie. Because I played it obviously growing up, but Angie never played it. So we were playing through it together. Playing as dwarves. It's a very hard campaign. Nice. Which factions? Some of the dwarves have really hard starts, actually. Even though side lane kills still useful unless they don't have objectives. Completely agree, Gab. Completely agree. You can't give up dragons like that. I think as soon as the smite steal happened, the rocket steal happened, I think they were in big trouble. They were in big trouble. Okay, I'm gonna take my break real quick, so let's come back. And we shall, yeah, do that thing where we cast League of Legends again.
So they tell me.
Cool. Right. Do we go up building 40k minis? We started with fantasy and then went on to 40k. So I was
Wood Elves.
I was Wood Elves, and then I was Wood Elves. He was High Elves, and then we both went on to do Eldar, and then I did some Tyranid, and he did some Dark Eldar.
Yeah, detachment for Dark Eldar.
Yeah.
But I was always more of a fantasy player. I always had way more points than that. What am I missing, guys? But yeah, we grew up near Nottingham, so Warhammer World, which is the factory where they make basically all of the models, was about 30 minutes away from where we live, probably more like 45. But it basically meant you could go in and like special order models. They just print them for you there. Print, not probably the wrong term, like mold. Anyway, they do whatever it is that when you put plastic into mold, whatever that was, forge the models for you there. Which was kind of cool. So there were some models which are out of print you could still get. They don't do that anymore, sadly, but you could do that. And obviously all of the sort of like professionally made tables you could basically hire for free. So there was like a scale Minas Tirith model, which they built for one of the Lord of the Rings sets, which you needed a step ladder to reach the top of. You could play on. It was free to hire. It was really cool. And all of the Apocalypse boards that they use for all the model shoots, you could just hire out. And again, as long as you call up in the morning and go, hey, have you got this board free? And they go, yeah, sure, come on in. You go and play it. It's a great time. Warhammer miniature novel hobby is a lot more niche than it's pretty niche in the UK too. It's just like if you were into miniature building, it would be Warhammer. There is, I mean, obviously there are other systems, but I think the one that is most universal, so to speak, is that. I think also that the success of things like Warhammer Total War was very, very significant. Of course, that's kind of led to the rebirth of fantasy, old world stuff. They just released Cathay, which I'm quite excited about. Debating picking a model or two. I've not built anything in forever. God, the displays were so crazy. Yeah, they were. Pouring things into molds is casting. Correct. I suppose it's very appropriate considering what we're about to do. Going into game 3 of the day, FPX with their semi-traditional at this point game 1 win into game 2 fumble. JDG managed to win out after a good objective stacking, getting paid way ahead of curve. Playing out from there. FPX back onto blue side. The Ezreal, the Skarnaban on the other side. Gwen Rumble, both off the table. Things like the Varus probably need to go up in consideration at this point as well, you have to imagine. And have we seen the theory yet? Yes, we did. Game 1, Shun didn't manage to get the win with it. Took me a second. In fact, it's on your screen at the bottom of it right now. The Nidalee ban away from Shun, obviously a specialty pick of his. And with it being red side, can be flexed and made to work here. Whoa, the transition from plastic mold casting to LPL casting, you know it, ban Varus. I would have thought that too, but then again, if JDG don't do it, it probably will be a first pick. You'd have to think, right? No? Such a dangerous champion. You can just pick it up first pick here. Ari bans. Varus up. Might well be that. The Vi as well could be a consideration. Shadow, one of our big Vi players. If he's having a good game, FPX are having a good game, and your go button is well and truly locked in. Sejuani, definitely an option here. What are we going to do alongside that? Some melee options, things like the Renekton could be a consideration. We are outside the Yone, we are out the Jace, but obviously things like the Akali are up and available if you want to go that route. Jack's also an option. So there are some melee options, some fun hovers there, but I don't think we'll see those locked in as yet. A Vel'Koz blind would be bold indeed into a Vi. Leona to go alongside it. Renekton, as we kind of noted, would be a good option. Nala, one of our Renekton goats, locks it in. Good pairing with the Sejuani. Of course, in the LPL, we very rarely see Sejuani without some melee synergy because of how easily it helps set up those early skirmishes and how much they are valued over here. See what they'll lock in alongside it. Need something to follow up with the Vi. Of course, you don't have the Talia. The Ari's been banned. MF has often been a pairing with it, just because whoever gets hit by the CC will be stuck in the bullet time theoretically. But you do want some additional follow-up from mid lane and probably support in some capacity, be that artillery or a dive buddy. Either way, you don't go diving alone, and Nico would certainly fit into that. And it's a strong pairing down bot side. The Tangle Barb set up good well for the bullet time, as does the Pot Blossom. So very potent bot lane. Necessarily the easiest options into it. Braum suffers. You can still just lock a Varus here and be done with it. And try to find some other option to help match up what will otherwise be a very rough lane. Because, at least on paper, very, very dominant in terms of the levels 1, 2, 3. Jhin. Potentially a way to outrange. Can follow up on the Sejuani Renekton CC. And, can drag Vi a long, long way away with the ranges you can play from. A surprisingly safe AD carry despite having no dashes in the kits between your captive audiences and your W's and your passive move speed. So you have got quite a lot of tools to dance away from people looking for your head. We're locking in now. Ornn as a ban. Makes some sense. Good pairing with the Vi. Especially if you know you're into the Renekton. Can be a way of losing somewhat gracefully. Obviously lost the Scion already. I doubt we see anything like the Riven at this point. That would have been Yijang's option last game. Karma ban away from that Jhin can be a way of matching the otherwise very oppressive lane down there. The range support ban could be a consideration here. As for top side, Ornn and Sion probably are our two major tank options. Poppy's out as well. And Besset would have been a great pairing with the Vi, of course. Took me a second to remember that one's still up. Cassante, I suppose, a consideration if you do want to tank. Necessarily the cleanest pairing with the Vi, but you can absolutely go diving into the backline. Silas would have been a good pick here with the Sejuani, another melee option and a scout specialty, and you've already got good ults to steal, so you could see it. If you just look at Kali here, something like Tristana or would have been, I suppose, an option as well if you want a double AD carry comp. You've already got the front line. Victor, his own control and AP, control mage. It's fine. Between that and the Sejuani and, of course, the Jhin traps and stuff, a lot of zone control. Kassadin insta-lock for care. And the Cassante. Okay. Well, there's your dive pairing. Buddy.
I just heard some first words being spoken.
Kassadin Vi into Victor.
You know, one of my very first LPL casts back in 2023 was Care getting a quadra kill on Kassadin. Back on, well, he was still on FPX back then, wasn't he? Long times franchise player. I mean, I have to say, not actually a good Kassadin game. You suck into Sejuani and Renekton. The Victor, sure, you can deal with that. There's some definitely things you can do importantly there. This is actually not a good Kassadin game, though. Care will have to prove to us that this is a good enough pick for him.
Oh boy, well, that will be interesting to track. Again, you've got a good combo. Vi plus Castin plus Nico in the bullet time. You definitely can dive onto people, but that's kind of agnostic then of looking at the other comp. It's blind to it. What if JDG drafted Sejuani plus melees, a lot of zone control, a lot of CC, a lot of safety, bluntly. This Victor and Jin will not be easy dive targets with this kind of draft. And as you said, the Castin hopping into melee range of a Renekton, of a Sejuani, two of the few people who can lock him down consistently.
Also question the Cassante. Not actually sure it's going to be good here. It can struggle a lot against the Renekton in a 1v1. You don't lane swap anymore, not at that first levels. You can fall behind XP at the start of the game, and particularly once Renekton hits that, you know, level 9, going towards the 1 item, can really struggle that. FPX have been in the kitchen, and it smells like smoke. JDG, they had a weak first game. I think that they outdrafted themselves there. FPX, please don't tell me this is another case where they actually look pretty good on the day, but can't double tap their opponents.
Game 1 win into fumbling the series. You've seen that once or twice. The starter was good. We need more than a moose boosh here. I need the full meal, FPX. You pulled out the smoker. Or is everything on fire? Not quite sure yet. Okay, Care. You've actually had a pretty good day today. Even the Azir picked up some great moments in that second game. The solo kill was good. You need to flex on this Castin despite a tricky game to navigate.
Well, you know what time it is, folks. You put those emotes in chat and keep ticking us up to that level 16 mark. Can Kassadin reach late game? Will it matter? JDG, FPX, former champions both of the LPL. FPX fallen on hard times, but both in ascend, both going to the brink. Let's go it on.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
Stacking spot, mate. No gyos at the minute. Maybe we'll have to do it ourselves. Once more as Arla might be in danger. Shadow needs to think about Vault Breakering away. Won't be collapsed on enough mobility at the level 1 for that Vi to get away.
Bit of a problem. That's your worst clearing ability at the level 1, so Shadow's start will be delayed. He'll have a slower camp 1, and no one really wants to go leash for him. The Cassante doesn't want to be screwed over by the Renekton in that early laning phase. Sheer has a lot to prove on this Cassante. Oh. Whoa! And speaking of that, will it even be played against it? Because Kassadin, okay in lane versus the Victor. Not okay in the lane versus the Renekton. Hasn't leveled anything yet. He is going to get a mean surprise. Arla has shifted lanes into mid lane and will be 1v1ing the Kassadin. Instead, Victor looking to bully out the Cassante.
And now they know. Oh, wow. JDG. There's the Force Pulse to clear out at least that initial wave of minions, but that's going to be a rough time. The W alone is a miserable time for Kassadin.
So what we're likely going to see is a bit of a cat and mouse around the map now, because FPX want to get out of this lane as soon as possible. If they use a teleport to do so, JDG will then just counter teleport with their own member. These are the lane matchups which I think get the most for them. See that Sheer started the E, uses that to tank up the Scorch from Scout. I've not seen a team do this for a very long time, but hey, if it gets your Kassadin out of the early game,
Grand entrance. Comes on through, and that's the heal and cleanse bot by Assume and Jway. And they went for a Nico Misfortune, and this lane should be crazy dominant, you'd imagine.
Yep. This is a problem. This is a problem. I think that the solo lanes were already in a bad spot. Now it's worse. The Force Spell start, not awful for Cap. You can use that W as well to get the extended auto attack range. That can definitely help. All right, last soap. Be able to pick this up. But you are very unhappy versus their Renekton. The good thing is it's a short lane, and you can at least get yourself safely under tower. The problem is your jungle matchup gets absolutely screwed. Shadow's going to go towards top side, get towards these Raptors. He needs to get some camps on the board, of course, and if Shun gets ahead, and Shadow gets behind, rather, it can be a bit of fun. Olive just being a pain in the ass. His Q is up right now. No, he can't. His Q right up right now. Should be okay to get over this. No! That's a problem.
Hang on, Castin think you're coming Besos to Victor. Where does Shadow go? I think he's going into a grey squeeze where he's going on the blast cone. But to what end? Where does he go? Misdirection can look to Vault Breaker away. Goes out to safety and is alright for now. Is he looking for the Krug? Scout also hunting. Castin still claiming the wave. And the wave being frozen in a wave recalls out.
Oh, Shadow somehow manages to make up the most of that. However, while all this is happening, Shun gets himself some free time. And Shadow now loses, access to the top side camps he should have had more of. Ala's lost some XP, but this is Renekton Sejuani, forced the flash out of that Kassadin. JDG giving a lot of curveballs over to FPX. I'm not sure they're catching many of them.
Lost the additional red buff to still pick up Krugs, and that bot side Scuttle Crab probably can shadow, so could have been a lot worse. Looks like it was FPX versus TES. That might have been that game you were talking about.
I actually wonder, that might be one of the first games of Jocasta in the LPL as well. It's a long time ago. Well, exactly in a galaxy far, far away, even though Cassidy does look a little bit like Darth Vader. Oh no, we're back on Star Wars tracks. But Cat, I guess he's gotten actually more out of this laning phase than I thought. Shit, also doing okay in the lane. The difference has actually been in the jungle matchup. Using that Renekton to perma-shove, the Cassidy can't contest you at all, and then walk into the jungle, being a Renekton Sejuani from the mid-jungle. That's been the difference so far, but it hasn't materialized in everything so far.
I just want to wonder, as Assume might be in danger here. He'll get knocked up into the deadly flourish. There'll be a bit of a chunk afterwards, and Assume eats a fair chunk. There's got a couple biscuits and can look to reset here if she wants. Of course, Misfortune with the strut, still pretty quick to get back to lane.
Cat trying to farm as good as possible. Minion aggro is going to lose him one range minion there, but doing a good enough job of picking up a decent amount of farm. Will be down basically a wave, but you're against a Renekton as a Cassidy. I suppose you take that. Your XP is fine. See what build he goes for. I'd imagine it's going to be the
Rower.
The Rower will be the Rower, but then the question is, what else do you go with that? Do you go for the Rower and the Seraphs for more survivability? Does that matter against the Renekton Sejuani? You need a Malignance at some point, most of the time. Typically see that. Scout doing quite well at building out here, but then again, Shear's doing quite well at picking up farm too. It's actually going to be ahead of Scout in terms of CF if picks up everything.
That's because Shear managed to freeze that wave just outside of town when Scout went hunting for Shadow in the jungle, and kept him in this lane pretty well. Of course, he's not having a great time right now, but has got a teleport. Let's get back into lane. Just hit level 6. Looks for the path maker. Flash out Scout. Q3 could look for it all out and done so. Now Scout with no level 6 in so much danger. The TPs are flying. Gravity field is there, and Shear needs to start running. TP plus flash is pretty good going. TP now lands, and Shear gets huge value.
This is a game-changing teleport. Remember what we said. If you want to escape these matchups as FPX, you might need to use a teleport. Well, Ala's just had to use his. Care now teleports back into mid lane, and maybe that changes the lane assignment. Shun knows that Care doesn't have himself an ultimate. It doesn't have flash. Might have the ultimate still. Oh, uses it.
Try to clear the wave. Needs to be a bit wary. Knock up just wide. Deadly flourish. Does land, but he gets over the wall. Flash for the permafrost stack. Should come on through. Care now in danger. Needs to find a way to get over the wall. Hops out. Wow long on the cooldowns. Missing. Looking for the grand entrance. Knocks him up. And Shun should finish him down. Does secure the kill, but it burns an extra summoner or two.
Still, he just caught out a little bit in the chaos of the map. JDG, again, they're throwing curveballs, doing different things. Very early roams across the map. That being said, I mean, you expect to be down a little bit as the Kassadin. I think that actually Casante's doing very well here, all things said and done. I almost wonder whether JDG haven't got as much out of this early game as they would have liked. The big difference is that jungle matchup. They get the dragon, they'll get themselves 2 out of the 3 grubs. But we are getting towards level 6 marks now for FPX, which is a better start for them. Care can play a little bit more dynamically in lane. He is down, obviously, a good amount of CS now. I suppose actually revisiting things, maybe Care has lost a little bit more than he would have liked. But we're definitely in uncharted territory here for the current meta.
Then again, so is Scout. He's at a similar CS total as that Victor. And again, you still had that wave shoved. You still got the teleport. You still got to pick up some of that wave. So at this point, with the tier, with the double ruby crystal, a little bit harder to manage. And now you're into the matchup you're after anyway. And it's not like Scout's like super ahead of the curve either. So this should be playable. It sucks as the Kassadin, but it could have been so much worse. And they've once again on the Observer end switched our matchup, so we have an idea about the various gold leads as they actually stand in the lanes as they were supposed to.
And yeah, the biggest one is of course that jungle matchup. Shun, been up and down in terms of form. I think that his game 1 was less good. Game 2 actually very, very impactful on that Lilia. Here in the Sejuani, one of the true tanks in this game alongside that Cassante has a lot of different ways you can play out the map around that Renekton, of course, around the Rakan too, both of them very long-range engaged duos. Gotta say though, FPX, they were hoping for more from this bot lane early on. It's a little bit of an advantage, but they didn't get the push that they needed to. And I think that allowed JDG to have a lot more control over this jungle than they wanted. And Shadow, who's so important to FPX, is bearing the brunt of the bot lane's mistakes.
I genuinely don't know whether, because we didn't see the early level, because we were following the lane swap, understandably, whether it was a choice by Assume and Joy to not attack the wave because they thought they were going to get pushed in anyway, so overshoving would have got them killed. I don't know.
But then the problem is, if that is the case, why did you still end up blowing cleanse and heal in that first level? You don't blow both of them because it means you can't walk up again. You just basically walked up, didn't get yourself the push on the wave, and then ended up getting W'd anyway.
I hear it.
It's a problem. This is just a misplay. Sheer actually doing, again, quite well, considering that Cassante is not a champion that people play right now. Hang on a second, where's the W coming through to? Can you get anything more? No.
It's a slap instead. Introfo's hurt, and
yeah. I think one of the big things that I was speaking to Finn about this because I think, hang on a second, you might actually go for an all out here. The problem is he has the Dominus. This is the big thing. Cassante on release would just go for an all in there because people didn't realize you can just take small trades and then ult way later if you want to. And if he had gone for that, would have gone to Shun hit. Gets through on that shield. He can get the ult out. Gets a great W.
So looks to go all out here if required. Hasn't yet to do so. Still has no flash. I think he just dies there as the Culver Meat comes back on up. And enough CC and damage to bring down the Cassante.
That's a problem now because now Ella gets plate gold. Sheer should have ulted earlier, I think. Uses that W fairly effectively. But if he ults, maybe he gets himself another E, another W to get through it. Now suddenly Ala gets himself almost 1,000 gold ahead. That's a problem.
Shadow on this bot side. Smite fight over Scuttle Crab. One
Another
by
miss
Shun as it begins to heal on up.
It's not a smite fight. Shun doesn't have smite, so it's not a smite fight.
Oh dear.
So Shadow just missed smites, much like he did on the Dragon earlier. Panic from Shadow for someone who's done so well for FPX. That's not a smite fight though.
It just started healing as he smoked, which is really nice occasionally. Ult now popped by Scout to keep Care off his head. Got himself the tier and the catalyst and inventory, so clearly going for that double build on the staff. Scout gets hopped on regardless. The Rift Walk be happening, and somewhere out there, Little Nas is nodding his head along. He's literally start walking on the skin, I'm just saying.
Cassidy has always been one of Care's comfort picks. He picks it out occasionally. 2023 was definitely when he was playing it a little bit more. He played it once or twice, and he played it once in spring, once in summer, actually, from memory. So as I said, had a quadra kill at some point in one of those games. Quadra kill. Yeah, as you said, going towards the double scaling mana items.
So that's what we were hoping to have happen with Dway on this Nico. Do that into a double up or into a bullet time, and people can have a bad time.
Sheer teleports towards top side, goes towards the Victor lane again, actually. Oh no, no, the wrong way around. I saw different icons. That's the thing. Anyway, right, Karen and Sheer do teleport into various lanes that they want to be in. Dragon started by Shun. Objective dominance for JDG, and 2,000 gold ahead at 11 minutes. It's starting to... The dam is creaking, folks. The dam is creaking.
Well, you can see on the picture, the mini-map, that it's also strictly a picture-in-picture in kind of a particularly abstract way, but the grubs were started by FPX. They'll look to trade those out at the very least. Are we going to get a contest, though, as Overcome's missing and Pace?
Well, I mean, they'd like to get one more. They do have the smite for this one. They should be able to get at least three. Oh my god, Shadow. Are you kidding me? Shadow! 3 awful smites in this series. They are genuinely costing your team strategic opportunities. I've had so much to praise on this guy, but that miss smite there, even onto the Scuttle Crab, which is meant to get you even in terms of farm, these are big mistakes, Shadow.
That was a toe curler, that one. I'm a jungler by trade, and that one made me shiver. I can imagine the all chat right now. That's not good. And we said, look, if there was anyone to watch on FPX to know whether the team is winning, it is Shadow. Finding fight, looking good, being the proactive player on the team. If he is not, if he's tilting, the team looks lost. They need him to go nuclear, is the way we've been phrasing.
Care. Level 9. Of course, the level 11 with 2 items is also huge for casting as well. It doesn't need to get the level 16 to be relevant, but that's when things get nasty as hell. I will say, even with the time bomb-ish of the Victor, hang on a second. Scout does have flash. Here comes Shun.
Top Blossom after will land on to that recon, but should be able to battle dance out to safety. Now Shadow's in danger, needs to jump away, can do. Care now in danger as he's slowed down, but everyone stays alive for now. Shun, no ult. Scout, no ult. Pays looking for an angle on in here with a potential ult available to him. Care holds his nerve under the turret, 4 shot available. Pays, eats a nether sphere. Pull away from that one.
Null Sphere, sir.
Null Sphere, sorry.
Nether Blade and then the Null Sphere.
I know, I literally sort of second-guessed myself on that one and got it wrong.
Yeah, you got the Void Stone as the passive, Null Sphere is your Q,
Force Pulse is the E.
Force Pulse is your E, and Nether Blade is your W, and of course your Rift Walk. That's your ultimate. But yeah, Care. I don't even think this is a great Castellan game. You struggle into the Renekton. I think you can struggle into Victor too at points, because he just ends up, marking your location And if there's a landing point and you get Sejuani queued or Sejuani passive, that goes into the graph field, and then you really struggle after that point. You know, even the Rakan and the Jhin very good at going into that. Really, you want the Kassadin to play against a low CC team, and that's just not going to happen here. It's just too much CC, so Care really needs to prove that this is the pick. You didn't have pressure early, sure, whatever. I mean, there are many champions which can do that, but you have to have some kind of payoff.
About 1,500 gold behind at this point, which is pretty significant. It's not out of reach. Jhin gone towards the Ghost Blade first. We've seen a few of our Jhins do this rather than something like a Collector. A bit more move speed, a bit more upfront lethality can feel pretty good here. Delay full crit scaling, but that first item spike is pretty good on the Jhin.
That's the Yushi build. We've just seen a lot of value, of course. In this game, no, not great against the Cassante, but you don't want to be hitting that. Hang on a second. That's really? Shadow didn't, but Shadow didn't ult. That was why everyone pulled their ult. Shadow would have just ulted him in place. Surely that's got to be the play. I'm calling that one on Shadow. I'm sorry, my dude, but I feel like that had to start the combo. Dway flashes, as soon pulls the ult, and it's just an airball.
Gets away safely and missing with a flash and a heal. Gets out himself, ult away from Care. The Rift Walk keeps him out from that grand entrance. Scout now going to get towards this tier 1. That would be first turret of the game and a mark towards those feats of strength. Care can't get towards that wave, so has to drop another set of minions. Just clear it off with the Force Pulse and the Rift Walk afterwards, at the very least.
Oh, FPX. They are not helping themselves, are they? I think they've had some good moments. You know, Sheer getting that teleport and the flash out of Scout early. That was teleport out of Ala and out of flash out of Scout. I thought that was actually really good. There were some moments where FPX could have
converted.
You know, Shadow not having the best time, failing the Q over the wall in mid lane to delay his own jungle pathing. That's not awesome, actually. Grasp so much easier into this as it had Kassadin, actually. So much better in that 1v1. So much more HP that Kassadin just can't cut through. Hang on, he doesn't have a tower. That could be a bit of a problem. Ala forced on bot side, but he still has Dominus.
Yeah, just still looking for the Vault Breaker into the Smite slow. The Season's just available, still holding on that one for a second or two. They will now use it after the flash has been bowed into that Tangle Barbs. Care still running away. Can't quite get the ult up in time. Still level 10, so it becomes a 1-for-1.
So at least the Renekton dies on one side, but I mean, you've given a lot of gold over to the Victor. You have to push in with your 4 grubs onto this top side as well. FPX, I feel like they've traded down in the grand majority of moments in this game. This Kassadin pick is just not working. That's going to be spread gold. I mean, it's between the Rakan and 250 gold onto Rakan means nothing, and onto the Sejuani means less as well. That actually means it's much less valuable for JDG. Dragon taken by FPX. Well, hang on a second, is it?
TP in is from the Victor. TP in turn from one of Care or Sheer. Looks like it would be Care. Arla needs to back away. Slices out. I think that might have been a...
Shen looking for the smite still. He's not just up yet. Shadow has a smite. Lands it this time for once.
Sheer now in danger. Still got that ability to try and escape potentially, but gets CC for forever. Flash and gets himself away with the Pathmaker for a second, but can't footwork any further. And the grand entrance comes on in.
Where's your W?
Him down.
He uses the W far too late, my dude. We've been playing Cassandre for years at this point. You have to make sure you go unstoppable before the CC comes through. Cassandre not really that tanky without that W. Mistake from Sheer.
He dies as well. The TP's blown everywhere you care to look. Double from JDG, actually worth noting. They'll claim the tier 1 plot afterwards as well. And JDG coming out on top in the majority of cases. At least they got the dragon. But let's have a look at this top side play where Care tried to escape.
Well, he ults and flashes. Really doesn't achieve much with that. You just shouldn't be that far up. Bluntly, why are you that far up? You're not level. If you're level 11, you have the cooldown for that. I understand. You don't have it here. Even the Rod of Ages doesn't give you any ultimate cooldown haste. Doesn't give you any cooldown, any ability haste in general. So Care. A mistake from him. I'm sad because FPX, it feels like this game has been marred by individual mistakes and by panic in what has been actually a pretty okay series overall. I think FPX, again, getting another great game 1. The game 2 was, you know, again, had a mistake here or there, but it was winnable at some points. JDG, I think they've thrown curveballs. I think they've forced FPX to take a macro pop quiz, which they've obviously they've lost that, and they've had a failing grade. And JDG will walk away, you know, probably with a win on the scoreboard now with the gold lead at this point and getting a Herald, the objective lead, but you can't help but wonder what would have happened if FPX had made less individual mistakes.
Power on bot side being sieged at, but they don't pull the dive. Missing was around with the quickness, and he's already managed to find some really obnoxious counter plays already. A very prominent Rakan player in his own right. As mid lane, Herald is taken, immediately dropped down. Assume not blowing the ultimate or anything here. Trying to hold on best they can, but the tower falls regardless.
Oh,
big
Shadow.
chunk onto Shadow, who flashes out to safety, but the curtains are going to get called. Care doesn't body block it.
It's hard to tell. You've got people flying at you, but again, this body language is all panic. FPX, you are making so many avoidable mistakes. They do have a combo here. The Swamp Blossom's not bad. No flash.
Bullet time's also fantastic. Olive finally puts down the dominance, but they get the kill. And it's Care who gets it. Makes it the 1-for-1 of the grand scheme of things.
All right, at least it's one back for FPX. JDG, good pick onto Shadow. They know that he is easy to take down as both members died exactly the same spot. Missing, pops out the W, Chaos Storm comes through, but you know, while all this is happening, JDG better at going towards that tower. They have to make the wave in tow.
Best wave clear on the side of FPX, really, so they're fighting to try and get those down, trying to put their bodies on the line. Damage back from the turrets as Assume now here begins to trade out as well. Sheer with the footwork gives Assume a shield, and the passive not procced onto Assume, who does get by the Deadly Flourish into that Hextech Ray. And the poke, the chip damage from FPX because JDG is going to be really obnoxious this game.
Worth noting, by the way, Missing did lose his LPL Rakan win streak, which was very, very long. I think it was
26 games?
26 game win streak within the LPL. He did end up losing that, so that one is gone. Looking to rebuild it anew, I suppose. Doesn't have a super team to do it alongside like 2023. Still got a pretty damn good team, though, I gotta say. And that one is, well, Castellan's, his booty ain't thick enough. Can't handle all that. Jin gets the bullet around the outside.
Picks up a kill. And at least the one back onto Arla comes on through 63% odd win rate. More like 64 if we round that up to the nearest integer. And we'll find ourselves with FPX significantly behind in terms of the state of the game, which I think is a fair read. 4,000 gold, the grubs, the dragons, the turrets. There's a lot here not going their way. The feat of strength we kind of alluded to earlier, but didn't fully call out. Those boots are upgraded, though not obviously all the way up to tier 3. Atakan's up, JDG starting, here we go again.
Do FPX even want to contest this? They're not. I don't know if they do. Shadow's not on the right side of the map. This will go down before he gets there in time, so I don't think it's even going to be a... Well, they're teleporting. Maybe they do, but they're late to the party.
It's a deep TP. Here we go. Shears in. What HP is that Atakan at? They happy with having taken the TP. 6,000 HP on the Atakan, so it is contestable. But oh no, look for some damage.
That's a
TP
flash
in as well now from Sheer. Looking to come back on in. Going to try and play this one out, but with the flanking Renekton could be very deadly indeed. Care here. Going to try and play this one out.
They don't spot him.
They don't spot him yet. They've got that one warden now. May spot him out all the while. Down to 4k HP is the Atakan. Still looking for the flank. Dominus now pop. Looking to back away. FPX splits apart a little bit as a joke. The Glacial Prison in on the backside means that Care, even with that Seraph, will melt. Tries to hop away. The quickness from Missing is brutal. Pop Blossom not bad onto Arlet, but they can't kill him till just now. The bullets keep flying. Makes it a 2 for 2. Trying to trade those out. Shadow gets a Vault Breaker, but Assume has to flash on in. Trying to get the autos down. Scout in danger. Sheer just about alive. Pays now flashing on out. Gets that shot on down. The fourth bullet is always the deadliest. Additional win right now for JDG. Assume healing up off the Krug camps. Flash on.
Oh, Scout.
Deadly Flourish lands. No plays. Way to get out as he picks that one up. Shadow goes over the wall to try and get shot, and they finally ace. FPX went to contest, and JDG's backline holds on and deletes him.
FPX, I think they've just lost the plot of the game. They're a step too slow. JDG doing very well to keep the tempo up of this game, forcing FPX to play away from Vision. Pays misses the cannon, you cretin. He walks away 4-0 and 4. Pays, very clean game from him so far. Always there for the follow-up W. This is a messy fight. Care gets a lot of CC onto him. And, you know, Missing, I actually don't think he gets that much. I mean, what's he doing with that quickness over there, you know? Like, I actually think that's not a great engagement Missing. It's a Rakan which he's got a lot of comfort onto. He should actually do better there. Goes massively past the margin, maybe trying to see if...
bullet time, yeah.
Well, he doesn't, though, because he flashes the completely wrong direction. Messy from JDG. Luckily, they're so fed, and Scout has the flash to clean things up.
And it looks like at the back end of it, maybe Pays with that blood, or Pays with that bloodthirst, I assume with that bloodthirst there, could find ways to get back into doing some work there in that game, but couldn't quite do it. Flashes secure it, and now Scout 105 Pays with the ultimate Jin number 404. It's very clean here.
Such a huge gold advantage, 6,000 gold. to JDG. Yeah, there's 2 items for Karen. He is level 13, but he's down 2k on the Victor. Scout caught. That is a problem now.
Gravity field comes on through. The all-out is there. Scout goes down. The bullet time is a little late, but it's still a kill secured.
Okay, so Scout taken down. Dragon's going down at the same time, though. I think FPX are genuinely very lucky there is no Baron at 20 minutes anymore. This would have been a 20-minute Baron game, and that probably would have been the game over at that point. Still a minute until that ends up spawning.
Atacon wasn't taken either, obviously, because of how low people were at the end of it all. So, in some ways, FPX, it was messy, but job done in terms of preventing a very scary objective breakpoint. Care will hop away. Has now got his 2 items fully stacked as well, worth noting, which is a helpful moment. There's that replay as basically a good all-out combo from the side of Sheer. Catches Scout with the Q3 and gets good value there.
Sheer, mixed game, you know, had that one kind of flubbed W around the dragon fight earlier. This is one of the reasons why, you know, we respect Renekton here. What's up?
Just the Atacon starts the TP's come through, we're going again.
Alright, we go again.
FPX around and about, looking to try and contest his control ward in this tri-brush, spotting Scout, Shadow coming on over, TP's come flying down to an amount of HP I can't quite see because of the scoreboard. There we go, half about. So need to find a way on over. Shadow now Vault Breaker's in. He's got the flash and the cease and desist, so tools to get in and contest this.
I'm actually a little bit worried about JDG here.
Yeah.
Kea can go over the wall, get some damage down. They go on to Scout, has no flash.
Puts down the gravity field, trying to play this one up at the other side of it. Already, they've lost Tway. The turnaround damage still pretty good, 2,000 HP. Can they find the smite fight? The withdrawals would be huge. Still playing for the fight. Smite got away! Taken! That'll allow the withdrawals to play on out. The Shun's alive, missing, and the rest of Scout. Team looking to make some work. Arla with that dominance. Stun onto the AD carry is a lot of work, and they will find some more withdrawals. Sheer tries to play the back end of it and will not. They lose 3 of the withdrawals, but do get back on the Rift. Baron's up.
They get back on the Rift. Remember, your withdrawals take a longer time to arm now. Kea is level 15 as well. At what point do we say we're worried? That was an objective bounty. Get some gold back. They get themselves GAs, and JDG haven't actually fought that well around the Atacon. The last fight, from how far they were ahead, was not dominant. They had to, you know, misplayed as engaged quite a lot, actually. The quickness was, you know, pulled, but didn't really feel like it was going quick in the right direction. And this one, I mean, missing does get onto the back line, but doesn't actually get assumed cleanly. And it feels like the disengage just comes through at a really weird moment. A lot of HP is lost. Of course, they're tanking the Atacon this particular version as well. I'll just shred you very nastily, and the Q comes through.
Oh, Shun.
Very close to even Shun. Even very close to Shun going down. Yeah, absolutely. And look, they lose some withdrawals, but they're not over to JDG. They do still get themselves an objective bounty from this. And I think, honestly, they'll take that, especially given the point of the game they're in.
Completely agree, and it allows you to buy a bit of time, get a needlessly large roll onto Care. I don't know whether that's going to be a Zhonya's or a Death Cap. I can see value to both here. More AP, critically, because you need this casting to hit breakpoint. He's very close to level 16 too.
Yeah, it might be the Shadow Flame too, so it could be that. But, oh yeah, he's literally hitting level 16 on this wave, I think. So Care, he is inches off, minions off. Getting that level 16. This wave will be it. Level 16 casts him. It's not the easiest casting game in existence, but it is level 16 casted him. He's done some dirty work before.
You play Doomsday scenario here. Have to try 3 items done for Pays, 2.5 for Scout. You're still in a pretty scary spot. But hey, FPX, not out of reach. You can play around this dragon and try to play that one.
Dre has flash too. Shadows, do you want to go towards something? They were looking to make a fight happen on the 16 mark from Kara, actually, using up his ult to get towards that mid lane. Reminder that if you do keep stacking, it does cost more and more mana to the point where it does actually cost, you know, 1,600 mana per cast of it. It does more damage with it too. Should going forwards. Is this the fight that you want?
Goes wide. Shadow does get hit by the Deadly Flourish. They can turn on to him. Gets knocked up after, but the turnaround with the Pop Blossom means everyone has to back away. Dway stays alive and still got that withdrawal to work with. Shun in danger, but so is missing. Curtain to call. Arla goes on in with a slice in the dominance, trying to find an angle. Can't quite kill off people they're looking for. Good W from Sheer. And ult burned. No one dies.
Yeah, Kea doesn't have that much sting behind the ultimate just yet. That's a lot of summoners blown for FPX, and so Scout does lose his on the other side. You can see that, you know, casting can't just immediately ping onto that ult target from whoever, really, whether that's Dre or Shadow, and instantly kill them. He is down still a significant amount of gold. If he gets towards, you know, maybe Shadow Flame helps, maybe Death Cap helps, whatever he's got gold for, bluntly, is what they need. 30 seconds till Dragon Infernal Soul available for JDG. I think that's a game ender if it comes through. I think JDG, with the amount of random damage they have, it's so much harder to play through.
They did burn every ult, and some of these players won't be quite there, I don't think, on spawn if FPX can contest before things like the quickness come up.
Okay, well, we did say we are the region of cooldown economy. Bullet time not being up kind of huge, though, too.
Still a cease and desist and all out. It's not bad. Pop Blossom, I think, will be back up shortly. And I say that the quickness nearly there. Actually, everything but that curtain call looking like it'll likely be up here for the side of JDG. We go again.
Arla, 2,000 gold advantage, going back. I mean, it is late game Renekton. Still pretty useful with the Renekton Sejuani for the purpose of killing that Castin. Spotted going towards that bot side. Ooh, that could be a bit of an issue. Scuttle Crab going to get taken by JDG. That'll clear out some vision, of course, with the Void Scuttle. Shadow, you surely don't go in on this. No, he doesn't. Pays level 16 now as well. Has that third tier ult.
Everyone's ults now back off cooldown. We've bought enough time for them. We go again. Shadow looking for missing, can't quite find it. Cease and desist with the bullet time combo. Oh, the missing, he's gone!
Oh, the Rakan's gone. That's a lot of the engage. Now, where is your ability to lock up the rest of the team? Could be a huge mistake by JDG.
Scare hunting forwards, the Rift Walk looking to drag them into
goes onto the clone!
They tried it onto the clone. Massive deal. Glacial Prison is completely denied. It was all a Ponzi scheme. Strawman argument. Shun in danger. Dragon secured. Shun down.
And here comes, honestly, a big wave for FPX. Of gold, I suppose. Probably not the way to phrase it. It's not a minion wave. They will get themselves the dragon. They will get themselves an objective bounty. And we asked earlier, at what point do you start to get worried? Care, potentially jumping over here. Does so. It buys time for FPX. Only 4,000 gold behind now. They were 6k earlier. And particularly as the game goes on, the percent gold lead gets less. I think we start getting worried now for JDG.
Maybe we do.
Level 16 Cassidon, going up towards level 17. He's going beyond the break point. What the hell happened there? Missing. Caught out on a huge flank. Nowhere near his team. Shadow gets the pick. Missing, we've had questions about him, and I think those inconsistencies come to bite him again.
Back towards Baron we look. It's up. And suddenly, there's a third item on that Misfortune.
Yeah.
The Zhonya is nearly completed for Kerry. He's got the arm guard, so he's happy enough with that. And this looks mighty playable now, I have to say.
Level 16 Misfortune is also really nasty. You don't have the most gold in the world on the Misfortune, but a bullet time's a bullet time. And if you catch out the Rakan, he is no tank. There's many things, but Hyper Tank is not one of them. JDG, I think they might have messed around for too long. I think they might be able to find out what happens in the late game. We were wondering whether late game casting can be the difference. The ability to follow up on plays, very high from FPX. At JDG, they now have a late game Renekton. Yes, 2,500 gold. Yeah, nice. You're still a Renekton at 30 minutes into the game compared to champions which just scale better as an identity. They shouldn't have been allowed to get to this point. Not with the early game that was happening. In FPX, a team that have gone 3 games but lost against so many teams here on Group Ascend, looking to maybe double tap JDG.
Care just picked up the first turret of the game for FPX at 31 minutes. There is so much gold standing if they can just claim some of those structures.
Victor teleporting up towards the top side of the map. Pace took a chunk from something. Needs to be a little careful there. Are we going to get any recalls coming through? Caston is staying alone in bot side. Can recall. I think he's... I think
you match him. Yeah.
I think
keep going.
I think he can recall. Hang on, that's a good pick.
Shit, managed to footwork away. Needs to stay safe.
Needs to flash.
Does so, gets on out.
He uses W and his E. That's the big check mark, right? Has he uses W and his E? Doesn't have that flash now for the ability to go forward. 700 gold for Cassidon. Puts him into 1,000 gold lead against Scout, who's been leading against him the whole game. Will get himself towards the Zhonya's as that third item. And FPX, maybe they can play around the Cassidon now.
Zhonya's plus NLR, so has an additional bit of AP.
Hang on. They're split now. This is a problem.
Which way looking for an angle? Finds the tangle bar. Flash Pop Blossom! Flash out from base, but it's not far enough! The Jin is dead! The bullet time after! Looks fantastic. Teleport in from our lane to the backside, trying to do a lot of damage. He will not survive the onslaught. Care hopping around, goes golden, will need to Rift Walk somewhere, gets another shield, can't get to kill as Arla trading on out the backside in so much danger. To a Vault Breaker into the relentless force should kill off this Renekton. The double up won't land, but they kill off another member. It's a big win for FPX. You lose 2 in trade for 3.
I think that should have gone differently though. Care, I don't think it's valuable killing off Missing there. He trades his life, and I think also uses his Zhonya's in a bit of a bad way Care, I think, maybe messing up a little. It's a minute 30 until the Dragon. I mean, it's still a lot of gold over to Care, who's almost got a death cap in inventory now. He almost one-shopped it.
You burned all of the carries, flashes though, Pays, Scout, Ala.
That's true.
All
you know
down
what?
Flashes.
You know, I take it back then. You know, actually, you came out of that fight saying big win for FPX. I think in terms of the actual members dead, maybe not. In terms of the cooldowns blown, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, losing Nico Flash, big. But having no flashes on the carries against the Vi, who will have flash, and then also, well, maybe not actually, did lose that, but the Cassidy as well, that is absolutely crucial.
In fairness to Arla, the reason that Care ends up alone is because Arla on this Renekton leaves him a bit slid off, and once Care's there, he can't run away, really, so ends up in this position where it's like, okay, well, I'm trading my life out.
If JDG lose this game, it is on their heads. This was a game controlled by them from so early into the game. Cassidy has scaled. Shadow is also very strong here too. Doesn't have that GA, that's an important thing that they're losing. Scout does have a Seekers, that's important. Pays doesn't have that luxury. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, and JDG, I don't know how they're going to go work out of this one. Shadow connects something like that can change the game.
Flourish out into the curtain call. They know where Pays is now at the very least. They're going to try and throw some for those fourth shots. Care gets over and goes very deep, but blast cones out. Sheer with the W means that curtain call means very little.
It's a little spooky. Oh, missing. God, it's so scary here. He's close enough for a W into an E. He doesn't have that flash. Arla pushing up mid lane, threatening an inhibitor. Both teleports available for solo laners of FPX, not available for JDG if a reset comes through. Care on the flank. I mean, we are in a one-team fight game now at this point. Care is strong. Doesn't have that death cap just yet.
Buckle in, dear viewers, and keep hands, arms, and legs inside the roller coaster at all times. Welcome to the drop. Stun onto Care, but the bullet time over the Baron, over the Dragon. They're trying to play this one out. They get the Dragon secure though. Sold for JDG. Does that mean anything at the back end of the fight? I think it does. That is unfortunate.
That was an awful bullet time. Awful. You are not looking for the flip there, FPX. You're looking for the fight. Getting the bullet time onto the Dragon and nothing else gives JDG what they came for. Assume might have just thrown the late game.
What happened there? I need to look at it again.
He ulted the Dragon and nothing else. JDG managed to split from it. No end up, no extra setup. And now the Baron has started with the Infernal Soul. FPX, please tell me you didn't just throw it there.
What a way to lose. Back towards Baron. It's down to 9k. Missing, looking for an angle. The damage from Asuna means missing. Down with 3rd HP. And now JDG caught out of position. Care has teleported in. Level 18 Kassadin can still do wonders.
Shadow, off vision, has a flank, has flash. Flash ult, level 16. Might actually just get caught out here. Needs to be very careful the distance he goes towards spots. Pays, he doesn't have flash. Can he get it? Yes, he does!
I'm gonna get the backside. Gonna get Caesar desist in the Glacier Prison by his time. Care gets on top of him. Pays is meat. Shun trying to run away, but it's just bacon to go on top of everything else. They found another. They can look for the Baron after, and maybe even more. Care is hunting. Scout needs to be aware. Gets to go golden. Out of the gravity field. Can look to walk again. A triple kill into a Zhonya's. The Kassadin pick comes out trump. Arla still trying to try to the backside, flash away, but Shadow keeps alive! They get another!
Scout goes down, 4 dead. Can they walk anywhere? They don't have the teleports. It's not the end of the game. It's Baron. And for the first time in this game, Fun plus Phoenix gets a gold lead.
All of the shutdowns, missing's back in the life. Surely don't steal it with the Gleaming Quill.
Jesus Christ.
Looking for it, and there was no smite available from Shadow, so you got to worry. There's only 2 turrets taking the entire damn game from FPX. And it was a tier 2 in bot lane, so all of the rest of the map there to claim. Let's have a look again.
Pays, caught out by the Fog of War. The Shadow is part of it. Care, level 16. The biggest thing is that he can just follow up for forever flashes for that. I wonder whether Care makes a mistake there going on to the Sejuani instead of the Scout. Instead of Scout immediately jumps into a death ray. I think it's the right decision to kill Victor here, actually. I mean, how much gold goes over? 391? Okay, you know, you accept that. Oh, what a mess of a game so far, folks.
Oh, the FPX coach is grinning ear to ear. Okay. Death cap done.
Death cap is done for the Kassadin. Right. 37 minutes. Baron on 4 from FPX. Care obviously didn't have it, he wasn't alive. Oh my god, he's so strong though. How much damage is he going to do with this? Not that much. Misses the E. Q is kind of nasty, but the Chain Lace Crushers will tank that up. 3.5 minutes on Alder. Care can maybe just one-shot people now. He wants to get a Void Staff as his last item, presumably. Tower's going down. Shadow does have his GA back up. That's actually really scary.
There's an Immortal Shield Bow on this Misfortune as well, alongside the Bloodthirster. She's not easy.
Ala needs to be... Oh, God.
Hang on, look at the other side. Shadow find an angle onto Shuri's in danger. Thing goes missing with the quickness and the ultimate turn running. They're trying to find some time. GA will be popped. In comes the Arcane Storm. Shadow's surely dead to right it. Bomb Blossom engage! The bullet time is utter magic! We are frozen in a moment of history. Jingdong Gaming find nothing but defeat near their own base.
What an ultimate from Jue. The pick that was banned from him the whole series might have just seen FPX take down the undefeated Jingdong Gaming.
They lose 3. Arla and Scout must hold. GA bought from Arla, but there is no ult, no flash from Scout. His Zhonya's is not completed. He has no stasis. The play is not that easy. Arla going to try and clear out the way. They're keeping him away from it. Escorting the minions in. Assume is here, looking to get onto those turrets, tanking up some of them. The Nexus turrets are just collapsing. They've done it! FunPlus Phoenix rise from the ashes of the early game on the back of Kassadin's wings.
And FunPlus Phoenix take down undefeated JDG. If our league did not make sense before now, God help you at this moment. JDG fall to FunPlus Phoenix.
The Circle of Suck has turned into some arcane Cthulian geometry at this point. FPX have been so close. How many game 1s have they won and then fumbled this series? But this team is tenacious. It's determined. It never damn well gives up. You can't help but root for some of these players. Shadow, how many smites did he miss to become one of the most clutch Vi's I've seen in a very long time? It was a B1 Vi as well. Care locks in a Kassadin into that comp, and late game so deadly. The bot lane, the misfortune Nico combos later on after the early lane went so disastrously relative to what we expected. I cannot sing enough praises there. The JDG though, that is going to sting. It should not have come to that. It should never have been an option for them to come back in. Welcome back, folks.
We have just witnessed some truly magnificent cinema League of Legends. This is the LPL that we know and the one that we love. FPX are probably not a team that you thought were relevant before. I didn't think they were either. But there are games like this which make you question things. This is why it is so important to support the LPL now in this moment of probably greatest need, folks. We don't have an official broadcast anymore. No one is getting paid to cover this region, and we're losing stories like this. We're losing players like this because it's harder to go find places to go watch it. So if you're watching here, or if you're watching on the fan broadcast of LPL English, or the Coast, which is also a co-stream, Hysterics is co-streaming it, Yamato Cannon, I Will Dominate. If you're watching these games on any of these channels for the LPL, you are helping archive and keep our region alive. Thank you so much for choosing us to watch it, if you are watching this, of course. And I'm so happy to see FPX finally double tap a series against a team which we consider a top team. This is so vindicating for them after so much growth, but no actual capitalization. They got a win against Weibo, but we thought, okay, well, Weibo, are they actually that good? JDG just demolished BLG the other day. FPX are now in the conversation in Group Ascend in a way that they weren't before.
I mean, that's extraordinary stuff. And again, what is the ceiling here? But FPX have done this a couple of times now. I remember last year with Milky Way coming on in. They're doing it again. Jue, really, really, really good ults there. I'm trying to think who the MVP is. Honestly, it might be Jue. Some of those ults were just so absolutely game-breakingly big to earn flashes, to earn bullet times, and yeah, it was a team effort. Yeah, this was not clean. FPX are not a perfect team. We're not trying to tell you they are. We're not trying to tell you that this was the best game ever from them. It was, however, bloody clutch. And that goes a long way in a league like this, and the players have still got it in them. Many other teams give up. They sure as fucking hell don't. And that's quite cool in its own right. Holy man.
FPX with the steel chair, man. And that makes the top of our leaderboard even more funny than it was before, which is just wonderful, folks. This is the best. Well, folks, that's going to do it with our stream today. You can stream it all yourself, Sam?
I think I'm going to take the afternoon off.
Good stuff. I'm going to do the same there too.
Yeah, I would keep going, but I think I might burn out a little bit.
Yeah, same as well. Okay, folks, thank you so much for joining us. If you're watching on YouTube, we'll leave it there. We've been streaming for 7 hours after learning German this morning. We have been streaming LPL for 2 weeks solid, bringing you all of these games every day. If you enjoy what we're doing, please drop a like, drop a comment. If you like what we've done, find a clip, post it on Twitter, post it on Reddit. That's probably one of the most meaningful things you can do to us. And if not, just turn up and enjoy yourselves. Watch the LPL, enjoy this region, and keep our region alive. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're on YouTube, auf Wiedersehen.